The two armies confronted each other on a field that was already engulfed in flames. The army of people fought with enthusiasm for their god Nebula, and the army of orcs entered the battle for the sake of their god, Hegemony. The two armies finally faced each other and pointed their spears and swords at each other. One of the players pressed the keys on the keyboard very quickly in order to deliver a new blow. One of the orcs struck the ground with his huge hammer, creating a small shockwave that was enough to knock over nearby people and scare the horses. The infantrymen lined up and began to fire their weapons at the monsters. Artillery was also used and fired its shells at the enemies. But the orcs cast spells against them that helped them defend themselves. One of the players seemed to ask a rhetorical question whether this was all hegemony. After some time, planes also entered the battle. One of the players was very happy with the command he gave to the game. Suddenly, lightning struck the people, which immediately took them out of the battle. It was as if the two players were sitting at a chessboard and sacrificing their pieces for the sake of victory. One of the players, watching the progress of the battle, decided to act differently. He wishes to launch an attack with nuclear warheads in the name of the god Nebula. On command, one of the warheads rises from somewhere. Seeing several warheads in the sky, the orcs pointed at them, and some became very alarmed. The second player was not surprised and just grinned at the nuclear attack. Holding a special object in his hand, he communicates that he was prepared for such a move by his opponent. Others flew out to meet the nuclear shells to prevent a collision. The defensive shells, which were enveloped in lightning, were rapidly approaching the nuclear ones. The first player notices the interceptor missiles and notes that the enemy is prepared, but does not seem surprised. The nuclear shells and interceptor missiles collided and created a huge explosion in the sky. But almost immediately after this, another unknown projectile flies out. He is capable of flying so far that he is already in space. The first player calmly watches as the projectile disintegrates in space. Leaving the unnecessary part in space, the projectile flies back to the ground, aiming at its enemy. At this time, one of the orcs held something in his hands and raised it up. He was kneeling and saying something in his own language, most likely a prayer. And below on the floor behind him were many more orcs who were also kneeling and saying words with him. Meanwhile, the shell was getting closer and closer to a certain building. Despite this, the orc continued to hold the object in his hands and say a prayer. The player simply put his hand to his face and said that if this were reality, prayers would not help them. However, this is not reality, and prayers can actually bring salvation. Green smoke is created in the sky to stop the projectile, and the smoke, which had already acquired a certain shape, was actually able to stop the projectile. The smoke took the form of a deity, who grabbed the projectile with his hand. The first player was not surprised by what he saw, and immediately figured out the strategy his opponent was following. The second player was delighted at how he was able to dodge the enemy attack, and hoped that his opponent saw it. He stood on the giant's shoulder and confirmed that his opponent was right about the strategy. The player who had the second server rank asks if the opponent will surrender. Now it became clear to the first player why the opponent had fought with confidence from the very beginning. Even though the orc race's specialty allows for population expansion, it's still incredible how quickly he was able to gain so much faith and use special checks. And in the meantime, he was secretly preparing to fight back against technological civilization, and calling on the spirit was also a good idea. However, for the first player, everything was obvious from the very beginning, which makes him look indifferent to the game. After all, as he knows, there are spaces much larger than the sky. There was a satellite in space that, on command, fired 3 projectiles downwards. They flew down rapidly, constantly gaining speed. What he saw left the second player perplexed. He was greatly surprised by the rapid mass destruction attack immediately after the last one. He orders his summoned spirit to stop the projectiles that are about to reach their target. But the first player calmly says that it is impossible to stop this attack, because the shells that were supposed to destroy the palace were made of tungsten. And taking into account the accumulated gravitational acceleration, the giant will not be able to stop them with his own strength. The shells passed right through the giant, leaving 3 holes in it. And after the giant, they continued to fall down and finally reached their goal. The projectile that hit the ground threw several large stones into the air. With its weight, it created a large shock wave that lifted more rocks into the air and broke the surface. Blood was flowing from under one of the rods and a hand was visible, and next to it a cross, which had previously been held in the hands. The underground temple was destroyed along with the palace, and now they were engulfed in flames that destroyed what was left after the attack. The second player begins to panic because all the faith he has carefully cultivated will evaporate. Suddenly, the summoned giant began to evaporate. After all, when faith disappears, the apostles disappear along with it. The battle ends, and the system recognizes Nebula with rank 1 as the winner. The loser turns to the winner and indignantly demands a rematch, promising that next time he will definitely win. Meanwhile, the player calmly looked at the monitor, putting his hand to his face while his opponent was indignant at the loss. He receives a message about a rematch and reaches out his hand to give his answer. After playing another game, the guy sat there and was upset that the other player offered a rematch, but nothing changed. Looking at his achievements, the guy was sad that there were no updates in the game, and he had completed all the achievements to maintain the first-rank place. The guy stretches in his chair, but a sudden notification interrupts his train of thought. He looks at his phone indifferently, not particularly interested in who the notification is from. Leaving the game for a while, he wonders why anyone needs him at such a late hour. Returning to his desk, he saw a notification that he was the only one who had managed to achieve all the game achievements. Also, after reading that this is only beta testing and that Nebula will be allowed to a closed screening, the guy is surprised that this was early access and the official release will be later. When the guy receives a notification asking whether he agrees to a private screening, he decides to agree after all. When his character is transported to a new location, he appears indifferent for a while. But very soon his eyes open wider, amazed at what he sees. He found himself in a beautiful place where there was only space and a small area, in the center of which an area was illuminated in pink. At first the guy decides that it is a temple, but upon closer inspection it reminds him more of ruins. Raising his head and looking high up, he wonders if this might all be a dream. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an unfamiliar voice from behind, which replied that this was not a dream. Turning around, the player sees an unknown man in a cloak and hood who says that Nebula has been chosen. The unknown man holds one hand behind his back and the other in front and asks permission to greet Nebula, whose real name was Steven. Hearing this, the guy wondered how they knew his real name. Looking around, the guy couldn't understand what all this meant. But suddenly he notices the presence of many shadows, which were very reminiscent of people or similar to them. Steven stared at them, wondering who they were. Suddenly, a man in a cloak comes forward and says that perhaps some of the players already know him, and they hide their faces so that the game is fair. Continuing to walk forward, the man says that since everyone is already interested, they can get down to business. Standing in front of Steven, the man stretches his arms high up. Most likely, the hands were pointing specifically at the Earth, since our hero paid attention to it. The boy wonders if this is the real Earth, but later decides that it is not. Again, with indifference, the boy decides that this is a world he has already seen many times. In his opinion, all this is just a game, the name of which is the Lost World. Pointing his hand towards Earth, the man continues to explain what the player must do in this lost world. The guy stood and, like many other players, calmly listened to what was being said to them. The speaker took a long time to make his announcement, which created tension among those present. Finally, he says that they are destined to become a real god. Hearing this, the players are surprised because apparently they did not expect to hear this at all, or were hoping for something else. Steven couldn't hear the other players, but he could sense the confusion around him. While he watched the other players, whom he could not see, the man continued to speak. Pointing to the Earth, the man says that the Lost World is not just a video game, but an Earth that the gods have abandoned. He went on to say that an incredible civilization once flourished on this land. Different races were able to live in harmony and relied on each other when necessary. But one day something went wrong and everything changed for the worse. One of the gods who lived there woke up in the middle of the night. And for some unknown reason, he was one of the first to leave this world, and that is why the time of new gods came. The man finished his short story, and there was silence in the air for a moment. But very soon he continues that the game was created to find a more suitable god for this planet. And those who have gathered here today can try to become a real god. The man continues to explain that everything will be very similar to the Lost World. At first, no one will believe in them, but if they give a reason, then their people will believe in them. Then, they will be able to become the only god of the entire planet, and will be able to do whatever they want, and all their dreams will become reality in an instant. Steven put his hand to his chin and thought deeply about the words he had just heard. He draws attention to himself when he asks the man what will happen if he gives up. To his question, he receives the answer that if someone gives up now, they will go back to their world and forget about what happened. And when Steven asks what if he gives up after the game has started, he is told that he will not have such an opportunity. The guy continues to ask his questions and asks what if another god defeats him. Perhaps not expecting such a question, the man remained silent for a while, but after a few moments he began to speak. He replies that in that case, the players will die. What he heard made the guy slightly surprised and think deeply. He smiles when he realizes that they are all risking their lives. Standing in front of everyone present, our hero decides that he has no reason to give up. Taking something out of his cloak, the man asks those present to decide whether they will go further or not. And for those who decide to continue, he lays the cards on the table in one smooth motion. And after that, he says that those who agree will begin their journey with a small race. Steven decides that everything is like in the game, and now they just need to choose one of the lower races. But something nearby distracts him from his thoughts, and he turns his gaze there. He notices how people start to give up. Those who gave up begin to disappear into thin air, and Steven counts such players. Apparently not particularly wanting to give himself away and make unnecessary movements, the guy only glances at those who surrendered. At this point, he has already managed to count 5 players who have refused to go further. Turning around, he believes that the initial number of people converges with the maximum number of players, and there were 32 of them. It turns out that now there are only 27 players left. When those who have surrendered have left, the man gestures to the cards and asks them to choose one. But our hero is a little surprised that he is the first to do this. Without thinking twice, he takes the first card he comes across and assumes that the choice is given according to the place in the ranking system. When the guy turns the card over to examine it, his eyes widen in surprise. The guy starts to say something, but his sentence is cut off. His sentence is cut off so that I can wish you, dear YouTube viewer and friend, pleasant viewing and a good day. A magic circle appeared under his feet and his body began to dissolve and rise into the air. After choosing a card, the player was immediately transported to the planet he had drawn. Now our hero was transported to his planet, and he was approaching its surface faster and faster. There was a lot of greenery on his planet, which made it very similar to Earth. A frog sitting in the water noticed a butterfly fluttering above its head. But suddenly she turns her gaze from the butterfly down to the fish that was swimming very close. Having grabbed the huge fish with both paws, the frog began to rejoice at its catch. Immediately after this, another frog appears, who is also happy about the big catch, while the hunter says that there will be fish for dinner today. But suddenly the second frog notices a blue butterfly nearby. Looking at her, he says that he has never seen such a butterfly, but the second one asks what he cares about the butterfly and is glad that today he will not have to eat beetles. Later, the blue butterfly flies to another place and lands on someone's hand. Thanks to her, Stephen learns about the humanoid frogs that live here. Looking for a small race of insects, Stephen says that insects are comparable to birds and are very useful in the beginning. But something about this situation doesn't suit the guy, and he thinks about it. The spawn point is on the eastern edge of the continent, meaning there won't be much fighting. Because of the early enrichment strategy, early aggression will not be easy to use. In this case, he decides to choose the race that will eat insects. Because of this, he begins to consider the first candidates, humanoid frogs. But the guy is very concerned about the number of tribes. With 500 tribes to choose from, it is difficult to make a choice. Suddenly, the flow of his thoughts is interrupted by one of the screens on which the number 10 appears. In the Lost World, the player's influence on a creature is directly related to the level of faith, but the frog's faith is not enough to make them do anything. After these candidates are rejected, Stephen wonders what other tribes are out there. Humanoid lizards walked in a chain, one after another, across the hot desert. They immediately attract Stephen's attention because they also feed on insects. Moreover, they are able to survive without water, and it seems that they separated from the main group, which played into Stephen's hands. There were many wounded in this group whose wounds still hurt. There were also several old people there who also had difficulty moving, and at the very end was the lizard that suffered the most. Just one look at him, Stephen immediately guesses that this lizard used to be in the main group. And most likely he was expelled as a result of a power struggle. This is the hardest time for this lizard because most likely he will be rejected by everyone, which Stephen guesses. And taking advantage of someone else's problem, the guy decides to give the lizard a miracle so that he will believe in the existence of God. But this lizard is a very fragile creature in the opinion of our hero. The guy looks at the lizard for a while, weighing his decision. But in the end, he still decides to target the lizard, who was lagging far behind his group. The humanoid lizards walked for a very long time through the hot desert, which is why they were already very tired. Suddenly, someone notices a gazelle in the distance and tells the others about it, which immediately perks up the others. The poor animal was lying on the ground and its hind leg was covered in blood. Hungry lizards take advantage of the opportunity and immediately pounce on the animal, which has no way to escape. While they are enjoying the meat, which they have not seen for a long time, the wounded and old people sit down in the distance and do not even try to come closer to eat. The old man smiled sadly that the old and wounded would not get any food, and the lizard that Stephen was aiming at looked at his wound, which had already begun to fester. A group of strong lizards ate fresh meat with pleasure. Now all that was left of the gazelle was a skeleton, and the lizards were upset that it all ended so quickly. But according to many, the food has not run out, because bone marrow is also very nutritious, which is why one lizard takes a bone in his hands. He decides to try the bone marrow, but someone snatches the bone from his paws just as he's about to bite. The lizard looks up in surprise at his comrade who took the bone and asks what's going on. By lifting the bone slightly upwards, the lizard says that they had enough food and this should be left for those who cannot hunt. After this, the lizard collects all the remaining bones and leaves with them. He silently walks up to a group of other lizards and throws the bones in front of them, causing their eyes to immediately widen. Each of them immediately grabs a bone and begins to gnaw on it. The wounded lizard looked the worst of all because of his wound, but he also took a bone for himself. When the lizard returns to his group, the others ask him if he really wants to do this. Not wanting to beat around the bush, one of the lizards immediately says that the lizard with the wound on his shoulder will soon die, and the second agrees that his wound is already festering. Yahello only turns away when he hears that the lizard should have died a long time ago, and it is surprising that he is still alive. Suddenly, one of the lizards admits that many of them were able to survive because Rockrak took the blow of the saber-toothed tiger on himself. But even with such help, he will soon die, and the living need food. After listening to the others, Zhao asks how they are not ashamed, but they are only slightly surprised. Most of the lizards slept in an embrace, or at least close to each other, but Rockrak lay separately from everyone else. Even in his sleep, he winced at the pain in his shoulder. But suddenly opening his eyes, he notices a blue butterfly in front of him. Having become interested in the insect, the lizard, gritting his teeth, begins to rise. Leaning on his sore paw, he watches the butterfly, which has begun to move away from him. Suddenly, one of the lizards wakes up and asks the lizard lying next to him to look into the distance. Looking at Rockrak leaving, they decided that he finally wanted to leave. While Rockrak climbed the rocks, they decided to just watch him. Jowl also lay and silently watched Rockrak's actions. It was hard for Rockrak, but holding on to his sore paw, he continued to climb higher after the butterfly. It seemed that the lizard himself did not fully understand why he was doing this, and wondered if this was just a crazy fantasy. He is sure that he was the only one who noticed the butterfly, and following it, he hopes that it means at least something. With the last of his strength, the lizard continues to rise after the blue glowing butterfly. Rockrak had almost reached the place where the butterfly had led him and was wondering about the meaning of what was happening. When the lizard reaches its destination, its eyes widen at what it sees. At the top of the hill was a pile of beetles left by someone, which formed a tower that rose into the sky. Rockrak is surprised by his find and realizes that this is enough for their entire group. After this, Steven receives a notification that the humanoid lizards have seen a miracle, which the guy is undoubtedly happy about. From his screen, he watched the lizards gobble up his gift, which Steven thought would last him several days. Continuing to look at the happy lizards, Steven continued to think about his next move. But his thought is abruptly interrupted by something he saw on one of his screens. Steven noticed that by pointing to the butterfly, Rockrak himself began to talk about the miracle that he was able to see. Then Steven remembers that creatures with great will can make decisions on their own, and many lizards look at the beetles and think about the story they heard. Steven receives a notification that the Rockrak tribe has discovered a deity called the Nameless Bug God, a name that greatly surprises our hero. With a heavy sigh, the boy accepts his temporary name and agrees that at first no one has beautiful names. Lost in his thoughts, Steven looks down somewhere far below for a while. He looked at Rockrak, who was standing by the fire and had attracted attention after the story was told. The boy smiles at the thought that Rockrak is now important to him. But without a doubt, Nebula will also later become important to the lizard, who saw a miracle at the most difficult moment of his life. In the new day that had come, the heat was still there in the middle of the desert, and the blue butterfly continued to flutter, flying not far from the tribe. Continuing to follow the butterfly with his gaze, Rockrak covers his face from the sun with his paw and thinks about whether to follow the butterfly again. The voiced idea was, of course, heard by fellow tribesmen, and they were delighted at the opportunity to eat beetles again. As Rockrak continued to stare into the distance, one of the lizards asked if he would go for the vision again. To this, the lizard calmly replies that winter is coming, and beetles appear on the same side as cold winds. With his head down, he sadly reports that if they continue in that direction, they will freeze to death. Hearing this, the interlocutor begins to worry and nervously suggests going in the other direction. Turning slightly towards his interlocutor, the lizard informs that they cannot do that either. Looking back at the desert, Rockrak reports that these lands are empty. Looking up at the sky, the lizard asks himself what the meaning of these visions is, but he himself does not know. All this time, Steven watched the lizard, who does not know the meaning of what he saw, but still decides to follow his visions. The guy comes to the conclusion that the humanoid lizards have little faith, but at the initial stages, he can do nothing about it. While thinking about his next move, Steven looked at the unavailable skill that required 10 faith points. Rockrak led the entire group and held a young lizard on his back. The lizard took charge of the entire group and led everyone after the blue butterfly to unknown places. And as long as Rockrak believes in God, a future awaits him that he could not even dream of. Arriving at the destination, everyone was very surprised, and Rockrak immediately put the cub down on the ground, who did not take his eyes off what he saw. Turning to the others, Rockrak begins to speak loudly so that everyone can hear him. Pointing his hand at the open area, he reports that the nameless god of bugs has led them to the shelter. What they see amazes the lizards, and some smile with happiness, while others stand with their mouths open in surprise. Everyone was shouting and rejoicing at the new place, and Rockrak was rejoicing, but he was just smiling, more likely because his visions really meant something. Faith in God has increased, which has allowed several skills to be upgraded. Suddenly, Steven announces that if Rockrak wants to know what his god desires, he will become a priest. The guy wants Rockrak to convey his will to his fellow tribesmen, and, accidentally or not, at that very moment Rockrak raises his head up. At that moment, the lizard is enveloped in a pillar of light, which is a blessing that can help Rockrak, according to Steven. It was deep night, and all the lizards, including Rockrak, were in a deep sleep. Suddenly, a firefly flies in and lands on the sleeping lizard's shoulder. At the same time, through his sleep, Rockrak begins to hear a strange, unfamiliar voice calling his name. Suddenly, he finds himself in an unknown place where there is no end and where everything is illuminated by white light. Looking up at the butterflies, Rockrak asks himself where he is now and whether this is a dream. The voice continues calling the lizard's name as one of the butterflies present lands on his nose. But finally, Rockrak notices someone nearby and asks who he is. In the shadows stood a figure resembling a humanoid lizard and wrapped in a cloak. Suddenly, the stranger slowly extends his hand towards Rockrak. Rockrak does not understand the meaning of the gesture and continues to just look in surprise. Then the stranger asks if the lizard will take his hand. Rockrak is wary of the stranger and asks about his goals before doing what he wants from him. When a stranger hears a question, he changes the position of his hand and points his index finger somewhere down. Only at that moment does Rockrak lower his head and notice that he is holding the skull of some animal in his hands. After discovering the find, the lizard lifts the skull higher in order to examine it. Rockrak stares at the skull for a moment and begins to realize that it is the skull of a buffalo. After this, he begins to stretch out his arms and move the skull further away from himself. Automatically or not, he places the skull on the stranger's face. Now, looking at the one who was nearby, it begins to seem to him that the stranger is the nameless god of beetles. The next morning, Rockrak gathered all the lizards together and informed them of what was important in his opinion. As soon as he woke up, he immediately wanted to share the dream with the others in order to inform them or listen to their guesses about what it meant. After Rockrak has finished his story, one of the lizards asks if God is asking the beetles to sacrifice a buffalo. At this point, Yahello intervenes and says that to catch the buffalo they will have to go far into the wasteland and it is very dangerous. When someone objects that this is what the god who brought them here wants, Yahello firmly replies that he will not put the entire tribe in danger. Hunting a buffalo is a huge risk to life and the entire tribe will have to fight to kill it. Yahello asks if they leave, who will look after the children and the elderly. Unable to come up with an answer to this, others simply reply that it sounds convincing. Clutching his spear tighter in his hands, Rockrak agrees that it is wrong to put the entire tribe in danger. To the surprise of his fellow tribesmen, he firmly says that he will go alone. Upon hearing the crazy thing Rockrak is about to do, Yahello immediately steps forward and says that Rockrak cannot do it alone. But turning around, the lizard firmly replies that he is not going there to die, but God gave him a blessing. Yahello asks doubtfully about the blessing he received. The wound on Rockrak's shoulder no longer festered and was covered with a dark crust. Pointing to his wound, the lizard says that it is hard to believe, but when he woke up, the wound had already healed. Moreover, his shoulder was covered with black scales. The lizard compares these scales to those of beetles, but Yahello still looks at his comrade doubtfully. Yahello closed his eyes and shook his paw from side to side, acknowledging the strangeness of the incident. But he still doesn't consider this a reason to go after the buffalo alone, and then Rockrak agrees with him. Suddenly, Rockrak tenses one of his paws so hard that the large muscles and protruding veins can be clearly seen. Replying that this would be an excuse to go after the buffalo alone, he swings his spear. And at high speed, he launches it into a palm tree, which was at a decent distance from them. The spear hits the middle of the tree and breaks it into two pieces. Everyone present was horrified by this sight and surprised by the strength of the one who had been dying just 2 days ago. Rockrak walked over to the tree and took back the spear, which had stuck into the ground after hitting its target. His fellow tribesmen immediately run up to him and are surprised that he hid such strength from them. An old man who had difficulty walking also comes up and says that it was a dried-up tree. But just recently, Rockrak was dying from the wound he received. Suddenly, one of the lizards notices something interesting in the distance and starts screaming, which makes Rockrak turn towards him. Rockrak also soon notices what delighted his fellow tribesmen, and it makes him smile. Wanting to draw the attention of the other lizards to this, he points his hand in that direction and beckons everyone closer. Rockrak happily informs everyone that there is a herd of buffalo nearby. A large herd of buffaloes ran at high speed, raising a huge cloud of dust into the air. Seeing the herd, Yahello couldn't believe it and began to deny it. As Rockrak looked at the herd that passed below them, Yahello couldn't understand how a herd of buffalo that always moved along the same route could have gotten in their way. Rockrak raised his spear and began to say that there was no point in thinking about it now. The lizard makes a dash forward, and Yahello, who was unable to stop him, is left behind. Rapidly approaching his yet unattained goal, Rockrak was already triumphant like a winner. As he drew his spear back to strike, he joyfully cried out that today they would be freed from hunger. Finally getting close enough to his target, the lizard launches his spear downwards. With one well-aimed throw, he hits the buffalo right in the head, causing the dead body to fall down and frighten the other animals. Seeing the huge lizards running towards them, the buffaloes immediately change their direction and try to escape their fate. Following Rockrak came other lizards, who now had gained fighting spirit and were heading straight for the buffaloes. And at that moment, Rockrak realized that God was sending them not only beetles, but also meat. When it was already dark, the lizards lit torches, which now illuminated a mountain of bones, and above them hung the body of a buffalo whose blood had stained the white bones red. Kneeling down and raising his hands up, Rockrak began to make an offering to his nameless god. The rest of the lizards stood behind and listened to the request for God to accept their gift, even if it was pitiful. When Rockrak finished his sentence, the others repeated the request and bowed their heads slightly forward. Stephen notices that the ritual was performed carelessly, but the most important thing is the sincerity of intentions. He managed to get even more points than he expected, which means that Stephen turned out to be a good priest. Considering the time it took them to complete the job, it turned out very well. Suddenly, Stephen remembers that it was difficult to attract the buffalo because he was not the god of the grass they ate. Because of this, we had to resort to ingenuity and use improvised means. Thanks to the insects, Stephen destroyed almost all the grass, except for some tufts that formed a chain. The buffaloes ate the remaining grass and thus became trapped. Stephen remembers something else important and raises his hand to his chin. Looking at the lizards who were still eating, he wonders if they ate the baby buffalo. But after a few moments, the guy admits that it is stupid to expect them to know anything about cattle breeding at this early stage. Their tribe is small for this oasis, which will allow them to survive here for several years. At the moment, they know nothing about crop production or livestock farming, which will make survival much more difficult. Tapping his fingers on the chair, the guy thinks about what he can do about this situation. He admits that it is difficult to discover some knowledge on his own, but he cannot say it directly, because then he would break the rules of the game. He continues that a way can always be found, but it will take time. And then Stephen decides to start with one blessing. Suddenly, a light path descends from the sky onto Rockrak, causing his body to begin to glow slightly. Someone approaches the unsleeping Rockrak and is surprised that he has already woken up, but he did not go to bed because he was watching the altar. Now Rockrak had dark scales and new clothes, and he turns to the newcomer to report that he had another dream last night. Yahello, who also had black scales, wondered what the god was trying to convey this time. But Rockrak finds it difficult to interpret his dream, and he only remembers that the altar shook strangely. According to the lizard, there were no more fish in the pond that had protected them for many years, and the earth dried out so much that nothing could grow on it anymore. Hearing this, Yahello only calmly replies that this did not happen, and Rockrak agrees with him. Then Yahello continues to tell Rockrak, who was climbing somewhere, that there is no point in worrying because God will protect them. To this, Rockrak replied that he also believed in their God, but God's will often goes hand in hand with difficulties. Climbing to the top of the altar, he continues that if they cannot understand the meaning, then it will be tantamount to betrayal, in his opinion. Rockrak was afraid of exactly this, and Yahello listened to him calmly. But suddenly, Rockrak asks his interlocutor to quickly climb up and look at something. When Yahello finally reaches the top, Rockrak points his finger somewhere far beyond the horizon. Looking closely, Yahello notices some movement in the distance, which raised a lot of sand dust into the air. Seeing this, Rockrak finally understands what God meant in his dream and why the altar was shaking. Taking a closer look at the group of lizards that was approaching, our hero recognizes those who drove them out of the tribe. Yahello is very surprised that they have come this far, but Rockrak does not share the surprise. He continues to examine the lizard that was walking ahead of everyone, and notes that its scales are the same blue as theirs once were. But what surprised him more was that some of the lizards were riding huge animals that inspired fear with their appearance. Judging by the numbers, Rockrak assumed that the entire tribe was on the move. Because of this, Yahello comes to the realization that their homeland of green swamps is completely depleted. Continuing to look at the approaching animals, Rockrak wants to express his thought. But Yahello interrupts him and says that God has taken all the fertile lands, but Rockrak calmly replies that they cannot know this. Yahello becomes wary that they know the location of the refuge, but Rockrak says that their oasis is in a depression in the mountain and cannot be seen until you climb up. Hearing this, Yahello calms down a little and hopes that they will simply pass by, but suddenly someone's loud voice is heard. Suddenly, some lizard shouts to those passing by that their shelter belongs to the nameless god of bugs. The whole picture looked as if the lizard was trying very hard to attract attention to itself, and it successfully succeeded in doing so. Seeing him, the leader of the group looked as if he was surprised by such a stupid performance, and the beast below him showed his teeth. Rockrak clutches his head and remembers that today Yura's patrol and Yahello also clutches his head, confirming this. But after that, Rockrak puts paw on his friend's shoulder and asks him not to worry. Jumping up from his place, the lizard assumes that this is God's plan. When he reaches for his spear and takes it in his paw, Yahello asks what he is talking about. Jumping down from the altar towards his companion, Yahello asks if Rockrak thinks that God himself created this situation to test them. Rockrak turns slightly to his interlocutor and says that maybe this is not a test at all, but a mission. A mission to accept and save those who were once their fellow tribesmen. Yahello is still trying to dissuade his friend from the idea that has entered his head, but Rockrak continues to move forward. Yahello remembers the actions of that leader and says that if he were able to gain something spiritual, he would not have driven out all the weak from his tribe. But suddenly Rockrak notices a blue butterfly in the sky. The miracle he saw gave the lizard even more confidence that he was not mistaken. And if this is another sign from God, then he must do everything in his power. Meanwhile, Stephen has been watching everything from afar and is surprised that Rockrak understood his plan. In his opinion, the Rockrak and Bluescale tribes should decide for the sake of increasing the number of believers and technological development. But what remains strange is that Rockrak himself made this decision. Apparently, this was directly related to the willpower, which the lizard had 14 points. In his mind, Stephen wonders if the lizard thought that the Bluescale tribe's appearance was the work of their god. But as it turns out, Rockrak is partly right. Stephen is very happy to have a leader with high willpower at his disposal. Stephen decides that if he can impose a strong faith on them, he will no longer have to make all the decisions himself. And then the lizards will be able to use the orders of their god more effectively. The Bluescale tribe stood below, and our lizard tribe stood on the hill, preparing to fight back against the enemy if necessary. Suddenly, the leader of the Bluescale tribe calls the guy who was shouting earlier and asks if they live here. The lizard is outraged by the way he was addressed and perceives it as an insult, while those standing nearby confirm that this is their land. Hearing the answer, the big guy just grins and asks again if she's serious now. The big guy immediately asks what is in their shelter, but now they refuse to answer him, saying that it is none of his business. But suddenly, the big guy turns his gaze to someone who answers that they have trees and fertile land. Stepping forward, Rockrak continued to say that they had prey and, most importantly, God. Having heard about God, the big guy asks again, and Rockrak continues that this land belongs to the nameless god of bugs. Looking down at his interlocutor, the big guy says that he doesn't understand the meaning of the statement and doesn't see any point in continuing the discussion. Rockrak calmly listens to the demand to leave on good terms. Continuing his thought, the big guy says that if they leave now, he will not attack them. Although the big man didn't know how big the Rockrak tribe was, he was convinced that their tribe would not be able to resist his tribe. Putting his finger to his head, he continues to say that since ancient times, a leader needed to be able to count. But after listening to his interlocutor, Rockrak only closes his eyes and turns his head slightly to the side. And then he thrusts his spear forward, the tip of which glittered in the sun. Pointing his spear at the big guy, Rockrak says that he doesn't want to fight him. But what he heard angered the lizard and made him grimace. Some of the Bluescale tribe stood with knives in their paws, apparently ready to engage in battle if their leader demanded it. But Rockrak said that the unfortunate and the disadvantaged can always find refuge in the arms of God, and then God will be able to take care of them. But after listening to Rockrak's speech, the big guy only begins to laugh loudly and disgustingly at what he heard. Tugging at the reins, he sums up that Rockrak still can't count. Tilting his head slightly, Rockrak asks if the big man really thinks so and adds that he does not know God. Having finished his sentence, with one sharp movement, the lizard thrusts his spear forward and gets into a fighting stance. The big guy, who really had nothing spiritual in him, just snorts and replies that this is all nonsense. Tired of pointless talk, he sends his huge beast into battle. Seeing the beast baring its teeth at him, Rockrak grits his teeth and begins to address his god. Clutching the spear in his hands even tighter, he asks God to allow him to meet his enemy face to face. Looking at the predator hanging above, he continues to ask to be gifted with courage and strength. The beast begins to attack and very soon reaches the lizard, which is much smaller in size. With just one swing of his huge paw, he manages to break the lizard's spear like a stick. Rockrak's eyes grow larger as he sees the state his spear has become just a second later. Seeing how shocked his opponent is, the big guy grins again and calls him an idiot. The beast was about to strike again with its paw and crush the lizard, who now did not even have any weapons to defend himself. Stephen notices in time that his tribe leader is about to be killed and pauses the game. Trying to figure out what to do next, Stephen turns his attention to his other monitor. The guy gets a sign asking if he's going to use the new skill, and he agrees. Rockrak continued to look at the paw that was already hanging over him and that covered his body with its shadow. But suddenly, for a moment, a spark appears in his gaze. The lizard saw something bright, reminiscent of a star, approaching him from the sky. Finally, the beast's paw reaches the ground and with its blow throws several light stones to the sides. The big guy only enjoys the reprisal against his enemy. But suddenly he notices how the surprised animal raises its paw and notices that there is nothing under it. The animal immediately turns to the lizard, which avoided the blow at very high speed, leaving behind 2 small traces of dust. Stephen empowered Rockrak, and now his body was covered in small blue flames. Looking at the still-living enemy, the big guy does not understand how he managed to avoid the blow. But not wanting to miss any more, he sends his beast into battle again. Radiating new strength, Rockrak no longer appears frightened of the enemy and, moreover, is not even interested in the battle. Suddenly, he starts analyzing the enemy in front of him and looks at his status. The tribe's leader was only level 2 and didn't have particularly good stats, which meant Rockrak would have been able to handle him alone. However, in this situation, the problem was not him, but the animal that was in his power. But since Stephen gave him new power, there won't be any problems with the beast now. The lizard makes just a few dashes and immediately catches up with the beast, which did not expect such speed. Running quickly, Rockrak immediately grabs the beast by the head. He's able to do this because the god's avatar skill gives the user additional characteristics. The big guy, like his beast, is very surprised by the strength of his opponent. Thanks to his strength, which now reached 630 points, Rockrak easily lowers the beast's head to the ground with a sharp movement. Everything happens so quickly that the leader of the blue-scaled tribe doesn't even understand what happened. Unexpectedly for the beast and its owner, they turned over in the air and were already flying to the ground. The blue-scale lizard men looked on in amazement as the powerful beast was crushed so easily. The overwhelming difference in strength surprised even the Rockrak tribe. Even many of his tribe are watching what happened with their mouths open. The beast lay belly up, unable to fight any longer, and its owner was crushed under the huge carcass. Having recovered from the shock, the Rockrak tribe begins to express the following reaction: sincere delight. But for some reason, at this very moment, Rockrak looks alien to them and looks at them with a gaze that is not his own. This again makes everyone surprised, and Yahello puts out his hand, showing with his gesture that no one should approach Rockrak now. Trying to get out from under the huge carcass, the big guy continued to shower Rockrak with many insults. Finally, he manages to get out from under the carcass and reach the knife that was lying nearby. Grabbing the weapon, the lizard rushes at the enemy, who at that moment was looking back, not in front of him. The blue-scale tribe chieftain could not accept the fact that his calculations might be inaccurate, and so he wanted to finish what he started. But still, without looking forward, Rockrak puts his hand in front of himself. And then he hits the lizard with the back of his hand and immediately ends the fight. Having received a very strong blow, the lizard immediately falls limply to its knees. Turning to the other lizards from the alien tribe, he calmly asks who will be next. But seeing the full power of the enemy, the members of the blue-scale tribe immediately throw their weapons to the ground. They all immediately fell to their knees and began to bow their heads and at the same time swear their allegiance. Immediately after this, the blue light leaves Rockrak's body. Looking down at their body, Rockrak can't believe what just happened. Looking at the fallen enemies, Rockrak wondered if their god had just controlled his body, because everything happened as if in a dream. Watching what was happening on his screen, Steven only chuckled. It was late at night and the two tribes united under the altar and loudly discussed something. Suddenly, one lizard from the blue-scale tribe asks again that previously the black lizards were part of their tribe and were driven out into the wasteland. The interlocutor continues to ask why they have black scales then, and they answer that this is the whole point. The lizard continues to say that through worshipping the nameless god of bugs, they were able to change and become stronger, and these words delight the listeners. Many of their tribe were sitting near the fires at that moment, warming their limbs by bringing them closer to the fire. The words that otherwise the lizards would have died make the blue lizard think deeply about what he heard. Looking at the altar, he says that the power of their god is very immense. Rockrak and Yahello were sitting separately from everyone else, and Yahello asks his friend if he really doesn't remember what happened today. Without waiting for an answer from Rockrak, who was looking at the ground, Yahello continues to ask how a lizard with such great strength could exist. Yahello couldn't imagine such a thing and worriedly asks if everything will be okay, but looking at his interlocutor, Rockrak asks again. Turning to the rest of the lizards, Yahello says that with their arrival, the tribe has become 6 times larger, and there are too many of them, which means this oasis will begin to deplete very quickly. Rockrak lowers his head again and considers his friend's words. He finally gets up and announces that they will have to leave, but Yahello is very surprised by this. With a worried look, he asks if they will have to go into the wasteland again, since they cannot wander endlessly in search. But Rockrak firmly replies that they can do it because the answer is somewhere in those lands. Looking around at his entire tribe, Rockrak continues to say that it was the appearance of their old brothers that became a clue from God. The next day, the beast of the defeated lizard was tied to a tree and was angry at those who guarded it. The lizards get too close, causing the drake to lash out with its tail and hit one of the guards. While the victim flies forward, his partner steps forward with a spear. But Manhwa is not afraid of the lizard and again tries to attack, showing his grin. The beast was so strong that it slightly pulled the tree towards itself, and the guards were worried that it would escape. Yor starts yelling at the animal that he will be punished for bad behavior. But at that moment, someone's hand falls on the lizard's shoulder. Seeing the new arrival, Drake freezes and no longer grins. Rockrak arrived at the scene carrying a carrot in his hand. Seeing the lizard, Manhwa immediately recognizes it and remembers their previous meeting. The beast is very frightened of Rockrak and begins to retreat. But Rockrak approaches him and holding out a carrot, offers the animal to eat it. The beast is very surprised when he sees that he will not be attacked and is only offered food. Manhwa carefully approaches the carrot and begins to sniff it. After sniffing and making sure that the offered food is edible, he begins to bite off a little. The guards, who had previously pointed their spears at the beast, are surprised at how easily Rockrak found a common language with the animal. After Manhwa has finished the carrots, he begins to caress Rockrak's hands, and the lizard guesses that he is asking for more food. So he immediately throws Drake a few more carrots, which the beast immediately eats with great pleasure. Looking at the animal, Rockrak thinks that if he is still alive, it means God has plans for him. Having finished the recently offered carrots, Manhwa raises his head and looks at Rockrak again. Guessing what Manhwa wants, Rockrak smiles and says that if Drake wants to be on his side, then he should learn patience. Manhwa stood and listened to what the lizard was telling him, and for some time did not show any further reaction. But realizing that they won't give him more food, the Drake falls to the ground and looks at Rockrak with a sad look. After this, Rockrak begins to leave and asks the guards to notify him if Manhwa suddenly starts to act up again. But lost in thought about something, Yor didn't answer the leader and continued to stare intently at the Drake. A little later, a lizard with blue scales appeared in the company of Rockrak and Yahello, and Rockrak was examining something in his hands. Twirling the knife in his hands, he asked the lizard if he can do something similar. The lizard continues to say that if it weren't for the stubbornness of the previous leader, he would have made something better long ago. But Yahello turns and asks how it's all connected, to which he replies that it's the trees. Slightly surprised, Rockrak asks the lizard again, and he again answers convincingly. According to the blue lizard, they used a lot of trees when creating the weapon. Rockrak looks at his interlocutor and asks if trees are needed for fires, but the lizard replies that by burning wood, they received a special flammable material. Continuing to twist the knife in his hands, Rockrak thinks about the lizard's words. Then, without taking his eyes off the knife, he replies that he will think about the proposed idea and make a decision tomorrow. As the lizard leaves, Rockrak finally looks up from the knife in his hands and looks ahead. He is a little surprised when he sees that the next lizard who wants to talk to him is missing his left front paw. A stranger approaches and reports that he heard that Rockrak was looking for someone who could accompany them through the desert. Realizing where the conversation is heading, Rockrak asks his interlocutor if he is a wanderer. The lizard smiles and confirms that he is a wanderer who is constantly in search of shelter. Looking down a little ahead, he reports that during his travels he has learned to find his way. What they heard immediately interests Rockrak and Yahello. The wanderer continues to talk about how he knows of several fertile lands that can free the tribe from hunger. But with an awkward smile, he says that he cannot be sure that these lands have not been occupied by someone else. Looking at his interlocutor, Rockrak asks if others could have found these places, and sitting down, the wanderer answers that this could have happened. Hearing this, Rockrak lowers his head slightly and says that everything is fine. Raising his head again, he firmly says that even if the lands are already occupied by someone, they will simply need to win and take the lands for themselves. To this, the wanderer replies that if Rockrak is determined enough, the lizard will trust the leader. But after listening to his interlocutor, Rockrak immediately asks how the wanderer can earn his trust. Most likely, not expecting such a question, the lizard was a little embarrassed and thought about what he could offer. After a few moments, he silently raised his index finger to the sky. The lizard claimed that his answer was there, and Rockrak and Yahello looked up to where the finger was pointing, not understanding what the wanderer meant. When the lizards look up, all they see is an endless blue sky with clouds wandering across it. Our heroes see only the sky, but the wanderer replies that it is not just the sky. When night fell, Rockrak and the wanderer met again in the same place, and Rockrak guessed that it was in the stars. Continuing to look at the night sky, Rockrak asks if the stars move, and the wanderer confirms that there is something like that. The wanderer continues to say that Rockrak noticed correctly and the stars are in some kind of movement, and he managed to find his own rules. He continued to claim that if you knew the paths of the stars, you could find your way anywhere. But for now, for Rockrak, this was doubtful. The wanderer offers to share some information about the star paths, and if after a few days of observation everything comes together, he hopes that he can gain Rockrak's trust. The lizard spent many hours talking about the stars in the sky, and the wanderer constantly pointed his finger at the sky, explaining something about the stars. When enough time had passed and the wanderer began to leave, he asked to meet again at the same time and place, and Rockrak agreed. As soon as the wanderer left the leader, Yor came to him, deeply thinking about something. Rockrak quickly notices him and turns around asking if Manhwa is causing problems, but Yor assures that everything is fine. According to the lizard, although the Drake was still not happy, as soon as they started giving him food on time, he softened. Although Rockrak continued to stare at the sky, he was delighted to hear this news. But suddenly Yor remembers that Yahello told them that they needed to find a way to move around the wasteland without the risk of starving. Finally, Rockrak breaks away from the stars and, turning to his interlocutor, confirms his friend's words. After this, Yor immediately begins to say that during the day, when he watched how Rockrak gave food to Manhwa and he calmed down, an idea came to him. He dared to suggest that this could be done not only with Drake, but also with other animals. Interested in his interlocutor's proposal, Rockrak asks what other animals they could try doing this with. Hearing the sudden question, Yor became a little embarrassed and tried to come up with an answer. After a few moments, he points his finger somewhere to the side, and Rockrak turns in the direction indicated. Yor suggests that they could try doing the same with buffalo, after which the system sends a notification that the Rakraka tribe has opened cattle breeding. It is said that at some point in human history, two branches appeared. In one of them, some people started to engage in plant growing. Others decided to devote themselves to cattle breeding. Continuing to watch his tribe on the monitor, Stephen remembers that even in the game itself, it was mentioned that plant growing is more stable. And this is understandable, because it is not for nothing that most civilizations begin their development near large bodies of water. However, the tribe that Stephen chose consisted of humanoid lizards. Lizards are physically very strong and adapt well to their environment, and that is why they need livestock farming the most. And now Stephen is seeing that knowledge has appeared in the tribe that will elevate them. He could watch this from one of his many screens. Now the tribe had ore processing, and Rakrak was watching the processing. Jowl was also present and leaned closer to the blacksmith in order to examine everything. Rakrak behaved with restraint. Jowl watched with open interest, and the blacksmith paid no attention to those present. Stephen watched and was pleased that the tribe had finally learned how to shape metal into the desired shape, although this weapon was significantly softer than bronze items. But considering that the Rakrak tribe had previously fought with stone tools, this is already a big progress. Thanks to his butterflies, Stephen was able to watch everything that was happening from the side, including the lizards who were examining the new weapon. But besides the new skill, they received another unexpected gift. Thanks to the Wanderer, the tribe now knew about astronomy. For several days now, Rakrak and the Wanderer had been discussing the stars in the sky. Now Rakrak pointed his finger at the sky and most likely asked the Wanderer his questions, although Stephen admitted that their knowledge could hardly be called astronomy now. But the guy hopes that in the distant future they will be able to use this knowledge correctly. When alone with each other, the lizards constantly and non-stop discussed something. Now left alone, Rakrak agrees with the Wanderer's words that the stars are the guide of the heavens. After standing on the hill for a while, he decides to sit down and look around his tribe's house. After sitting in silence for a while, the lizard raises his head again and decides to put his plan into action. It was still night, but all the lizards had already gathered around their altar. Rakrak, who called everyone together, begins to talk about how much time has passed since God brought them to these lands. And in such a short time, they even managed to meet their brothers, with whom they lived before their exile. Rakrak goes on to say that they could have abandoned their brothers, just as they abandoned them back then, and chosen to live alone, and then they would have lived longer lives here. Everyone listened attentively to the fact that if the Blue-Scale tribe had been abandoned, they would have died in the middle of the endless wastelands. But Rakrak believes that this is wrong because God wanted salvation, not rejection. Clenching his fist tighter, Rakrak says that this was supposed to be their highest good. Everyone stood silently and listened to the speech of their leader, not daring to make an unnecessary sound. Finally, Rakrak announces that at dawn they will leave this land. What they heard left everyone perplexed, and meanwhile Rakrak asked the Wanderer to come closer. When the Wanderer stands next to the chieftain, Rakrak announces that he has been instructing him for several days in the secrets of traveling on star maps, and Rakrak has managed to verify that the Wanderer is telling the truth. Now Rakrak solemnly announces that the Wanderer will lead them forward, and greatly surprises the man standing next to him. Jowl stood with his arms crossed over his chest and listened as their entire tribe was now ready to trust the Wanderer. Wanting to inform everyone about their path, Rakrak asks the Wanderer to tell everyone where he will lead them, which greatly confuses the lizard. After listening to the leader, the lizard silently raises his finger to the sky, and all the lizards look after him. The Wanderer informs that when the morning sun rises, they will go to the right of the place where it rises. And after that, they will have to walk forward for 10 days. And then turning right along the rotten river, they will walk for another 15 days. And immediately after that, another 3 days along the mountain fault. The Wanderer sums up where they will eventually end up and what they will give so much effort for. Their target is the endless forests, which are full of predators, tribes, and other creatures. Hearing the Wanderer's statement, Rakrak is glad that this place would be ideal for them. After this, he thanks the Wanderer and asks him to go back. When the Wanderer has left, the leader begins to slowly climb onto the altar. Meanwhile, those below closely watch the actions of their leader. Finally, Rakrak climbed to the top and proudly looked at his entire tribe. Suddenly, he unexpectedly calls out to Yura, which greatly surprises the lizard. Suddenly, Rakrak asks why they did not eat any of the buffalo that were caught yesterday. Yura is at a loss when asked this question and at first doesn't even know what to answer. Trying to pull himself together, the lizard begins to say in an uncertain voice that they were not very hungry. Looking down at the lizard, Rakrak wonders how the two are related. After hearing that everyone had tried their best to catch the buffalo, but the prey had never been tasted, Yura felt even more insecure. Yura also continues uncertainly that everyone really did work on the hunt. But he didn't eat anything because he didn't feel really hungry. Rakrak stood above all this time and calmly listened to his fellow tribesmen. Yura believed that if he could endure it now, he would be able to eat later when he was really hungry. That's what he decided. Thinking about Yura's statement, Rakrak looked at him intently. But finally, after a long silence, the leader begins to praise the lizard. This unexpected reaction really surprises Yura. Rakrak praises the lizard for wanting to eat the buffalo now, but holding back for the sake of his future. Hearing such praise addressed to him, the lizard standing below even blushed a little. When Rakrak asks if Yura will continue in the same spirit, the lizard confidently gives a positive answer and promises to do so until he gets hungry. Having praised the lizard again and spoken of the reward, Rakrak calls over the blacksmith, who is holding something in his paws. When Yura sees that they are bringing him a spear with an iron tip, he is speechless. The blacksmith approaches the lizard and without further ado hands him the spear. Having received the new item, Yura immediately raises it up, and the tip of the spear begins to shine from the light falling on it. Rakrak continues to say that all those who listened to Yura and overcame their desire for hunger are worthy of these spears, after which the lizards are given more spears. All the lizards accept the reward and look at the new weapon with delight. The blue-scale lizard men, who had been standing behind and watching the process, were delighted and wanted to have such a weapon for themselves. Watching Rakrak from afar, Yahello remembers that he had wondered what their leader's plan was, and now he had figured it out. But watching Rakrak's actions, something surprised the lizard. Rakrak walked closer to the altar and removed one of the skulls on it. Taking the skull in his hands and returning back, he addresses the tribe and asks everyone to come up one by one. The lizards watching this are only once again surprised by the actions of their leader. By placing the skull on his face, Rakrak bestows a blessing on the entire tribe, and he believes that their journey will be successful only if they themselves are patient and can maintain the restraint that they showed today. Taking another skull in his hands and holding it out to Yura's muzzle, he addresses the lizard. By placing the skull on his fellow tribesman's head, Rakrak gives him a new name, Bone Warrior. Yura can't contain how much he is touched by this will of God, so his eyes begin to water. Now Rakrak was illuminated by the bright morning sun, and he prepared to continue with his plan. When the whole ceremony was over, all the lizards of his tribe had one new spear each and a buffalo skull as a mask. Looking around, Rakrak announces that it is time to leave this divine place. But they should remember that God's will is with them, and therefore they are not tied to any place. Yahello and the Wanderer watched their leader from the sidelines the entire time, waiting for his next move on the leader's part. After a brief lull, Rakrak loudly asks everyone to let the nameless bug god into their heads. Rakrak cannot promise them that it will be easy, but they must continue to move forward fearlessly. Hearing that just as they had overcome the desire to eat the buffalo, they would also overcome this road, which would turn out to be to their advantage, the lizards were delighted by the chief's speech, and at the same time raised their spears upward. Rakrak believed that they must go forward, and the nameless god of bugs would be with them. And thinking about this, he closes his eyes and lifts his head up, as if closer to the morning light. But after this, he thinks about the fact that he arbitrarily expressed God's will. Feeling guilty for what he had done, the lizard asks his god for forgiveness for his actions. But Stephen, who is watching this, does not think that Rakrak should apologize for his actions. After all, if Rakrak had acted differently, he would not have become a priest of his god. Stephen notes that things have been going well since the chieftain reached the heights of his allies. But for a moment, Stephen was silent as he looked at one of his screens. During this time, Stephen managed to notice that Rakrak's special skills had finally shown themselves. Looking at Rakrak, who was handing one of the skulls to Yahello, Stephen notes that the chief lives up to all his expectations. Watching Rakrak, Stephen admits that the lizard has made a new beginning. For several days now, a large group of lizards had been walking through the hot and empty desert. Suddenly, Manhwa howls from the heat and shows his teeth. After this, he falls to the ground, exhausted, and attracts the attention of the leader. Rakrak approaches the drake and, placing his hand on his paw, says that it is too early to fall. After this, turning to the Wanderer, Rakrak asks if they have time to rest, and the Wanderer replies that since the drake has fallen, they have no other choice. Hearing this, Rakrak raises his head and orders everyone to stop. After this, the other lizard warriors begin to inform everyone that there is now a halt. Rising, Rakrak wonders if they will find what they are looking for, and if he will become stronger if he rests. But now, Rakrak is better off resting and refreshing himself, because he has not eaten anything. Turning again to the Wanderer, the chief asks if they have been walking at this pace for 3 days already, and the lizard confirms this. Having heard the confirmation, Rakrak says this time out loud and thinks. Turning slightly towards the group, he says that everyone is very tired and there is almost no food left. Looking far ahead, he says that now one can only hope for a miracle from God. But suddenly a lizard runs up to Rakrak and says that another tribe has appeared. The worried lizard quickly reports that the tribe is rushing headlong in their direction. A tribe of orcs moved very noisily across the desert. One of them, most likely the leader, was very happy about something and laughed very loudly. Holding a hammer in his hand, he informs his brothers that now nothing stands in their way. They were rapidly approaching the Rakrak tribe and shouting that there was nothing worse than that monster. But suddenly the orcs stop and look forward with a very surprised look. Smiling at his new acquaintances, Rockrak tells them that they are truly reckless, and that behind him stands a bunch of lizards with weapons in their hands. Turning again to the surprised orcs, the lizard suggests that they may simply be fools. The orcs look at the group in front of them for a moment and don't dare to answer. Suddenly, they begin to look around the group more closely and notice menacing lizards with skulls on their faces and large spears in their hands. After this, the orc leader quickly turns his gaze to his modest weapon in his hands, and then he throws down the hammer, not wanting to get into trouble. And after that, he immediately falls to his knees before Rockrak and bows his head, asking for forgiveness. Later, the orcs began to explain that it was just a misunderstanding, and they wanted to leave the canyon. Handing over the enemy's modest weapon to Jaol, Rockrak asks again, and behind him stands Manun, who growls and greatly frightens the orc. Looking at the vegetables, the orc begins to explain that they ran away from home, but thinking about their relatives, they wanted to eat. Then Rockrak calmly asks why they ran away from home and what happened in the wasteland. After this, the orc points to some hill without looking. The orc continues that they used to live there, and although those lands could not be called fertile, they had enough of them. Lowering his head, the orc continues, which was enough until the moment when the monster appeared. Surprised by this, Rockrak immediately asked them again. Stephen, who was watching the situation as always, also thought about the orc's words. Having finally found the monster in question, his gaze takes on an even colder hue. The monster that settled in the canyon resembled a centipede, but even more disgusting and very large in size. In some parts of her body, there was something like a piece of ancient architecture, and near her head, there was something that resembled a pillar. The description of the lost world states that these creatures were created by the lost gods of the past. But even after the disappearance of its owners, such abomination remained on Earth. The orc led Rockrak to the centipede and pointed his finger straight at it. Seeing the monster, Rockrak, as well as Jaol, who was standing behind him, were very surprised. The centipede was peacefully dozing in the canyon, curled up into a ball. Seeing that the centipede has poisonous fangs, Stephen decides that it is too strong an enemy for now. Rockrak and his friends stood and looked at the monster that was blocking their path. Suddenly, the other lizards felt the earth shake and were very frightened by it. But calmly looking at them, the orc calmly replied that the centipede had simply growled. Rockrak decides to ask the wanderer how long it will take to go around and receives the following answer. About 8 days. Rockrak, frowning slightly, repeats this number. Stephen immediately notices how Rockrak hesitates, but he can understand it. Now his fellow tribesmen are scared and he doesn't know what to do. Considering the enemy's strength, going around would be a wise decision. But Stephen was very interested to know what decision Rockrak himself would make. But there was also a very large slope in this area. Jaal notices him and begins to carefully examine the terrain. And looking up even higher, the lizard notices that at the very top there were very large stones. Wanting to report his discovery, he immediately calls out to the leader. When Rockrak turns his attention to him, Jaal firmly states that they must fight. Jaal, who had high intelligence and intuition, was now confident that their tribe had an advantage. Hearing this, Rockrak begins to look at his friend in surprise, and the orc asks again with doubt. Sitting on the ground, Jaal asks if Rockrak remembers how the craftsman sped up the smelting of metal, and the chief replies that he used a special tool. Jaal remembers a technique the blacksmith called air bellows, which requires less effort than anything they knew. Rockrak brings his paw to his muzzle and thinks deeply about his friend's statement. Rockrak understands what his friend is getting at. If they use a special tool, they can achieve success with less effort. But when Rockrak adds that the craftsman experimented for a long time for the sake of his instrument, Jaol counters that they don't need anything special. According to Jaol, even the simplest tool could have done the job. Suddenly, one of the huge boulders above began to move. It turns out that he was being pushed from behind with a homemade lever made from 2 logs. Holding onto a log, Jaol orders everyone to hold their breath. And on command, they push the stone even harder, but so far the boulder has not yielded to them. Then Jaol gives the command on what count and what the others should do. 2 small squads continued to try to move the stones and throw them onto the monster. Stephen, watching the proceedings, notes that although their idea is simple, it is quite good. However, in order to deal with such a strong enemy, you will have to throw down all the stones at once. But will this be possible given the weight of the stones and the strength of the lizards? Too much time passes and Jaal urges the others to push faster. The rest at this moment only clutch the log tighter. On command, they push the log forward and finally manage to move the stone. Seeing the stone fall, Yor starts to rejoice loudly, and Jaal is surprised that his plan worked. One after another, the stones begin to fall rapidly down on the unsuspecting monster. Suddenly, the centipede hears some noise and rises. But the stone is already too close, and she won't have time to avoid the blow. Noticing the danger too late, she takes the blow with her head. In order to assess the result of his efforts, Yor approaches the cliff and bends down. But Stephen realizes that the tribe has failed to accomplish its task. Having received a blow to the head with a stone, the centipede only begins to scream loudly. Rockrak looks down at the enemy and is horrified that the enemy was not even slightly affected by their attack. The scale of the centipede where the blow fell broke, but the monster suffered no other damage. The lizards above notice with horror that the monster is rising. Then everyone starts rushing around trying to throw off the remaining stones. But Steven notices that it is too late for such an attack and rises from his seat. Rakrak again notices changes in his body, just like in the battle with Manun. One of the lizards notices that the log is suddenly slipping out of his hands. Rakrak felt a surge of strength again and was able to cope with the task at hand alone. Rakrak's strength had again increased so much that he was able to single-handedly throw a huge boulder into the air, greatly surprising the lizard standing nearby. After this, Yahello immediately points his hand to the third boulder while giving a command to Rakrak. The lizard immediately runs up to the indicated boulder, crouching slightly, and grabs it with both paws. From trying to lift such a large weight, our hero's muscles become very tense, and veins begin to appear on his forehead and paws. Finally, Rakrak manages to get the stone moving and pushes it forward. Now 2 huge boulders were flying down at once onto the centipede, which had almost reached the top where the defenseless lizards were. Getting closer and closer to its enemies, the centipede opens its huge mouth and begins to roar loudly. But at that moment, Rakrak, who had been under the influence of God's power until now, resolutely grabbed the spear. The lizard accelerates and jumps from the top at high speed, causing Yahello to be very surprised. While in the air, the lizard begins to aim at the target and raises the spear back, preparing to launch it. Finally taking aim, Rakrak launches his spear, which flies towards its target at great speed. After a few moments, the spear almost reaches the centipede, cutting 2 huge boulders into 2 parts. The spear hits a strange structure that was on the monster's back and breaks it, then pierces the centipede's back. Having received such a strong blow, the centipede begins to scream even louder due to the pain it is experiencing. But before the monster has time to come to his senses, a huge boulder, which he did not notice, is already hanging over him. Not having time to escape the blow, the centipede takes the boulder with its head. From such a strong blow, the centipede's whiskers and horns begin to fall off, and hemolymph flows out of the injuries and head, and at the same time, stones continue to fall from above. Receiving blow after blow, the centipede does not have time to recover, and again falls under the blow of a stone, which this time crushes it even more. Yahello watched their leader's actions from above, her mouth hanging open in surprise. Rakrak reaches the ground before his enemy and lands deftly on his paws. Still sitting in his place, Rakrak watches the centipede fall, no longer showing any signs of life. At the same time, Steven crosses his legs and rejoices that his tribe's hunt was successful. The defeated centipede lay on its back on the ground, its limbs pressed to its body, and the Rakrak tribe gradually descended to examine the fallen monster. Realizing that they have won, the remaining lizards above begin to loudly rejoice in their victory and raise their spears into the sky. Steven, watching them, was glad that faith in him had grown. But what worried him more was the new item that the system gave him as a reward for defeating the monster. Steven wanted to kill the monster precisely for the sake of this item in his hands, the essence of abomination. Special resources can be obtained through faith, but special items are used to create a completely new thing. With this essence, Steven will be able to summon an entity that will spread the word of God with its existence. Moreover, this entity can evolve, and if it is developed enough, it can obtain a special class like an avatar. Raising his hand to his face, Steven wonders if this is the same entity creation as in the game. If this is the case, then Steven needs to decide what kind of entity he will create. Yahello and several other lizards approach the body of the dead centipede. Tearing off one of the centipede's legs, Yahello asks if it can be eaten, while the other 2 lizards watch her actions with doubt. Bringing his paw to his muzzle, Yahello grabs it with his teeth and tries to bite it off. "I tried the meat." She spits it out and gives her verdict. Although it stinks, the meat is edible and doesn't taste so bad. But another lizard comes up and, tearing off a piece of meat, says that it will be difficult to eat it in this form. Thinking about this, Yahello brings his paw to his muzzle and suggests diluting the taste with something, since raw meat is not suitable. Looking up at the vines nearby, she suggests adding an edible portion of the woody vine and cooking the meat over a fire to help mask the smell. Finally, the meat was cooked with the vines, and wanting to taste it, Rakrak grabbed the meat with 2 fingers. Having tried the meat, the chief is very surprised by its taste. Continuing to chew, he replies that the meat has become soft and tasty, and Yahello explains that she was trying to cook it. When Rakrak asks her about it again, she explains that she simply tried adding some edible greens and fried it. Then, satisfied with the result, Rakrak says that he was going to throw away all the meat because of its smell, and asks Yahello to teach him how to cook too, because it is a useful skill. Yahello agrees to teach him later, and while Rakrak is about to deal with the remaining meat, he is about to tell him something. Looking at Rakrak, she says that she recently noticed that the leader of the orc tribe has his own heir. As he brought the meat to his mouth, Yahello continued to say that Rakrak would soon need an heir as well. Hearing this, the lizard does not have time to bring the meat to his mouth, and dropping it from his hands, he opens his eyes wide and looks at his interlocutor. Yahello calmly continues to say that he will grow old someday, and an heir is necessary for the stability of the tribe. Rockrak brings his hand to his face and thinks seriously about these words, asking again if she thinks he needs a partner. Looking up at the chieftain, Yahello says that if he doesn't see anyone else in that role yet, then how about her? But Rockrak continues to sit in his pose with his eyes closed and does not answer her yet. Finally, he thought it all over and, raising his head, began to tell her something. But his attention was drawn to an unknown shiny object that was behind his interlocutor. Rockrak immediately tells his interlocutor that behind her, among the ruins that were previously on the back of the centipede, something is shining. It was a golden object, something like a tablet, on which were depicted people going about their business, and below was text in an ancient language. The object immediately attracts some of the lizards, and they begin to examine it, and Rockrak assumes that it was on the back of the centipede. Without thinking twice, Ur grabs the unknown object and tries to push it into his mouth, but says that he cannot eat it, and then the wanderer replies that the object is made of gold. Hearing this, Yahello calmly replies that she saw it earlier when the craftsman showed her different types of metals. She goes on to say that if you clean it, it will shine and reflect light, and it is said to not change color or rot, which is why it is valued more than other metals. But this angers Ura, and he asks what difference it makes how valuable it is if it is soft but heavy, and moreover not fit for food, to which the wanderer jokingly suggests that he hunt deer. After this, giving the gold to the chief, the big guy rejoices and says that deer meat is sweet and very tasty, and the orcs recently told him where he can hunt them. Rockrak silently accepts the piece of gold on which there are marks from Ura's teeth, and begins to examine it. Ura turns to the chieftain and asks if he will go with them, but Rockrak politely refuses and suggests that they go alone. Looking at the gold even closer and more carefully, Rockrak thinks about the words that this metal does not rot. On the stone lay the carcass of a deer, from which blood flowed and colored the stone red. Continuing to hold the tablet in his hand, Rockrak thought that everything in the world dies and disappears, and nothing remains unchanged. But this tablet will not rot. Rockrak wonders if someone was trying to save something on it, but what exactly was being saved? The chief's thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of Yahello, who reports that the tribe is ready for sleep. Turning to Yahello, Rockrak continues to say that he never told anyone where he was going, but it's good that Yahello always knows how to find him. Suddenly she says that the only lizard she can remember who wore a fur cape was Rockrak, and surprises him with this. Rockrak lowers the sign and looks at Yahello with a surprised look and says that it was she who told him to wear the cape, and she explains that since he is the chief, she wanted to make him special. With a slight smile on her face, she replies that the tribal leader should have some kind of symbol. Looking down at his fur cape and running his fingers through the fur, Rockrak thinks about the symbol. Much time passed and night came when the deer carcass finally began to rot and attract insects. Continuing to sit in front of the carcass and holding the tablet in his hand, Rockrak comes to the conclusion that life goes hand in hand with death, and therefore the tablet will one day evaporate. But suddenly something nearby distracts Rockrak from his thoughts, and he looks up ahead. Suddenly he saw how the flies that were circling above the carcass began to draw several signs in the air. Surprised, Rockrak looked on, not looking away, and could not understand whether this was an illusion or reality. Grabbing the first stick he comes across on the ground, Rockrak simultaneously thinks that the symbol that does not rot is gold. After this, leaning on one knee, the lizard begins to move the stick along the ground. Rockrak was alone, and for a long time he continued to diligently move his stick, drawing something below. Finally, morning came, and the morning rays shone on the face of the still sleeping Yahello. But she immediately opens her eyes when she hears someone calling her from behind. As she gets up, she turns around to see Rockrak peering into her tent, causing Yahello to ask if something is wrong. But Rockrak calmly explains to her that he wants to show her something. He brings Yahello to the place where he spent the whole night, and now the two of them lean over the ground and look at it. Drawing a sign with a stick that looks like a triangle and two sticks, Rockrak says that this is it. Yahello points to the sign and asks if it means his name, but Rockrak explains that the sign means male lizard. But Yahello doesn't understand and asks him to explain. Then Rockrak draws something on the ground again and says that it is Yahello. The next sign Rockrak drew was similar to the previous one, but this one had an inverted triangle. Looking at the sign, Yahello asks if it means the lizard woman, and looking at her, Rockrak answers yes. And then he draws two more sticks between the symbols, resembling an equal sign. Yahello starts looking at the new sign thoughtfully, trying to understand what it means. But she fails to understand Rockrak's intention, and raising her head to him, she directly asks about the meaning of the symbols. Then Rockrak also looked up at her and for some time did not answer, looking into the eyes of his interlocutor. Rockrak explains that this means that they become partners. Leaning a little closer to his interlocutor's face, he replies that this is the answer to her proposal. But after this, Yahello immediately snatches the wand from Rockrak's hand, and with a slight movement she draws a circle on the ground, inside which were the previous signs. After drawing this, she asks Rockrak if he knows what it means. Rockrak only silently looks up at his interlocutor and smiles slightly. Taking his partner's hand and intertwining the ends with his tail, Rockrak answers her question affirmatively. A smile appears on Steven's face, hidden behind his mask after hearing the news that the Rockrak tribe has invented writing. Steven knows it will take several generations to create a stable writing system, but he is glad that it happened so early in the game. The boy watched Rockrak, who was hiding in the bushes with a spear, and looked somewhere ahead. Now Rockrak was hunting and noticed a small group of deer. Having waited for the right moment, Rockrak rushes at the largest deer. The other lizards watched Rockrak and rejoiced at his large catch. To the uninitiated, it's just a hunt, but competing to catch the biggest game for your partner is the lizard-like creature's way of celebrating their wedding. With the deer carcass on his shoulder, Rockrak accepted congratulations from the other lizards. But suddenly something distracts him and surprises him so much that he freezes in place. Yahello set a trap, which also caught a similarly large deer. Rockrak looked at his partner in surprise and didn't know what to say, and Steven, who was also watching this, just grinned. Talking to the orcs, Rockrak replies that sooner or later they would have had to face this monster anyway. Rockrak continues to tell the surprised orc that since their people have owned this land for a long time, they can continue to live here. The words spoken touched the orc very much, causing tears to appear in his eyes. Bowing before Rockrak, the orc begins to thank the chieftain with all his heart. Standing up straight, the orc immediately introduces his son to the leader, who will become the leader of the orcs in the future. The orc continues to say that they are more familiar with this area, and his son could lead the travelers further. He goes on to say that they used to live in the forests until they were driven out by other huge beasts and tribes. But now, thanks to Rockrak, they were able to return to their normal way of life. Hearing that the orcs will never forget his kindness, the chieftain nods his head slightly to them. While Rockrak sat and peered into the depths of the forest, someone suddenly called out to him. Someone from his tribe found footprints on the ground that they could not identify. Rockrak walked up to the tracks on the ground and, sitting down, began to examine them. He, too, failed to identify the tracks, so he turns to the Wanderer and asks if he knows who these tracks belong to. The Wanderer then suggests that they may belong to frogs that walk on two legs. But Rockrak does not hide his surprise when he learns about the existence of such creatures. The Wanderer goes on to explain that among them there are both peaceful and warlike species who are able to think and speak just like the lizards. And the Wanderer dares to assume that if they went out on reconnaissance, it means they are fighting with someone. And from the tracks, it can be seen that 5 representatives of the species passed here, which suggests that there are many more frogs than the Rockrak tribe. Hearing this, Rockrak immediately rises and orders everyone to return to the temporary camp. Rockrak returned to his camp, where there were many tents as well as pillars with torches that illuminated the area well. Frowning, Rockrak tells everyone to pitch their tents much further apart in order to take up more space. But one of the lizards turns to Yahello and asks why they would do this, and receives the answer that most likely the other tribes are larger than their tribe. Yahello advises that more scouts need to be sent, and Rockrak agrees, but asks that they ensure that everyone has an equal share of the work. After this, Yahello immediately announces that the other tribes will be watching them. And she is not mistaken, because 2 silhouettes have already noticed the lights in the night and watched from afar. A few days later, the Rockrak tribe changed locations, and fortunately, the encounter with the frogs never happened. During this time, the tribe's security had been greatly strengthened, leaving Steven doubtful that other players had made the same progress. The tribe's cattle breeding also progressed well. The tribe was also able to adapt their houses to the new environment. Steven was amazed at how quickly they were able to spread literacy within the tribe. The symbols on the stone were visible to all the lizards, and the markings on the simple map indicated the hunting grounds. Rockrak also began to record the amount of harvest collected by each lizard. Some of the lizards were happy that they had collected more than the others, while others considered their efforts insufficient and wanted to work harder. Rockrak's actions increased the tribe's productivity, which pleased Steven. Steven noticed that locust swarms were growing in the center of the continent, and the number of insects had also increased in the north. The insect race had reached level 4, and if there were other players around, Steven wouldn't have been able to even dream of such a thing. But the guy thinks that if he was called from the eastern lands, perhaps he should take another advantage from the current circumstances. Observing Rockrak, he concludes that both Rockrak's abilities and the tribe's development have reached average levels. But getting up from his seat, the guy thinks that this is only the beginning, and further on they will face dangers that they have never encountered before. Now everyone in the tribe was busy with their own affairs, and Yahello was also discussing something with Yura. But suddenly Rockrak, who was standing next to them, was distracted by another lizard, who was just running up to them. The lizard announces that they have a problem, causing everyone to have worried looks on their faces. Hearing that the frogs are coming towards them, Rockrak's face shows surprise and concern, causing him to frown slightly. Several frogs emerged from the forest, one of which had a feather decoration on its chest. Rockrak, in turn, went out to meet the frogs with Yura and Yahello. Finally seeing what the humanoid frogs are, Rockrak begins to look closely at them and something really catches his eye. Unexpectedly for himself, he notices one lizard among all the frogs. After this, Rockrak immediately wonders what the lizard is doing among the frogs and assumes that the frogs want to negotiate. The frogs had their daggers hidden in their sheaths, and the lizards standing in front were already beginning to point their weapons at the uninvited guests. The representative of the frog tribe is the first to speak and introduces himself as Shunen, son of the great chief Alroy. After this, he immediately adds that they do not want to attack humanoid lizards. Deciding that Shunen is being polite in his own way, Rockrak raises his hand in a friendly gesture. After this, Rockrak immediately introduces himself and also speaks of his unwillingness to fight the frogs, but he is determined to find out why the frogs have honored them with their visit. Shunen quickly glances at the frog standing next to him, and the frog gives Shunen an affirmative nod. After this, Shunen immediately begins to say that they came to report that the Rockrak tribe has settled in their territory. But raising his paw slightly and running his gaze over the area, Rockrak replies that he does not think that all the land belongs to the frogs, and when they first arrived, they did not see any signs indicating the boundaries. After that, he nods slightly that, frankly speaking, they didn't even try to look for them. Rockrak wanted to apologize for the misunderstanding that had arisen, and this greatly surprised the frogs. But asking for understanding, Rockrak says that in their homeland there were no such rules, and until they find a more suitable place, he asks for permission to stay here. This request greatly confuses Shunen, and he is at a loss, but Rockrak reminds him of his status as the son of the chieftain. Rockrak considered him the most worthy here, and thought that he could turn to Shunen with such a request, and hopes that he was not mistaken. Overcoming his excitement, Shunen replies that Rockrak is right, and with Shunen's future authority, such a request is feasible. But the two thugs who were behind Shunen silently listened to their conversation and did not look pleased. Looking at the uninvited guests, Rockrak understands that his guess was correct. The leader sent them here so that they could take a closer look at the lizards. Afterwards, he immediately looks away from me and frowns a little. Rockrak looks at the same lizard among the frogs, and he has many questions for them, but he should be careful. Suddenly, Rockrak turns to Shunen and says that this is not the best place for conversation, and they would be better off going to the lizard village, where the frogs can be received with all hospitality. The chief goes on to say that since their tribes agreed to peace without any strife, it is worth noting. After listening to what was whispered to Shunen, he replies that this is not the best idea. He thanks for the invitation, but he can't accept it because their tribes don't know each other well enough. But Rockrak continues to insist on his own and says that he can't just let go of someone their tribe is indebted to. Then he suggests celebrating right here, and after exchanging glances with his frogs, Shunen hesitantly replies that it is possible. While the meat was roasting on the fire, the two chieftains sat and talked about something. Now Rockrak decides to understand what kind of relationship that lizard has with the frogs and why they came here at all. But looking at Shunen, Rockrak understands that he cannot let them understand what the lizard is really thinking. Then Rockrak asks the most ordinary question: what are those feathers around Shunen's neck? Taking one feather with its paw, the frog replies that it is a cockatrice feather. Surprised, Rockrak asks again about this animal. Shunen says that Rockrak is lucky if he is not already familiar with these birds that live in this forest, walk on two legs, and are very dangerous. Cockatrices are not only very large, but also poisonous and difficult to catch, and they are also very agile. And it is because of these birds that the frogs have to keep an eye on this area, and Rockrak asks if they attack the bird with spears from afar, if it is difficult to get to them. Hearing about the spears, Shunen chuckles a little and asks what they are. But Rockrak looked at him in surprise, embarrassed by this situation, and did not answer. Then Shunen offers to show their weapons and asks to bring him a bow and arrows, and Rockrak does not voice the question of what a bow and arrow are. Suddenly, Shunen calls out to the lizard Owen and asks him to bring him a bow and arrows. Rockrak's attention was immediately drawn to this request, and now he watched with interest in his eyes. Shunen accepts the brought weapon and wants to ask Owen for another favor. Pointing at a nearby tree, Shunen asks for a target to be hung there so he can practice shooting. Rockrak continued to watch silently as Owen carried out the frog's requests. The first arrow was fired and hit the center of the target. Arms folded across his chest, Rockrak marvels at Shunen's precision. Shunen explains that they have been learning to shoot since they were children, and that he is one of the best archers in the village, which impresses Rockrak, and he asks to try the bow as well. Shunen immediately agrees and hands over his bow to the lizard. While Rockrak was trying to pick up the bow and pull the string, Shunen said that it might not work the first time. He finally manages to pull the bowstring and aim the arrow at the target, after which he notes the strength of the stick and thread. He notes that the damage and area of effect is less than that of a spear, but he can carry more arrows and then releases his first arrow. The arrow doesn't even reach the target and ends up stuck in the ground. Rockrak fires his next arrow and admits to himself that he would like to study this skill further. There were now many arrows around the target, but none of them reached it. Shunen reassures the chief that nothing will be perfect the first time and asks Owen to bring arrows. Looking at the departing lizard, Shunen sighs in displeasure. Rockrak gets up and says that he was the one who shot and should have collected the arrows himself, but Shunen is surprised by such words and asks to take this as his gesture of goodwill. As Rockrak began to walk away from Shunen, the frog looked at the other lizards with interest. Ignoring the frog's recent words, Rockrak approaches Owen. Now he bends down and also begins to collect arrows, asking again for the lizard's name, and he awkwardly confirms. Rockrak immediately notices the panic of his interlocutor, which he considers strange, and asks how the lizard ended up among the frogs. Owen continues collecting arrows and awkwardly explains that lizards and frogs live together. Rockrak turns to him and asks him directly why they live together. Owen turns to the chief and says that the two races can help each other. But upon hearing this, Rockrak's eyes widen and he asks again what kind of help he is talking about. But smiling, Owen says that this can happen, so they should continue to live in harmony. Then Rockrak asks again how two races can help each other. Rockrak listens silently to the fact that in exchange for protection, the lizards could help the frogs. Frogs can't leave the water for long, and lizards are good at collecting fruit and climbing trees, so sharing food with them in exchange for protection is a good idea. Rockrak turns his head away from his interlocutor and says that they are strong and do not need anyone's protection, and Owen objects that the forest is a very dangerous place and the tribe of frogs is the largest. Smiling, Owen admits that without them he wouldn't have been able to live to this moment. After listening to his interlocutor, Rockrak looked at him with a look full of incomprehension, and a second later his face completely changes. And gloomy, he replies that Owen should forget his words and pretend that Rockrak was asking about how to shoot a bow better. Shunen finally waited for the meat and stuffed the first piece into his mouth. Suddenly he exclaims that he was used to the taste of venison, but the addition of greens made the meat even tastier, and Rockrak, chewing his piece, is glad that Shunen is pleased. Then Rockrak asks if they have tried buffalo meat, and Shunen says that they haven't hunted them for a long time, but according to his memories, the meat was very tasty. When Rockrak reveals that they keep buffalo, Shunen's eyes widen and his mouth drops open. The lizard continues to say that they could trade one of these for several bows, and Shunen immediately wants to agree. But then one of his companions looms over him and the frog again begins to fidget and refuse. Looking at his interlocutor, Rockrak replies that it is very sad, but he himself does not seem surprised. Trying to smooth things over, Shunen says that they can discuss it when they get to know each other better. Pointing his hand to the side, Shunen reports that their tribes have gotten along with each other. Not only Owen was able to join the lizard tribe, but the frogs too, which is not surprising because two races live in the frog tribe. Suddenly, Shunen calls out to Owen, causing him to stop talking in the company. Shunen asks to tell about how their tribes have helped each other in recent months. Owen immediately rises from his seat and replies that he is glad to tell of the friendship of their peoples. Watching from the side, Rockrak finds confirmation of his assumption. This topic was approached smoothly, as if they had discussed it beforehand. And if he hadn't talked to Owen before, he might have fallen for this trick. Saying goodbye to his new acquaintances, Rockrak suggests that they come to them themselves next time, and Shunen agrees, but after listening to what they told him, he immediately refuses. When the frogs leave, Shunen raises one hand and waves to the lizards. Rockrak smiles slightly and repeats the gesture, and Yahello does the same. The lizards continue to watch and see Shunen lightly hit a frightened Owen on the shoulder. And after this, the lizard immediately turns his gaze, full of fear, back. Rockrak immediately asks his partner if she saw it, and Yahello answers positively. As Shunen looms over Owen, our heroes come to the conclusion that this does not look like a relationship between equal species. When the frog tribe returned, Owen was getting punched in the face. Shunen starts yelling at the fallen Owen, saying that he saw everything. The frog presses on the frightened lizard and asks what he said to the tribal leader. Then Owen bows down to the frogs and replies that he didn't say anything, and Rockrak only asked how to shoot a bow correctly, and Owen gave him a couple of tips. Then the frog that was nearby kicks the lizard in the side and says that he himself does not know how to shoot a bow. Clutching his bruised area, Owen replies that it is true, but he said he could in order to divert suspicion. After thinking about the lizard's words, Shunen replies that he did the right thing. Raising his head up, Owen continues to say that he pretended then that he couldn't tell him everything, and in order to learn how to shoot a bow, Rockrak should give something to the frogs in return. Leaning slightly over the lizard, Shunen asks what Rockrak said, and Owen replies that the chieftain gave up on the idea and said he had nothing to offer in return. After this, Shunen exchanges a glance with his partner. Owen bows his head and hears that nothing less was expected of him. Shunen continues to say something to the lizard, and the lizard addresses the frog as its master. Looking up and far ahead, Shunen asks if Owen remembers being on that island. Turning its head back, the lizard nods affirmatively. Behind them was a small island with two tents with someone sitting inside and two guards outside. With a nasty smile, Shunen continues to say that Owen is very lucky. The frog explains that he has long wanted to offer the little lizards as a sacrifice. But the new victims found them themselves, and there is no need for cubs yet. Shunen continues to pressure the lizard, and under pressure, he agrees to everything. Looking back at the island, the lizard says that he is very lucky. And after that, Owen decisively says that he will try to outsmart the lizard tribe. As night fell, Owen chided himself for not having known how things would turn out, and for not having tried to get here. The lizard sat on the riverbank and thought that he should have guessed everything when they were so warmly received. Or when they were dragged to the Brotherhood ceremony, or at least when they were asked to come to this island. After all, the remaining 200 lizards were not capable of fighting back against 1,500 frogs. Plus, there was a huge monster looming over them. Everyone was horrified when they saw such a colossus in front of them. Moreover, this monster had 2 heads, which according to Owen was their god, and the 2 heads of the monster were absolutely identical, and both had huge teeth, and the monster resembled a reptile. The lizards were locked in and could not escape because of a huge fence. This monster could crush the lizards with its weight, spraying the blood of the dead everywhere and staining the survivors with it. The 2-headed monster commanded the frogs just as the frogs commanded the lizards. And in Owen's opinion, this will not change and cannot be avoided. Owen remembers Rock, who looked like a strong warrior and had 600 lizards in his tribe. But according to Owen, they were just savages who didn't even know about the existence of bows and arrows. If they can sacrifice Rock's tribe, they will be able to live longer, and Owen will be able to return to his son. At the next meeting, the Rock tribe brought one of their buffalo. Shunen was delighted with the live buffalo and simply beamed with happiness. Pleased with himself, Rock smiles and reminds that he said that they have buffaloes and again offers the frogs in exchange. Shunen ponders this when Owen interjects and suggests that they should get to know each other better before exchanging resources. Turning to the lizard, Shunen agrees, and Owen continues to say that they don't know anything about the lizard tribe yet, and suggests that Rock come to them. After this, Owen smiles and says that then the frogs will be able to give them onions, and this is a good opportunity to get to know each other better. Rock fired an arrow from his bow, which simply stuck into the ground. He turns to Yahello and asks how it went this time, but she replies that the arrow only flew half its maximum distance. Looking down at his bow, Rock decides that this is the limit of their replica bow, which they were able to replicate perfectly, but not the string. Interrupting his thoughts, Yahello informs him that the 5th meeting of their tribes is about to begin, and she assumes that they want to learn as much as possible about them. Rock agrees and adds that the frogs are clearly hiding something under their trust, and may be up to some dirty trick. The problem with their tribe is that they still don't know the plans of their enemies, so they need to stay on guard. Turning to his interlocutor, the lizard says that it is time for him to achieve something at this meeting and asks if all the necessary herbs have been collected, to which he receives a positive answer. And then he thinks that it would be good if Owen became the solution to their problems. At that moment, he hears Yahello start to answer him something, and this makes him turn his gaze to her. She says they could try giving that guy a chance. At this, Rock turns to her doubtfully and thinks about her words. Owen tried to fight the hand that was clinging to his neck and said that he did exactly as he was told, but it did not help. Shunen asks his partner to leave the lizard alone, fearing that it might die from such a grip. But Oh Boy reassures him that the lizard will not die from such a grip. Meanwhile, Owen continues to say that the black-scale lizards were more cautious than he had expected. Then Oh Boy grabs the lizard by the snout and gloats that they are not as foolish as Owen's tribe, who jumped into the trap without a second thought. When Oh Boy gets tired of playing with the lizard, he pushes it away and it flies to the ground. Owen falls to his knees and clutches his throat, gasping for air as Oh Boy says goodbye to Shunen. Lost in thought, Shunen puts his paw to his muzzle and says that they should hurry. Frog continues to say that his father asked him to arrange the sacrifice ceremony as soon as possible, which greatly surprises Owen. Shunen orders Owen to get as much information as possible and bring the black-scale tribe here as soon as possible, but the lizard does not understand what the rush is for. The frog replies that the illness of his father and the elders is only getting worse, so they cannot postpone the ceremony any longer. Owen carefully asks if they are sick, it means they are infected with scabies. But the lizard did not understand how dangerous this disease was. Scratching his head, Shunen says that the lizard shouldn't know about this, but overall it's not that big of a deal. Finally, Shunen makes up his mind and admits that scabies is a dangerous disease. And if you catch this infection, you will not only itch, but your body will also be covered in white, sticky mucus. The frog says that it is impossible to wash it off, and over time it will cover the entire body. When there is too much of it, breathing problems will begin, and then death, which befell their priest yesterday. Owen learns for the first time that scabies can be fatal and doesn't understand why Shunen is telling the lizard this. After thinking for a while, Owen begins to guess that this is a test, and he shouldn't be happy or surprised. Placing his hand to his chin, Owen replies that the lizards must not know about this. After all, there will be those among the lizards who will mock the frogs for this, and Shunen agrees with him, but admits that they will not be able to hide it forever. Then Owen replies that it is possible to change the lizard's reaction, to tell them that they can get it too. Shunen admits the idea is good, but notes that the mange does not spread to lizards. Owen replies that there is a herb in the forest that produces a white sap when broken and can cause itching. Because Owen comes into frequent contact with frogs, he is willing to tell the other lizards that he has contracted frog mange. Shunen comes closer to the lizard, and putting his hand on his shoulder admits it's a good idea, and says that he didn't doubt the cunning Owen. And after that, the frog begins to whisper that if Owen manages to bring the Blackscale tribe here, then he and his family will be freed from their fate forever. Hearing this, Owen immediately becomes happy and begins to thank his smiling owner. Continuing along the river, Shunen mentions that they will need more sacrifices this time, so Owen should try to bring them all here. But Owen interrupts his master and wants to ask him for a request, which the lizard thinks might be a little difficult. Scratching the back of his head, Owen awkwardly says that he thinks that in order to successfully negotiate, they should still give a few bows to the Blackscale tribe. Shunen seems to be unhappy with these words as the corners of his mouth begin to pull down, creating a displeased grimace. A new day dawned, on which the fifth meeting of the two tribes took place. Suddenly, Yer grabs some flat object and, knocking on it, tells one of the frogs that the object is very strong, but the frog is surprised by such material. At the same time, Rock was talking to Shunen and pointing to bags of grass that could be used to treat scabies. He asks directly if this is not enough to exchange for a bow, and Owen notes that the lizards have collected all the medicinal herbs in the area. After thinking about it, Shunen replies that it is not a matter of quantity at all. Frog believes that exchanging weapons requires a certain amount of trust between the tribes, which they don't have yet. Leaning his head on his hand, Rock looks down and says under his breath that the conversations are always about trust. But suddenly an unexpected thought comes to him, which makes him raise his stern gaze forward. In order to strengthen the trust between their tribes, Rock asks Shunen to fulfill one of his requests. Gesturing towards Owen, Rock says that he would like to speak with the lizard one-on-one. Hearing this, some of the frogs turn to look at Owen, and a satisfied smile appears on Shunen's face. Shunen agrees almost immediately, and Owen also looks like he's only too happy to talk to the chief. The two lizards headed deeper into the forest where no one would disturb them. At this time, Owen explains that their gray-brown lizards went through a brotherhood ceremony before becoming part of the tribe. Owen went on to say that before this, they had become more closely acquainted with the frogs. After this, Owen smiles and asks Rock to tell about himself, and then Owen too will be as open as possible to the lizards. With his arms outstretched, Owen continues to say that Rock must agree that they should put aside their mistrust and take a step towards each other, but at that moment, Rock's attention is distracted by a blue butterfly. The butterfly flies up to Owen and lands on his head, surprising the lizard. Owen finds the butterfly strange and brushes it away, but Rock immediately understands the sign from his god. This brings a slight smile to his face. After this, Rock agrees that there is mistrust between them that needs to be ended. Pointing his hand at the blue butterfly, Rock wants to tell the lizard everything about his tribe. Shunen, Owen, and Oh Boy were in the same place as always, but unlike previous encounters, this time the lizard was not beaten, but praised for the work he had done. Shunen, full of delight, asks if the lizards really agreed to come here, and Owen gives a positive answer. Oh Boy inserts his phrase about how he thought it was a trap when the lizards called them to their village, but they really turned out to be fools. Now the frogs know the location of their settlement and even the lizards' knowledge of healing. The scouts reported that there were approximately 600 individuals in their settlement, but in reality, there were only 300 lizards and 30 warriors. Shunen continued to say that he didn't expect the lizards to trust them so easily, but Owen played his part in this. Suddenly, the frog turns to Owen and asks what he would like as a reward, but Owen awkwardly says that what he was promised will be enough for him. But Shunen, having forgotten his words, asks again, and Owen replies that he promised that Owen's children would never go to sacrifices, and that he would be able to live with the children. Oh Boy is unhappy with such a promise, but Shunen asks his friend not to get angry, and says that his father will understand him. Besides, one cannot always be strict with the lizards, but show that, led by the frogs, pleasant things await them. Shunen turns to the lizard and asks him not to worry, promising that he will remember his promise. After this, Owen is left alone again and still looks at the small island nearby just as before. In his heart, the lizard is happy that now he will be able to live with the children as he wanted. He continues to reassure himself that this is enough for him and that he should not have any problems left. Not wanting to get into trouble, he says that everything else is the problem of the stupid lizard chief. Remembering Rock, Owen takes the stick in his hand and begins to draw something in the sand. Owen thinks Rock should have been more careful, remembering how he showed them their writing. When Owen asked about the marks on the ground, Rock explained that they were letters that his tribe had invented. Rock begins to teach the lizard a little of their writing and shows what some of their symbols mean. By drawing a cross, he says that it means denial. Drawing another letter next to it, which resembled a check mark, he says that this means a lie. Looking at the letters, Owen asks if it is possible to write two letters next to each other, and Rakrak says it is possible. By drawing two icons side by side, Owen says that they do not form a lie, but rather the truth. Rakrak is delighted by this and admits that he hadn't thought about it and thinks Owen is very smart, but he says that it's easy for him. As he sat next to Rakrak, he suddenly remembered Shunen calling him a sly one. But when there was a brief silence between the lizard and the chief, Owen remembers that Rakrak did not tell the frogs about his writing, but why he decided to tell Owen about it. Suddenly, Rakrak lowers his hand to the ground again and says that it's all about trust. Drawing a circle in the sand, Rakrak admits that the trust that is formed between his tribe and the frogs of Alroy does not actually bother him as much as the trust between him and Owen. These words surprise Owen very much, and for some time he looks at Rakrak without looking away. But when he comes to his senses, he turns away and says that he shouldn't say that. But Rakrak interrupts him and says that he does not believe his words about frogs, and that there is probably a completely different meaning hidden behind them. Recalling the beginning of his journey, Rakrak says that his tribe is familiar with pain and they know what it is like to be lost and afraid. Looking directly at his interlocutor, Rakrak continues to say that they are the same as him, and they know suffering firsthand. Hearing this, Owen turns away and quietly gasps, covering his face with his hand. Rakrak asks if he is mistaken, but Owen wants to change the subject and asks if the chieftain has anything else to say. But Rakrak turns away slightly and only says that he has already noticed glimmers of faith in them. Owen acknowledges Rakrak's self-confidence, but believes that he still cannot defeat the frog tribe and their faith. You can't be sure of victory if you haven't seen the monster. Moreover, they didn't even know about the bow and arrow, not to mention the secret weapon of the frog warriors. Continuing to look at the island, the lizard thinks that telling him about the letters was a stupid decision. As he gets up, he continues to think that Rakrak trusted him in vain. Owen thinks he can't be trusted, but then why did Rakrak believe in him? After all, in Owen's opinion, he was the most simple deceiver and cunning person. In the morning, the letters that Owen had left at night were trampled by frogs who were in a hurry to meet the tribe of Black Scales. Rakrak finally arrived at the village with his warriors. Shunen comes out to them and begins to greet them joyfully, and Rakrak thanks him for their hospitality. Rakrak continues to say that he hopes today's meeting will deepen the relationship between their tribes, which Shunen agrees with. Rakrak asks not to worry about their weapons, as they were simply worried about meeting a cockatrice on the way here. Shunen replies that it's nothing, but in reality he thinks they are idiots who wouldn't be able to defeat the bird with their sticks anyway. Rakrak remembers Owen and looks around, asking where he is, and Shunen replies that he is preparing for the banquet. Shunen finally manages to find Owen, who is drawing something on the ground, and assumes that he is thinking about where the lizards would be best placed. After this, the frog asks them to go to Owen and say hello to him, while Shunen himself will check the readiness of the food. Owen, who continued to draw something on the ground, suddenly hears a voice behind him calling the lizard. Turning around, he sees Rakrak in front of him, who has already arrived with the tribe and reports that he has marked their places. As Owen continues to say that when the lizards sit down in their places, the feast will begin, Rakrak looks down in surprise and a little wary. Each of the places was marked with a lie, and Owen said that the feast would be the beginning of friendship and peace between their tribes. Turning to Yor, Rakrak reaches for the skull that was on his back. Pulling his helmet onto his head, he orders everyone to begin. Yor immediately begins to carry out the order and swings his spear. He accurately hits one of the frogs with his spear, which was holding a bow, and such a sudden attack shocks the frogs. The archers who were nearby were horrified to see how the spear entered their partner's chin and peeked out from the top of his head. Rakrak firmly orders that all frogs be destroyed, after which his warriors set off into battle. The frogs were so surprised by the sudden attack that they had no time to defend themselves from the spears. The fallen frogs asked Owen before they died if he knew about it. The blood of the enemy splashed in all directions and painted the muzzle and skull of the Cancer red. Walking slowly through the village and looking at the corpses, Rakrak believed that they had killed everyone, and Yor also confirmed that they had done so. But while they were attacking the warriors, many of the frogs had escaped, and with them Shunen, so they would soon have to face the shooters. Yor says that even though everything is going according to plan, they could use some arrows right now. Then Rakrak decides to turn to Owen, who was next to the chief the whole time. Turning his head back slightly, Rakrak dryly says that he has a request for the lizard. The archers were drawing their bowstrings with arrows whose tips were smeared with something purple. Shunen stood at the head of the lizards and was outraged at how things turned out with this lizard Owen. He turns sharply to a nearby frog and asks if he has conveyed Shunen's orders, and he answers in the affirmative. The frogs decide that in order to win, all the warriors in the village must attack the lizards, and their lizards will have to remain in the village until the warriors arrive there. After this, Shunen cries out loudly, calling his warriors to him. With his hand outstretched, Shunen says that they need to attack the lizard men until reinforcements arrive, so he orders them to attack when ready. After this, a rain of arrows immediately flew towards the lizards, which were soaked in the poison of poisonous frogs, which caused terrible torment with just one touch. Upon seeing an enemy attack, the lizards are immediately given the command to hide behind their shields from arrows. The arrows hit the metal plates and immediately bounce off them, naturally without causing any damage. From this, the frogs and Shunen opened their mouths and eyes wide. The frogs found it hard to believe that their arrows were easily blocked. Holding one of the plates in his hands, Rockrak thoughtfully says that they are capable of withstanding spears, not to mention arrows, and Yor again admires these wonderful things. But Shunen decides to ignore the shields and continue firing at the enemy, as they cannot allow the lizards to advance. But suddenly a strange smoke appears in the air, and this immediately distracts Shunen. Looking around the area, the frog could not understand where the strange smoke came from. But when he looks back towards the enemy, he realizes that the lizards have disappeared because of the smoke, which means the accuracy of the frog's shots will also drop. While Shunen was in the field wondering where the smoke was coming from, someone continued to set fire to the tree. Owen was the cause of the arson, and his comrades behind him did not understand why the lizard was setting the village on fire. But when the lizard is asked about the club in his hand, he looks at it and replies that they were given them on Shunen's orders. But the lizards only become more indignant because they do not understand how Shunen could order the village to be burned. But looking somewhere far ahead, Owen replies that it was Rockrak who asked him for a favor. The lizards are again surprised by the words of their friend, but now there is more distrust and anger on their faces than shock and fear. But Owen calmly tells them that they must trust him, and the Blackscale tribe will be able to defeat the frogs. But with their clubs in hand, the lizards continue to be outraged at how ordinary lizards can stand up to frogs and how they can trust the deceiver Owen. As he continues to burn the village, Owen calmly replies that this is why they should trust him. It is precisely because he is a cunning man who was not afraid to risk everything he had. Hearing this, the lizards are surprised and later lower their gaze down to the ground. Thanks to Owen's courage, they too decide to risk everything they have left and set their clubs on fire. Shunen stood and looked far ahead, and in his eyes one could see despair mixed with surprise and hopelessness. From afar, he watched his home village burn and couldn't understand how Owen could do such a thing. After this, the frog frowns and says that they need to retreat, explaining that the lizards in the village also betrayed them. Shunen turns sharply to the others and loudly says that the enemy currently has the advantage, which is why they need to retreat. When Shunen hears that their warriors will be killed in this case, he is furious at these idiots who do not understand that if the direct heir falls into danger, then the whole tribe will end. But the frogs cannot resist the order and begin to retreat, laying down their weapons. Suddenly, one of the frogs asks Shunen if they will go to Oh Boy, his warrior, but Shunen remains silent. Afterwards, he turns his head to the side and thinks about the fact that he has no doubt in Oh Boy's fighting skills. But looking at the small island, he believes there is a more effective way to get rid of the lizards. Oh Boy stood on the other bank and watched from afar as their village burned. He frowns and asks if Mr. Shunen is fighting in the lower part of the village and receives confirmation of his words. He begins to calculate his warriors because, as he remembers, there was a detachment of warriors near the place of the feast, and later they sent 5 more to find out what was going on. But most likely, everyone is already dead. Now there are 15 warriors left on the island and 4 or 5 on the island. There are 10 with Oh Boy, and together with the warriors of the upper part of the village, there are only 45, which indicates a numerical advantage on the side of the frogs. One of the frogs pulls an arrow towards a small frog that was hidden in a pouch on his belt. Oh Boy ordered the frogs to coat the arrows with poison, and when Shunen arrived, they would go into battle. Suddenly, Oh Boy notices movement in the forest and, pointing his bow there, orders everyone to get ready to shoot. But when he got into a fighting stance, he was surprised by how nervous he felt now. He experiences the same feeling as when meeting a cockatrice, and his instincts tell him that there is danger ahead. As soon as the frogs see the enemy, they immediately start shooting at him. But almost immediately, they look up and look at their enemy with horror. Drake, with Joel on his back, deftly caught the enemy arrow and calmly chewed it. Joel immediately reports that Manun has only grown stronger in these lands, but the lizard behind him wonders if the Drake's arrows will hit him. But looking at the Drake, who spat out the arrow as if nothing had happened, she says that he tries to eat everything that flies near his mouth. As soon as Manun's mouth is free of debris, his pupils immediately become narrower and he begins to loudly growl at his enemies. Looking at the frogs, who have crouched on the ground and have put away their bows, Jowl informs his pet that there is a whole feast for him here. One of the frogs panics and reports that the arrows are not working, but Oh Boy noticed this without him. Oh Boy gets the idea to shoot in the eyes, but he immediately abandons it when a more effective one comes to mind. The angry Manun immediately rushes at his enemies, opening his mouth wide. Both manage to dodge the beast's jaws, but his partner doesn't have time to react as quickly. Looking back, he sees the Drake grabbing onto the frog's body and most likely biting off its head. Looking into the eyes of the predator, he decides that this monster is no match for the cockatrice. and the drake is much faster, which makes it impossible to aim for the eyes. Then he decides to get the poison not in the eyes but in the mouth, and throws his frog at the drake. Without thinking twice, Manhwa immediately grabs the treat and swallows it. Oh Boy orders to throw his frogs into the mouth of the monster, who is ready to devour everything. In addition, he cannot have protection from the poison, and one after another the frogs begin to throw out their little frogs. Drake deftly grabs each of them without even missing a single one. Zhao looks down and wonders about the enemy's actions, and the lizard behind him directly answers that he and the frogs from the bags are thrown into Manhwa's mouth. While Manhwa licks his lips in pleasure, Zhao doesn't understand why they are giving up their weapons. But when she realizes what the enemy's plan was, a grin appears on her face, signifying superiority over the enemy. When Oh Boy hears that their poisoning plan was a failure from the start, he is overcome with horror and fear. Manhwa the predator looks at the frogs below who are unable to resist him. Without thinking twice, he attacks Oh Boy and biting off his head gets dirty in the blood of his prey. One of the frogs in the village hid in the bushes and aimed at its target. He releases an arrow that flies into the head of Rak, who did not see his opponent. But by turning slightly, he easily breaks the arrow with his tail and does not look like he was caught off guard. Yor kills the archer with a blow to the head and counts another dead. Addressing Rak, he says that most likely he was the last warrior, and Shunin abandoned his tribe and ran away. But looking at the lizards who were the frog, he continues to say that it was because of this that they became bolder and began to attack the frogs. Rak frowns slightly at this and replies that they have no right to judge the lizards for this. Yor turns to look at the leader with interest as he continues to express his thoughts. Rak found it strange that despite all the tribe's problems, Chief Alroy never showed up. Hearing this statement from the leader of his tribe brings a smile to Stephen's face. The guy admits to himself that this happened because of him. There is a fungal disease that can infect amphibians, is highly contagious, fatal, and has a long incubation period. What was important was that it infects the mucous membrane of amphibians and was very difficult to find. But around the time Rak decided to leave their holy land, Stephen managed to find that disease. Hundreds of kilometers from the tribe, he found a frog that had died from the disease. And then Stephen was able to transport her to a distant lake thanks to countless wasps and other insects. Some of the insects flew straight into the frog village. And when the insects found their targets, they dropped their cargo on them, which is why the tribe's leader later suddenly disappeared. As night fell on the earth, the frogs lit torches and beat their drums. Below, little baby lizards sat in tears, their hands tied and frightened. Even an attempt at a sacrifice to heal did not help Alroy. As if his mind had already gone cloudy, Alroy called out to his two-headed god. The frogs asked to accept their offerings and show the lizards all their divine power. The frog continued to ask for all the lizards to be destroyed when a body with two heads and angry glowing eyes appeared in the water. When Shunin arrived on the island, he was surprised that his father had already begun the ritual and was glad that the frogs would win. Suddenly, someone calls out loudly to Rak, which makes the lizard turn his gaze to the side from which the noise came. Owen, who was trying to catch his breath, came running to him in a hurry. Turning to the lizard, Rak says that he did a great job, but does not understand why there is such a rush. Then Owen screams that they urgently need to go to the island in the middle of the lake. Rak asks what is on that island and is told that there are lizard children there who will soon be sacrificed to God. Owen's voice only grew louder as panic set in, and he managed to finish his sentence nervously. He continues to tell Rak, who only looked at his interlocutor with his eyes, that God could not heal the frogs, but he will try to attack them, and Rak's warriors may not have enough strength to defeat the monster. But Rak turns around and calmly says that Owen should have told him about this earlier, because the frogs had already swam away and arrived on the island. Owen then suggests that they swim, but Rak towers over him and looking gloomy says that it is too dangerous because they will be attacked while they are trying to reach the island and will be defenseless. Hearing the refusal, tears begin to flow from the lizard's eyes, but he does not give up trying to persuade the leader. Owen has no choice but to fold his hands in front of him and announce that his son is there and is about to be sacrificed. Hearing such unexpected news, Rak's eyes open slightly and one can see growing anger in them. Giving in to his anger, the chief immediately punches Owen in the face so hard that he immediately flies away. Beginning to lash out at Owen with insults, Rak shows his teeth and says that he should have trusted him earlier. Covering his mouth with his hand, from where blood was coming out, Owen listened to the angry speech of the chieftain about how he did not believe in the god of these frogs, and he was sure that they could defeat him, and even Rak himself would show the strength capable of defeating God. But having calmed down a little, Rak lowers his hand and clenches his fist tighter. Gritting his teeth, Rak wonders why, for the sake of his own child, Owen didn't tell him about this sooner. When Yahello returned to Manhwa, she saw Owen crying in front of their leader. But after that, she immediately raises her head and looks somewhere into the distance. She notices a small island from which loud sounds have begun to come. Suddenly, something big appears out of the water, creating an equally big splash of water. Seeing his god, Alroy raises his hands up and begins to rejoice. Now the two-headed lizard rose from the water and looked down on all the animals. Pointing to the bound lizards, Alroy asks to accept his gift. Raising his hands above his head, the chief asks that the black-scaled lizards be punished for daring to disturb the Lord's lake. Seeing the offering, the snake opens its huge mouth and reveals huge, sharp fangs. Owen, who was sitting on the other side of the hand and saw the frog god, decided that he was now too late. He lowers his head, realizing his helplessness and stupidity, and Rakrak and Jaol look ahead at the islet. Looking at the two-headed giant snake, Rakrak wonders if they should try, since they don't even have an advantage this time. No tricks will help them, and most likely there will be losses in their ranks. But suddenly the flow of his thoughts is interrupted by a familiar light nearby. Rakrak turns around in surprise at the blue butterfly that was flying forward. After this, Rakrak quietly turns to Owen, who fell to his knees and continued to sob. When Rakrak asks him to look, the lizard raises his head and looks forward with his eyes that were filled with bitter tears. While he looked in surprise at the huge creature that appeared in front of them, which very much resembled a praying mantis, Rakrak turns slightly to Owen and asks if the lizard believes in miracles. Looking at their two-headed god, the frogs began to praise the creature that had come. Pointing to the small lizards that were trembling, Alroy asked God to accept their offering. But suddenly the snake stops looking at the animals below and raises its head in front of itself, looking far ahead. Shunen notices the inaction of their god and, surprised by the strange behavior, looks up at the two-headed snake. After this, he decides to turn his head in the same direction as the snake, asking what god is waiting for them. And turning around, he sees a huge creature which was larger than their god watching them. As the praying mantis began to approach closer, one of the snake's heads began to hiss at its enemy. The loud noise attracts the attention of the frogs, and now Alroy turns back, and Shunen's face shows fear and horror. Seeing the huge creature towering above them, the frogs begin to scream and back away. When Stephen finished summoning the creature, it looked like a praying mantis. A fourth-level minor race, a minimum level of divinity and faith, and an essence of abomination allowed the player to create his own creature. The two-headed snake decides to attack first and, opening its mouth wide, aims at the mantis's head. But the mantis grabs the head with its limb and forcibly closes it, surprising the snake with its strength. While he was holding one of the heads, the other began to hiss at him, and the frogs tried to run in different directions and escape. In the confusion, the snake crushes some of the frogs, and Shunen tries to drag his father away and save him. But Alroy's mind began to leave him from the sight that opened before his eyes. The second head of the snake decides to pounce on the praying mantis, while some of the frogs still believe that their god will win. But the mantis strikes with its other free limb and cuts the snake's head in two. Suddenly, the praying mantis turns to the snake and says that the water snake must realize how insignificant he is. At the same time, Alroy and Shunen watched in horror as one of their god's heads was chopped off and his blood spilled around the area. The mantis turns his attention back to the first and last head of the snake and decides to present it to his creator. He wants to help the water snake atone for his guilt and begins to slowly dig his sharp limb into his neck, from where blood immediately appears. When the mantis has managed to grab onto the head strongly enough, it tears it off with force and lifts it up over the snake. The mantis believed that the death of the water serpent would allow him to atone for his sins and his stupidity. Shunen and Alroy sat near the fallen serpent, watching the creature illuminated by the moonlight. The two-headed monster was level 4 and had good strength characteristics, and its habitat was unknown. Shrathis, who was at the 11th level, had characteristics that were much superior to the snake, and his strength exceeded that of the snake by almost 100 points. Seeing the victory over the snake, the lizards from the Blackscale tribe began to rejoice, and Owen continued to cry next to Jaol, who put her paw on his shoulder. Stephen came to take a closer look at the scale of the battle, and it all seemed incredible to the guy. The snake looked quite strong, but it was far from Shrathis, who was accidentally given a skill of great strength. But despite this, Stephen is sure that the weak enemy did not reveal the snake's potential. For killing the snake, the system rewards Stephen with the essence of an evil spirit. Due to the circumstances, the guy thinks he's very lucky. When Stephen decides to find out the snake's habitat, a smile appears on his face from understanding the situation. It turns out that the snake's true habitat is seawater, but in the lake it was fresh, which is why he could not use all his strength. A river habitat would be very useful, but it will come in handy later, not now, so Stephen puts it off. As the frogs swam away from the island, the blood turned the water red, moving further and further. Alroy kept looking up, constantly wondering how this could have happened. Turning a sad gaze to his father, Shunen notes that he is weak due to the scabies. This happened because of the power of the two-headed monster, with the appearance of which the leader began to rely on this creature in everything, and all the warriors hid behind God, after which Shunen also became a coward, which he admits to himself. Turning to Stephen, the mantis reports that his will has been fulfilled, and the guy praises his creature. And then Stephen adds that the mantis can rest until next time. As he disappears, the mantis says that when the time comes, he will once again submit to the will of his creator. With the snake defeated and the mantis gone to rest, Steven decides that all is well now. But looking at Rockrak, the guy wonders if the leader will stop there. The frogs were heading to the upper village in boats, and since the island was now empty, the lizards could simply swim across it. Turning to his tribe, Rockrak enthusiastically says that today they will win and asks if there is a lizard who could lead them to the frog village. Owen immediately offers his candidacy, explaining that his son is on the island whom he wants to see, and the lizard is not tired anyway. But suddenly someone else volunteers, causing Rockrak to immediately shift his gaze from Owen forward. Turning to Rockrak, the other gray-brown lizards also ask to be allowed to help the black-scale tribe. But Rockrak calmly replies that the lizards cannot fight with such wounds. Moreover, they are not warriors, but they object to him that they were warriors before, and not only warriors are capable of killing frogs. It may be dishonorable, but the lizards came here to indiscriminately kill the frogs that had ignited the flames of hatred in them for a long time, and Rockrak inspired them to fight and move on. Looking at the lizards in surprise, Rockrak says that they are upset. And in tears they answer him that they are in despair because of all those loved ones they have lost and for whom they must avenge. After listening to the desperate lizard, Rockrak calmly gives his consent. Rockrak raises his hand and tells the former slaves that they have a right to be angry, and that anyone who wants revenge can follow him. There was a target lying on the grass near the tree, and one arrow had already hit it. Shunen cheerfully stated that with a little more practice, Rockrak would be on par with their warriors, but the lizard did not understand why, in the opinion of his interlocutor, he was not good enough since he had already hit the target. When Rockrak hands over the bow, Shunen tells him that shooting skill is not the main thing, and the lizard has strength and accuracy, but he spends too much time on a shot. Rockrak asks if it would be better to aim for the enemy's weak points instead of randomly firing, and Shunen laughs slightly at this and replies that in combat the target will move. First, you should slow down or stop the victim and only then finish him off. Rockrak agrees with the statement, and Shunen asks to remember his advice. Suddenly, Shunen declares that if they can establish friendship between the tribes, he will teach Rockrak how to make bows. And Rockrak smirks slightly at this. Pointing to the bow, Shunen says that all the materials are very simple and any lizard can get them. Suddenly, Rockrak remembered that conversation and wondered what that strange feeling was that he felt then. Now his entire tribe was swimming across the lake while Rockrak was thinking about that conversation. When they almost reach the island, Rockrak decides to find out from Shunen personally. When Owen emerges from the water, he immediately rushes forward. When he sees his son, he immediately rushes to him, and hugging each other, they both begin to cry. But Owen wasn't the only parent who was happy to see their living child. Others also hugged their children and cried with them. Taking off his fur cape and skull, Rockrak tells Yura to send the wounded and children by boat, and he himself goes with them. After this, Rockrak says that Yura must move the gray lizards to the lower part of the village in order to cause unrest among the enemies. Yura guesses that the leader wants to attack the enemy from two sides, but Rockrak asks not to rush, and when he has already attracted the attention of the frogs, they will be able to swim across with the warriors and attack. Yura finally asks if everything will go well, and Rockrak reassures him that there are now fewer frogs, and the lizards have a new divine blessing. The chief continues to say that their dark scales are difficult to see in the water under the moonlight, and after that he draws a clear conclusion to everything that has been said. The frogs are finished. While the village was burning, many frogs panicked and tried to run away and escape the fire. Alroy and his defenders were also panicking and could not understand where the lizards came from. Looking up, the tribal leader looked at his enemies with horror. A spear flies into one of the frogs and its impact sprays blood everywhere. While the lizards were attacking the frogs, they tried to call for help, but no one could help them. Rockrak swings his spear, the radius of which is so large that it hits two frogs at once. When he has dealt with one of the frogs, he looks at the rest with a predatory look. Even in this situation, Alroy continues to call upon his god, asking him to save him in exchange for all the sacrifices he has made. But Rockrak immediately lunges towards the leader and thrusts his spear forward. The lizard's spear hits the frog's head straight from where a pile of blood now pours out. As Rockrak pulls out his spear, the chieftain's now soulless body begins to fall backwards. Rockrak indifferently replies that their god is no longer here. Shunen, hiding somewhere, listened in horror as the lizards continued to hunt the remaining frogs. While the others try to find him, the frog clutches his bow in his hands and thinks that there were more of them and that they had poisoned weapons. Shunen's father can no longer lead the warriors, and the lizards are resistant to poison, so arrows are no obstacle to them. Shunen didn't know what to do in this hopeless situation, and because of this, he began to feel more and more panicked. But having decided to look out from his hiding place, he does not notice how they have already crept up on him from behind. Rockrak, who was able to find the frog, turns to his prey, which frightens Shunen to the point of horror. Turning around, Shunen falls to the ground and screams in fear. Seeing the frog fall to the ground, Rockrak asks if Shunen is not a warrior. Demanding to raise his weapon, Rockrak says he will be merciful and let Shunen die a warrior, but the frog begs for mercy. Shunen timidly looks up at the lizard and asks about their friendship, saying that he is not at all angry at the Rockrak tribe. Rockrak pretends to think about this phrase when Owen arrives, and Shunen justifies himself by saying that the two-headed monster threatened them too. Then, pointing to his bow, Shunen offers to reveal the secret to Rockrak. The lizard asks about the secret, and Shunen promises to tell how to make a bow, since Rockrak was interested in the materials. Interested in the frog's offer, Rockrak asks what they made their bows from, and Shunen replies that they made them from sinew. When Rockrak hears that these are tendons from the back, he noticeably darkens, his pupils narrow, and the Aruka that was holding the bow squeezes the object tighter. Looking from the frog to the bowstring, Rockrak asks what kind of creature's tendons they used. But upon hearing this question, Shunen's gaze became filled with hopelessness and horror, and he hesitantly replied that they were the tendons of the lizards. Hanging his head lower, Shunen realizes that he has literally dug his own grave. Tilting his head slightly to the side, Rockrak dryly answers the frog that he understood him. After this, the lizard stretches out his hand and opens the tent. Rockrak calmly says that they hold no grudge against each other and the lizard has won, so he accepts Shunen's deal. Looking at the frog, Rockrak replies that Shunen must run. As the frog leaves the tent, he casts a cautious glance at the lizard, fearing that he will be attacked from behind. But this does not happen, and Shunen immediately begins to run away into the forest. At this, Owen frowns and asks if the chief will allow him to escape. But as he prepares his bow to fire, Rockrak replies that everything is fine. Drawing his bowstring, Rockrak takes aim at the fleeing Shunen. And then he explains that he just needed a moving target, and a frog was perfect for that role. Tied to a tree was the corpse of a frog, whose chest had already been pierced with arrows many times, and whose head also had several arrows in it. In those days, Rockrak practiced intensively with the bow. Owen smiles at the chief and says that he shoots much better now and the arrows fly correctly. But Rockrak replies that even if the bowstring is made of a different material, as soon as you pull it tighter, it immediately breaks, so it would be nice to make it stronger. To this, Owen objects that under current conditions, they will not be able to find better materials, and Rockrak sadly says that it is time to leave this forest. Turning his gaze to his interlocutor, Rockrak says that winter is approaching, and this is the habitat of buffalo, who will move to warmer places in search of food. Remembering something, Rockrak asks if Owen went hunting today. When Rockrak's arrow hits its target again, Owen answers his question in the affirmative. Owen says they've taken care of the frogs that were roaming the area, and there won't be any problems with the supply of material for a while. Drawing another arrow, Rockrak is pleased with what he heard. The arrow he shot then hit Shunen right in the paw. From the strong and unexpected pain, the frog immediately begins to scream and immediately flies down. Unable to stand on his paws, Shunen falls, and it can be seen that the arrow is stuck in his paw. As soon as the Shunen fell, enraged gray-brown lizards immediately rushed at him. The frog could only lie on the ground and watch his enemies in horror. Owen approaches him and stabs him in the chest with a knife. When he takes out the knife, he gets dirty in someone else's blood, and the frog's body falls limply to the ground. Suddenly, Owen asks Rockrak if Alra is his target. But turning to his interlocutor, Rockrak replies negatively that the frog was wounded just as badly as Shunen, and his bones will suffer the same fate as Shunen, whose skull Owen now wore. Owen continues to share interesting things from this hunt, while his son hides behind a tree nearby and Jaol approaches. Jaol immediately notices the boy and, approaching from behind, bends down and looks at him with interest. Suddenly, she starts talking to him, which really scares Ian, and he screams. The cub falls to the ground in fright, and Jaol asks what he's doing here and if he has anything to say to Rockrak. But immediately after her question, she notices the object that Ian dropped. She reaches for the object, and now the boy looks more excited. When she lifts the figurine, she sees that their god has been carved out of the wood. When Jaol showed the figure to Rockrak, he immediately recognized their keeper. The chief continues to look with interest at the thing in Jaol's hands and praises its quality. The boy stood and listened to the leader's words about how the figurine was beautiful and made very well. Hearing this, a smile blossoms on the boy's face and a light blush appears on his cheeks. Afterwards, Ian announces his intention to give the figurine to the chieftain, but Rockrak hesitates before accepting the gift. Then Owen turns to him and says that everything is fine, because among the children from the village, exchanging objects is a common practice. Jaol turns to the boy and asks if there are many other children like him in the village, and the boy enthusiastically answers yes. After this, he turns back to Rockrak and begins to talk about the keeper. According to the boy, the keeper saved them because he is a great and kind creature. Hearing such words about their guardian, Jaol and Rockrak exchange glances. Turning to Owen, Rockrak regrets that he only has one of these, but his interlocutor suggests looking for more in the village. Rockrak agrees and adds that he is ready to pay any price or exchange it for something. But wanting to return to their conversation, Rockrak asks again what Owen was talking about then. Owen recalls his story and reports that in the cave where the frogs were hiding, he discovered something strange. Hearing this, Rockrak and Yahello look at their interlocutor in surprise. Sometime later, Owen took them to the place, informing them that the frogs used that entrance as a shelter. When a cave appeared in front of them, Rockrak asked if this was the one Owen was talking about, and the lizard answered in the affirmative. When they entered, Rockrak immediately noticed a blue butterfly, and Owen continued to tell that when they entered, everyone was already killed. When the lizards finally arrived at the place, Rockrak and Yahello looked ahead in surprise, and Owen turned to them and asked if it all looked very suspicious. They stood in front of what looked like a door in the wall with something carved into it. The lizards were fascinated by how something so detailed could be engraved on such a hard stone. Looking down, Yahello says it reminds her of something, and Rockrak agrees, saying it looks like the one the centipede had on its back. The discovery greatly interested Stephen, who had been watching everything, and he assumed that this was an entrance to ancient ruins. There are many ancient ruins that allow you to gain knowledge, discover wonders, and obtain items with specific functions or demonic items. But with such a low level of civilization development, even if the Rockrak tribe masters the ancient knowledge, it will not matter much. Ruins can create or alter special resources, and they are also fixed in place and of less value to Rockrak because he is a nomad. The chances of finding a unique relic were slim, and Stephen hoped that these were not the ruins of an ancient castle. Finally, the lizards who were trying to open the door managed to do so. After this, a bright bluish light appeared, which seemed to circle around one point. The door opened, and the light that came inside illuminated the ancient ruins and many staircases. Rockrak and a small detachment decided to follow inside and went down the stairs. Looking down, Yahello reports that it's deep, and they'll have to climb all the stairs, and Rockrak wonders how nice it would be if they could just jump down. Yahello then asks if he will pray to God. But Rockrak replies that he does not want to bother their god with trifles. Suddenly, somewhere to the side, Rockrak begins to hear a strange sound, which attracts the lizard's attention. To the side in the shadows, there was someone whose eyes glowed in the dark. When strange furry animals emerged from the shadows, the lizards assumed they were rats. Rockrak wonders why the rats are hissing so loudly, and Yahello explains that it is a nutria. After this, Rockrak recognizes the animals but is still surprised by their size. And now the nutria seemed enraged, and for some reason were moving in a large group. Owen says that this is the first time he's seen anything like this, which leads Rockrak to assume that they are monster rats. An unexpected thought makes Rockrak frown, and he asks everyone to be careful, because these rats may be guarding this place. Immediately after this, one of the rats attacks the lizards. Others followed her, but the lizards thrust their spears forward, which allowed them to defend themselves. Without much difficulty, the lizards continued to injure the rats. Observing this, Rockrak ordered the destruction of the rats, which were suspiciously aggressive. Suddenly, someone asks if they can eat the rats and offers to gut them and take them with them. Suddenly, Yahello asks if they can raise these animals on a farm like buffalo. Owen then suggests that if Rockrak wants to do something new on the farm, he should look at the fish. But the chief asks an innocent question about whether fish just appear and disappear on their own. Owen replies that the fish reproduce and lay eggs in the water, and the frogs knew about this, so they forbade fishing during the breeding season. Owen's speech about how all that would be needed is to build a dam and keep the fish locked up is interrupted by the cry of one of the lizards behind him. Grasping his sore arm, the lizard suddenly announces that the rat in front of him is still alive. Rockrak immediately approaches the lizard and asks if he was bitten, but the lizard, with a trembling hand, denies it. After this, he reports that when he wanted to skin the rat, he felt a sharp and burning pain in his hand. Looking at the dead rat nearby, from which a small glow emanated, Rockrak ponders the lizard's words. Suddenly, he decides to touch the rat too, and reaching out his hand towards it, lightly touches the fur with his fingers. At that very moment, he feels the same thing that he was told about, and when a sharp light appears, Rockrak squints. He immediately grabs his burned hand, and Yahello next to him is worried about his condition, but Rockrak reassures her, saying that he is fine. The rat was killed by a spear in the neck, from where fresh blood was oozing, and small lightning bolts were running through the rat's body. Stephen checked the beast's characteristics and discovered that nutrias are possessed by the devil, and their ability allows them to electrocute an enemy with one touch. And the guy knows that electric demons are strong, but if Rockrak breaks through all the ancient ruins, he will most likely gain demonic power. Stephen reflects that gaining magical power will not immediately make Rockrak a mage, but with each generation their power will grow. The problem, however, is that in the lost world, divinity and magic are in conflict. According to the rules, magic comes from ancient evil, not from God, and magicians do not rely on the gods. And if there are many such people, then punishment will follow. But it's not that it cannot be prevented, it's just that there are too many possible developments. All the lizards were looking around the area, and Rockrak was still sitting next to the dead nutria, and suddenly saw some kind of glow nearby. A creature appeared in the air in front of him, resembling a stingray, and from which lightning emanated. Suddenly, the creature turns to Rockrak and asks if the lizard wants to possess the power that the creature could give him. Yahello distracts Rockrak and offers to come back here later if Rockrak is feeling unwell, and the lizard agrees. Turning to the others, Rockrak asks them to make sure all the rats are dead and that everyone should check their bows, spears, and other equipment. Looking up at the strange creature again, Rockrak wonders about its origins and whether only Rockrak can see this creature. The creature then answers Rockrak that he is a spirit who protects this place and is visible only to those who have great power. Then Rockrak asks the spirit what power he is talking about, and he himself notices that his deepest feelings are not transmitted to the spirit. Stephen also notices an evil spirit in front of Rockrak, but is unsure whether to warn the lizard about it. In order to make a decision, Stephen decides to check the characteristics of Rockrak, and in them the guy discovers that the lizard has acquired cunning, but it is unknown when he acquired this ability. He most likely developed them while fighting Shu Nen, which is very surprising and interesting. The power that the evil spirit spoke of is electricity, which allows it to burn living beings but also to emit light, like the sun, and the evil spirit was ready to give this power to Rockrak. After listening to his interlocutor, Rockrak answers him that he would be very happy if the spirit gave him such power. But when the spirit said that there were certain conditions, Rockrak demonstratively turns away and asks again, "Didn't the spirit say that he would give her away for free and didn't mention anything about conditions?" To this, the spirit calmly replies that these conditions are a trifle, and Rockrak's strength will be sufficient to fulfill them. Rockrak was still sitting with his back to the spirit and told him that if he wanted to make a deal, he should have said so right away. But in that case, Rockrak would be very disappointed with the conversation. But when Rockrak begins to suspect the spirit of evil intentions, he turns his gaze to him. And then he adds that if the spirit wants something from him, then he must show the appropriate respect. Pomrachnev Rockrak demands to know about his intentions, and if the spirit tries to hide something, then there will be no further conversation. For some time, the spirit continued to tower over the lizard and did not respond to the lizard's words. At this point, Yahello arrives to say that everyone is ready to leave, but after thinking for a moment, Rockrak replies that he will catch up with them later. When Rockrak's tribe left the cave, the spirit revealed that he was trapped in these ruins and wanted Rockrak to come down and defeat the guardian who protects the seal. After this, the spirit will gain freedom and grant Rockrak his ability. Slightly opening his palms, Rockrak asks again if the spirit means the sparkling power of those monstrous rats, but this is not the most accurate name in the spirit's opinion. After this, the spirit reminds that his ability is called electricity, which at the moment can only create small sparks. But according to the spirit, the more Rockrak uses the ability, the stronger it will grow, and after some time, the lizard will be able to summon even a thunderstorm. This power will improve and develop, and one day it will become comparable to divine power, but Rockrak does not seem interested or surprised to hear this. After this, the spirit goes on to explain that not only Rockrak, but also other members of the tribe will be able to use this ability, and if Rockrak wants to monopolize it, then a ritual can be performed. What he heard astonished Rockrak, although he did not show it, but asked why such a powerful being was locked up here. To this, the spirit replied that his ability was too powerful, and he was trapped because he could not be overcome. This is always the case with dangerous things. But Rockrak didn't look interested and only asked what the hell, which surprised the evil spirit very much. Folding his arms across his chest, Rockrak adds that the spirit had just explained how dangerous he was, and at that moment, the spirit realized his mistake. Rockrak is sure that the spirit is hiding something from him, and after using his ability, there may be more side effects than benefits. Rockrak asks not to lie to him, because he can simply destroy the entrance to the cave so that no one can find the ruins, and from these words, the spirit becomes alarmed. As Rockrak turned away and began to walk away, the spirit began to follow him in a panic, agreeing to explain everything. The evil spirit understands that he has been driven into a dead end and has no choice but to hesitantly begin his story. Once upon a time, this spirit was one of the beings that ruled this world, and it came from a long-forgotten demon. Neither the gods nor this spirit remembered the origin of those demons, and the spirit was trapped here for an unknown amount of time. Abilities of unknown origin intoxicate people because they do not understand the reason for the appearance of powers, and falsely believe that the abilities belong to them. From these words, Rockrak recalls those who were intoxicated by power, and assumed that it was a demonic force that influenced people in this way. The spirit agrees with the lizard's thought and adds that his ability is chaotic. When the spirit says that the ability's owners are chosen randomly, Rockrak begins to understand one important thing. God's power is given to those who have been chosen by his judgment. But at the same time, even those who do not know how to handle power can still master it. Coming to the conclusion that the power will develop over time, Rockrak looks closely at the spirit. According to Rockrak, there will certainly be those who desecrate God and rebel against him. But the spirit's ability is powerful and desirable. Moreover, it will be useful in battle. When Rockrak states that he has conditions, the spirit immediately turns to him, ready to listen. First, Rakrak asks about the ability being randomly transferred, but the spirit said that it can be monopolized. Rakrak asks if the ability can be granted only to a select few, and the spirit suggests that it can, but does not understand why the lizard would make such a decision. To this, Rakrak calmly replies that if the gift is given only to the chosen ones, then everyone will perceive it as a gift from God, and in that case, no one will contradict God. The spirit wants to object to something, but Rakrak does not want to listen to him and begins to talk about his second condition. The second condition is that the evil spirit must also believe in the god Rakrak. The spirit becomes outraged by this and says that he is a demonic spirit. But even though the evil spirit is older than all the gods, for Rakrak it is not this that matters, but what the spirit will do in the future. The spirit continues to exclaim that none of the gods like demonic spirits, but Rakrak replies that he should not judge their god by his prejudices. According to Rakrak, their nameless bug god is generous and the spirit seems helpful, and Stephen has no answer to that. There is silence in the air, and later the spirit awkwardly asks if god Rakrak will accept him. To this, Rakrak firmly replies that he will accept if the spirit agrees to the conditions. And at this moment, the spirit wants to admit that in fact he is not locked in these ruins, but rules them. Those nutria were just an attempt to break Rakrak, as the spirit claimed. The spirit continues that it was a test to see if Rakrak was suitable, but the spirit was still able to trick the lizard, and therefore wonders if Rakrak is angry with him. But the lizard only nods understandingly and replies that he forgives the spirit, and his interlocutor is very surprised by such an act. Rakrak explains that since the spirit lives in such a damp and dark place with the rats, he should be more tolerant of the spirit. The lizard continues to tell the wondering spirit that he should go outside and see many beautiful places. The spirit suddenly asks what the lizard's name is, and Rakrak answers his new friend with a slight smile on his face. After this, a lot of lightning appears and the spirit says that if the god Rakrak accepts him, then the abilities will go to the lizards. Stephen receives a notification that the spirit wants to become his subordinate, and after thinking about the fact that Stephen can overcome the ability and gain a demonic ability, the guy reaches out his finger to agree. After this, Stephen praises his priest and considers their meeting to be a success for both Stephen and Rakrak. Someone said that in this way the nameless god of beetles gave Rakrak the ability, and he mastered the power of thunder and lightning. And according to the Wanderer, 9 years have already passed since the chosen Rakrak began his journey. But the man nearby did not understand what relation the nameless god of beetles had to thunderstorms. Then the hooded Wanderer turns to his interlocutor and asks what color the lightning is, and the man replies that it is blue. Then the Wanderer asks what god's name is, and the man replies that he is the blue god of insects because he always sends blue beetles. Suddenly, the man realizes that throughout this long story, they have never introduced themselves to each other and says that his name is Hui. When a man asks the name of his interlocutor, the Wanderer thinks for a moment. Suddenly, he stands up and says that they will have to end their conversation, and the man is very surprised by this. But the Wanderer explains this by saying that uninvited guests have come to visit them. A small detachment of hyena people, Gnolls, who are a warlike savage race with a tribal way of life, walked through the desert. After this, the Wanderer says that he has one question for the traveler Hui. Holding a bow in his hand, he asks if those hyenas look like the people from Salkite. The man is in no hurry to answer the question and begins to look closely at the group passing by. To the man, they were just Gnolls because they were defenseless, lacking weapons and vigilance. After thinking about the words for a moment, the Wanderer replies that this is good reasoning. The Wanderer replies that he thinks so too, and when his hood falls back, it becomes clear that this Wanderer is Owen, who has already pointed his bow and arrow at the hyenas. A group of 7 Gnolls moved casually across the open terrain, not caring about their own safety. Suddenly, a sound is heard from somewhere above, and the very first hyena in the whole group raises his head towards the sound. Suddenly, an arrow, slightly enveloped in lightning, flies into the ground next to them. The hyena immediately realizes that this is an enemy attack and informs the other hyenas. Right there, in the place where the arrow was, a large bolt of lightning appears. Because the hyenas were nearby, they were immediately struck by lightning and electricity began to flow through their bodies. The hyena looks up and immediately recognizes the lizard that attacked them. The hyena immediately curses the lizard towering over them and orders everyone to retreat. While the hyenas were leaving, the lizard turned to his interlocutor and introduced himself to him. The man is immediately surprised that this lizard is Owen, because he could not imagine that he would speak with someone so great. Suddenly, Owen says that he hasn't used his power for a long time, so they can take a break and talk. When Hui notices the smoking pipe in Owen's hand, he immediately recognizes the ritual attributes that were used by the chosen black lizards to replenish their strength. Suddenly, Owen turns to the man and says that everything is fine and he can ask questions if he has any. Suddenly, the man asks that if Owen has such power, then why should he follow someone? Hui didn't mean it as betrayal, but why Owen lived such a hard life, wandering alone in the wilderness. Hui really didn't understand it. Blowing smoke into the air, Owen says there's a reason for that. The man's face shows great surprise when Owen reveals that he is full of sins. With his usual smile on his face, the lizard admits that he once betrayed many of his people. But waving his pipe, he confesses that he has been shown the path to redemption. The path of redemption Owen has chosen is to spread the names of the blue insect god and the tribal chieftain Rakraka through stories and writings. While Owen was wiping the dust off the sign, the man thought about the fact that everyone already knew about the names of this god and that lizard. While Owen was saying that if anyone attacked him, he would simply scare them off, the man was thinking that there was no need to mention the reputation of Rakrak, the great priest and leader. Turning back to his interlocutor, Owen asks with a smile on his face if the man is a traveler. Lightly placing his hand on his chin, the man says that this is indeed the case. Hwai reports that he came from automation. After listening to his interlocutor, Owen asks again about that place. And the man continues to say that he is trying to convey the words of the Lord of Automation, so he heads to the Black-Scale tribe. Suddenly, Owen stands up and says that he didn't think about Hwai being a guest, but in his opinion, that's a good thing. Owen begins to look into the distance and then whistles, apparently calling someone. Immediately after this, someone's silhouette appears in the distance, which is impossible to see due to the dust and sand in the air. But when the animal comes closer, it is clear that it is a bird of very large size. Seeing a huge bird, the surprised man assumes that it is a basilisk. But grabbing the bird by the reins, Owen answers the man in the negative. And it seems he says with a smile that Kavi was only half right because it is a quokka, a cross between a basilisk and a chicken. As Owen climbs onto his bird, he calls Hwai along with him. Waiting for a reaction from Hwai, Owen continues that he was also heading to Rakrak because he hadn't seen him for a long time, so he could let Hwai down. As the man climbs onto the bird, Owen continues to say that in exchange he will have to listen to the rest of his story, but Hwai replies that he is only too happy about it. As the two travelers set off, Hui asked if Owen would tell of the blue god of beetles or the saga of Rakrak, but the lizard replied that it would be a little bit of both. When night fell on the earth, the lizards of the Black-Scale tribe continued their march across the desert. At the head of them all rode Rakrak, riding on a huge bird whose clothes had changed over such a long time. Suddenly, one of the lizards rides up to him about to tell him something, and Rakrak immediately turns to him. The lizard reports that according to the old stargazer, his life is already on the brink. And after this, Rakrak looks worried. The lizard continues to say that according to the old man, if not now, then he will not have time to talk to the leader. But Rakrak does not listen to him and immediately turns around. Rakrak immediately firmly orders them to leave the procession and prepare for the fact that they will remain here tonight. Ur immediately gives a loud command to everyone to stop. As Rakrak ran to the end of the procession, shouts could be heard everywhere that on the leader's orders they were leaving the procession. When Yahello meets Rakrak, she immediately asks if there are any problems. Leaning forward to dismount from the animal, Rakrak asks to tell the astrologer that Rakrak will soon visit him, and that the old man must live until that moment. Realizing why Rakrak is saying this, she sighs and Rakrak asks her to take care of the funeral. And when Rakrak walks away, his head down, Yahello replies that he will definitely take care of them. This night was supposed to be sad, and several lizards had gathered near the tent. An elderly wanderer lay inside the tent. When Rakrak enters the tent, he immediately asks the lizard present about the state of the astrologer. Bowing his head before the leader, the lizard reports that he has done everything in his power, but the wanderer does not have much time left. After a few moments, the old man quietly says that he is very tired. According to him, a lot happened both here and there. He visited many places, learned a lot, lost his arm and was exiled, but later met a leader and was able to teach many to contemplate the sky. The old man continues to sadly talk about how if you are a lizard, then one day an insurmountable fatigue and exhaustion will come. While the old man was talking about how there was only one way to cure this ailment, Rakrak gestured to the other lizard to come out of the tent. Rakrak was very sad to watch and hear his good friend, and he simply continued to silently listen to the old man. Continuing the phrase that the only way to be cured, the old man says that this way is to sleep forever. With a smile on his face, the old man says that he decided to be a little extravagant before his last journey and take up the time of the busiest person in the tribe. In the old man's opinion, time is the price of everything, but Rakrak laughed good-naturedly at the fact that the astrologer had the strength for jokes. But suddenly the wanderer says that he has a question that only Rakrak can answer. Hearing this, the leader immediately turns his interested gaze to the old man. The wanderer asks Rakrak what will happen to them after death. This was a question for the first chosen one, the priest closest to God. The old man was very interested to know what awaited them before death. And hearing such a question, Rakrak thought deeply about it. But the old man asks again if Rakrak believes that when they die, they will fall into eternal sleep, where they will possibly have eternal nightmares. But Rakrak honestly answers that he does not know, and does not understand why the old man decided that Rakrak would be able to answer this question. But the wanderer replies that this is indeed so, because the blue god of insects saved them when they were lost. Therefore, the old man hopes that even after death, God will continue to guide them. This is his faith. The old man asks if Rockrak believes that death is different from God's will, and the chief tells the astrologer that he is right. The blue insect god always guided them when they were lost, so he will continue to do so even after their death. A slight smile appears on the old man's face as he asks if Rockrak really thinks so. Whether he thinks it will be an awkward greeting to come face to face with God, Rockrak thinks it won't be that bad. Raising his head high, the leader imagines that there could be a huge field where they could run for fun, and the tail would touch the soft meadow grass, and a light crunch would be heard under their feet. There will also be a large boulder in that place where you can lie down and rest. It would be too boring if the weather was always good, so sometimes it would change to rainy or cloudy, and there would be a beautiful river next to the meadow. Suddenly, the wanderer sadly says that he would like to have a house where he could rest. Not a tent that would give the impression that he would soon be leaving, but a solid house where he could stay. Rockrak looked sadly at his friend as he talked about how he didn't like tents. The old man honestly admits that he doesn't like tents, and Rockrak begins to understand that the old man is tired of constantly moving from place to place. But if Rockrak's heart finds a place to rest, then as long as he can breathe, everything is fine. Suddenly, the stargazer asks if there are stars in the sky. But Rockrak says that there will be no loneliness there, because God certainly created the stars so that they could navigate and return to their homes. And at that very moment, Rockrak notices a blue glow in the sky. A blue butterfly flew up to them, and Rockrak extended his hand to it and asked if the wanderer could see it. But after a short silence, the wanderer says that his eyes are getting dark. The butterfly was sitting on Rockrak's hand when he realized the astrologer's condition. Frowning slightly, he says that he has a gift for the astrologer. Smiling, the wanderer asks if Rockrak wants to fool around again. In response, Rockrak asks if the old man is going to refuse the gift again. Now he promises to find him quickly when the spirit leaves the old man's body. When the butterfly flew away, Rockrak leaned towards the stargazer in panic. The butterfly returned to its owner and landed on Stephen's hand. The guy thought about what would happen if he died in a lost world. Stephen receives a notification that all the conditions for creating an afterlife have been met, after which he decides to create it. The conditions for the afterlife were the necessary level, faith, resources, and a peaceful death, although the conditions for this peaceful death were not clear. The afterlife is an important element in the lost world, and even thinking through your afterlife views can increase your chances of winning. There are two divisions, and the first is heaven, where good people go. The second is a world where people are doomed to endless suffering. This division exists in order to maintain morality and ethics. The second world, like Valhalla, can be used as a training ground for warriors. And subsequently, those souls that were trained in the afterlife can be sent back to Earth. This will come in handy later in the game, but right now, Stephen sees no point in rushing, because everything is just beginning. Stephen is proud that he can control the afterlife the way he wants. Thick green grass grew on the ancient meadow, and clouds walked across the blue sky. The wanderer lay on his back with his eyes closed. Now the wanderer's body was healed, as if he had never lost his limb. Suddenly, he wakes up because the grass tickled his nose. When he opens his eyes, he stretches his healed hand towards the sky. The astrologer continued to examine his hand with surprise and joy in his eyes. After this, he immediately rises from the grass and directs his gaze to the sky. Then, looking back at the landscape in front of him, he wonders if this is a dream. But after thinking it over, he decides that this is the very place. The meadow that Rockrak spoke of, and the chieftain was right in his description. The old man's body was burned in a fire, and Rockrak stood closest to it. The other lizards lowered their heads, but Rockrak continued to stare into the fire. The old man sat on the grass and decided that he didn't need a house or anything like that. From the peace that came into his soul, a slight smile appears on the wanderer's face. He thinks that this is a really good gift. The old man's soul became lighter, and he began to whistle some melody that was carried away by the wind. But suddenly he notices something interesting behind him and turns his gaze there. Turning in that direction, he notices other lizards that were lying on the grass. But the old man found it strange that those lizards still hadn't woken up. Approaching one of the lizards, the old man thinks that it would be impolite to wake up the deceased lizards. But suddenly his gaze was attracted by another lizard, which was located a little further away. He recognizes one of the lizard warriors who once learned arithmetic from him. This happened when the Goblin Alliance broke through their tribe's defenses and set up an ambush. The places that were inhabited by children and old people were in danger, and it was not clear whether they would be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The old man noticed how helpless the lizards were now and asked if this was their end. The goblins, whose tribes had united, continued to advance confidently. But suddenly one of the lizards steps forward, grabbing his spear. And then the lizard quotes a phrase about how one valuable life can save many others. Turning to the old man and with a smile on his face, the lizard said that he was glad to learn arithmetic and thanked the astrologer. That day, several warriors from the Blackscale tribe disobeyed Rockrak's orders because they felt it necessary. It was a heroic sacrifice that no one wanted. At that funeral, Rockrak was very angry that the death of the lizards occurred because they learned to count. Kneeling, Rockrak told the old man that those who were good at counting had disobeyed orders because they believed that saving 2 lives at the cost of 1 was a good choice. Turning his gaze to the chieftain, the old man asks if Rockrak thinks those warriors were wrong. But in tears, Rockrak replies that he is angry precisely because the dead were right, and being angry is the only thing he can do. Now one of the bravely fallen warriors was sleeping peacefully in the meadow. The old man recalls that it was thanks to this lizard that those who were previously uninterested in arithmetic began to take an interest in it. Covering his face with his hand, the old man admits that he is glad to meet this lizard again. Looking around the meadow, the old man wonders if there is really only grass here and nothing divine at all. But suddenly he notices someone's tail behind the tree. The old man is immediately surprised by this and begins to rise to his feet. When the tail began to disappear, the wanderer immediately began to try to call that lizard. A few moments later, he had already gotten up and was running after that unknown lizard. The old man pursued the lizard but did not understand where it was running. And after a few moments, the old man begins to think that there might be a deity here after all. The lizard led the old man to some stone building. If there is a god here, the wanderer would like to ask why they were chosen. Because lizards are superior to other races, or simply the deity is favorable to them. With this thought, the lizard enters the building. Or the real reason is that the lizards turned out to be useful. Rockrak said that it could have been a coincidence, and it could have been an inevitable choice, or it could have been the result of the lizards doing their best. But in any case, this means that the lizards have worked hard. When the old man enters the large room of this building, he looks ahead in surprise. At the top of the stone structure stood a large telescope. As he approaches the object, the wanderer is convinced that Rockrak was right. There are stars and stone houses here. As the wanderer approaches the unknown object, he begins to evaluate the material from which the telescope was made. Later, the lizard begins to look into the eyepiece. And what he sees amazes him because he didn't think that the stars looked like this. He found it hard to believe, and he kept looking away and back through the eyepiece. When the surprise passes, the lizard begins to admire what has opened up before him. Observing the hot gas ball, the stargazer believes that he needs to recalculate the movement of the stars. Now that the wanderer has seen the stars through the telescope, he realizes how superficial his knowledge was. While the lizard was thinking about how wonderful it would be if he could share this knowledge with the living, Stephen was watching from behind him. The guy thinks that the astrologer has come a long way. The afterlife is not only a place where the dead go, but it also influences the values of those who believe in a deity. According to Stephen, if warriors are sent to the afterlife, they will dream of Valhalla, and if immortals end up there, they will dream of the land of blooming peach. The guy wonders what will happen if scientists find out about this. But as he turns around, the guy is confident that this would lay the foundation for technological progress. Moreover, a new threat is approaching now, which means that the afterlife must function properly. A tribe is approaching that has managed to tame saber-toothed tigers and has technology that is superior to the lizards. Their technique and movement are unusual, which means that most likely there is some player behind it. Although it won't be easy to fight them, Stephen now has an afterlife. And if so, Stephen is determined. He finds it necessary to prepare and meet their enemies. Players are constantly expanding their territories, and in order to contain them, Stephen has invested heavily in his bugs. Stephen had 3 large locust swarms under his control. This allows Stephen to control those who farm, and Stephen operates quietly so that no one notices his presence. The vector strategy that Stephen used earlier is very useful for spreading many diseases. The guy allows different types of beetles to breed in small areas. Rockrak unites the lizard tribes one by one so everyone in the area obeys him. It's only a matter of time before he gains control of the southern peninsula, but Stephen doesn't know yet what to do with the emotional players. Owen arrived at the scene and talked to another lizard. That lizard told about the death of the astrologer, and now Owen is aware of the sad events. The man says that he has heard about the lizard before and thinks that now is not the best time, but Owen interrupts him and says that everything is fine. Owen explains that the lizards consider it a good omen when a stranger shows up at their funeral, as it is good to have someone to share their grief. Rockrak stood in front of everyone, his face covered by a skull. While Owen was talking to some other lizard, Hwai noticed something else. He looked at Rockrak, the chieftain of the black-scaled tribe, who had tears rolling down his face. Looking at the chief in surprise, Hwai asks if it is normal for the chief to cry, but Owen does not quite understand the question and asks his own, do others cry when they are sad? The man replies that they cry, but the leaders try not to do this in front of others because they need to maintain authority. To this, Owen replies that he knows what authority is. But he asks if the leader shows weakness, will his subordinates consider him weak? But turning slightly towards his interlocutor, Owen asks not to impose this on the lizards because they still won't understand. After all, they have something that they respect much more than authority. The man wants to ask Owen something else, but he has already turned his attention to Rockrak, who was greeting his friend. Rockrak reports that he is glad that Owen is present at the funeral. And then turning his gaze to the man, he asks who it is, and Owen replies that the man is carrying out an order from the Lord of Automation. After this, the man bows and introduces himself politely. At this time, Owen approached Rockrak and whispered something to him. After listening to Owen, Rockrak says that he is ready to talk to the man. But something seems wrong to Hui, and he tenses up a little. 2 lizards with spears stood and guarded the entrance to the large tent. Rockrak guesses that the traveler is probably tired from the road, but unfortunately, the lizards will not sleep all night. The chief tries to ask for understanding that this is their tradition, and Hui assures him that everything is fine. Taking out an item from his cloak, Hui hopes that Rockrak will accept it. Pointing to a small bag containing something, Hui says it is a gift for the chief. Rockrak wants to examine the item and takes it out of the bag. When the pebble was in his palm, he recognized that it was a salt stone, and the man explains that this is their specialization, which they are proud of. Smiling slightly, the man adds that this is the first salt stone that the Lord of Automation gives to Rockrak and asks for nothing in return. Looking at the stone and smiling slightly, Rockrak says that if this is the first stone, then there must be a second and a third. The man replies that there will be even more stones, so Rockrak should accept the gift. Holding his head high, Rockrak smiles slyly and announces that he accepts the gift. And after these words, he immediately squeezes his hand with force and breaks the stone, from which even a few pieces fly. The man, not expecting this, watches in surprise as what was once a stone slowly falls out of Rockrak's hand. Shaking his hands, Rockrak asks the man to tell his master that the gift was accepted. When the man asks what Rockrak did, the lizard replies that the man will not understand anyway, because he has no god, but this is one of the rituals. If you sprinkle a little salt stone on the floor, it will appease God, and that is all a man needs to know. But after listening to Rockrak's words, Hui believes that what was said is a ridiculous lie. Hui reminds him that it is a gift from the Lord, but Rockrak doesn't understand what the problem is, since he has already used the gift. But the man tries to explain that the gift had a different purpose, because there should have been a second, third, and more. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his face, Rockrak says that according to rumors, the Lord of Automation is rich, and sending a man to bring so much salt is a bit extravagant, but the man is still right. When Rockrak says he hopes they bring more next time, Hui guesses that Rockrak is experienced. And it's not at all that they can't communicate because of different races. Hui found Rockrak unpleasant but not rude, and the lizard diplomatically expressed his refusal. Turning around, Rockrak asks if it's time for Hui to go home and adds that he, like people, speaks with dignity and does not like to put hidden meaning into words, but if something like this arises, he solves it with the help of a story. To this, Hui replies that he too does not have such talent, and if Rockrak does not like diplomatic rhetoric, then he can speak directly. He understood the proposal, but why did he refuse? Beginning to explain the first reason, Rockrak raises his index finger up. According to Rockrak, he doesn't like accepting offers that others have refused, and he also doesn't like collecting things. If someone has already refused once, shouldn't you guess that the offer is unprofitable? But the man gets up from his seat and starts to justify himself by saying that this offer was made only to Rockrak, but the lizard asks if Hui really thinks that Owen accidentally bumped into him. After all, according to Owen, Hui came from the north, not from the west. But Automation is to the west of here, and in the northern wilderness there is only the Salkaita tribe with cropped ears. Rockrak ends his statement by saying that Hui offered the same thing to Salkite, and he refused. Now Rockrak would like the man to tell him the truth. And it was not difficult for Rockrak to find out the real identity of this man. The huge stone structure is an ancient shrine to Automation. Saturn, a real castle with 5-meter walls, can no longer be found anywhere in its original form. It was a real miracle that the mud soldiers were able to repair the castle. This castle, whose creator is unknown, is home to many people in different tribes. Stephen realizes that Automation has a geographical advantage. This valley leads to the continent, and good location is the only reason why Automation is well protected. There are salt mines there which are useful for livestock and food. Rockrak stood, turning to look at the man, and his face did not express any interest in the conversation. In answer to the previous question, he says that he does not believe in free gifts. In particular, Rockrak cannot accept a gift from someone who hides their true identity. After hearing this, the man does not know what to answer. Rockrak notices that his words are not being denied and wants to explain why he came to this conclusion. Leaning towards the fire, Rockrak says that the man must know what the lizards think about Automation. So he revealed his name in order to find out how much the lizards know. Throwing more wood on the fire, Rockrak continues that even in Automation, few know the true face of Hui. This secret is known only to some of the 4 families loyal to the Lord of the Castle. All who share the same blood have the particle Hui in their names, and the Lord must also have 4 sons and 3 daughters. But the person in front of him is not a woman, and judging by his wrinkles, he is no longer a young man by human standards. This is how Rockrak was able to figure out the Lord of Automation. By removing his hood, the man acknowledges Rockrak's intelligence. But Hui doesn't understand how Rockrak found out about this, because the man has no friends among the humanoid lizards. But in the end, the man still admits that he is the Lord of Automation. But this doesn't change anything, because according to the man, they really did give the salt for free. But Rockrak continues to insist that salt is a payment that even the greedy Salkite refused because he had enough insight. Grinning again, Rockrak says that if he accepts the salt, the lizards will have to protect the people. If the automation is attacked by an enemy, the lizards will have to worry about preserving the mines. The lizards will have to fight, even if the battles are organized by people. This is how it is planned, in Rockrak's opinion. But the man says that this is called diplomacy and a deal. Hui asks why Rockrak refuses if he knows it will be profitable. Rockrak is sure that someone has already asked this question, but he will repeat it anyway. What is stopping them from taking the automation for themselves? After all, if the lizards drive people out, then the salt mines will belong to them. For a moment, the man was baffled by the similarities between those to whom he offered salt. But when he comes to his senses, the man asks if the lizards are going to attack them. But Rockrak calmly replies that he is just thinking about what would be more beneficial for them. And if such diplomacy does not bring them any benefit, wouldn't it be better to take the automation for himself? Hui says that humanoids seem to disregard automation. Looking at his interlocutor, Rockrak says that if his calculations are correct, they will be able to conquer automation, albeit with losses. The lizards worship the blue god of insects, and if he helps them, they will raise both the high walls and the soldiers to the ground. With a smirk on his face, Rockrak asks why Hui wasn't afraid to come alone. After all, he could have made the task of conquest much easier. But hearing these words, the man only laughed, to which Rockrak reacted calmly. Putting his hand to his face, Hui says with confidence that he will not be killed. Rockrak listened to his interlocutor, but only the lizard's gaze was directed in his direction. Hui explains that if he dies now, Rockrak will never know who the next heir to automation is. Rockrak was silent for a moment, and then asked what business they had with the heir of Hui. Suddenly, the man asks if Rockrak knows a game called Go, and then he explains that they place black and white stones at the intersections of the lines, and they win the game when they surround the opponent's stone. Picking up a pebble with his fingers, Hui says that the rules don't matter now. As he lowers the stone to the floor, he continues that all that matters now is that it is a stone on the board. Hearing that the game has already begun, Rockrak does not hide his surprise. According to Hui, the game has already begun between the two gods who move the tribes like stones, and on this board the lizards and gnolls have already made their first moves. The man says that this game is called automation, and asks that Rockrak is already involved in the battle for the next lord. Straining, the man says that at some point his children started talking about a gap full of sharp teeth, and then people around him started mentioning a blue butterfly. The man says with horror that his children have begun to believe in the gods, and Rockrak looks gloomy from such words. And then he calmly replies that nothing can be done about it, and for the lizards it is even more profitable than attacking automation. 3 weeks ago, Stephen encountered another civilization. Hegemony stood before him, joyfully greeting his longtime adversary. But Stephen genuinely doesn't understand when they became friends, which is why Hegemony reminds him that they played the last version of the Lost World together. But Nebula asks, besides this nonsense, why else did they send him a request for communication? But the Hegemony does not understand why their game is just nonsense for that guy and begins to get indignant. When Nebula says that it's boring when the Hegemony tried to copy the Holyoke strategy but got hit, it seems to hit a sore spot in the other person's mind. Thinking over the words of his old friend, the player clutches his head in his hands. A moment later, the Hegemony announces its intention to win, but Nebula considers this nonsense, because she does not understand what they are fighting for. And after that, Stephen wants to remind his interlocutor of something else. The last round was our last game together. Scratching his head, Hegemony says that he knows about it. He just got a little carried away. Stephen knew the playing style of the guy in front of him well. It would seem that everything is simple, but animal instincts seem to boil inside him, which allows the player to fight several opponents at once. There have also been many instances where he has won early on, but Stephen sees no point in adapting to his opponent's strengths. Finally, Hegemony asks if Nebula wants to identify the enemy in another way, and the boy answers positively. It's clear to Nebula that players want the same thing. It is this thought that allows players to quickly make a choice. They are betting on automation and people and will also resort to a contradictory prophecy. Prophecy is a skill that can be used from the 6th level of divinity, and it is also like a quest that the player creates for himself and can gain experience. But at the same time, the penalty for failing to complete the task is very noticeable, a decrease in the amount of experience, as well as the possibility of earning a negative event. But Stephen wonders what would happen if players got opposite prophecies, a phenomenon called a contradictory prophecy. For the Hegemony, it is ideal that one side receives a reward and the other a penalty, but he asks what the prophecy should be about. Nebula then asks that the player most likely knows that the Lord of Automation is choosing an heir, and the Hegemony confirms this. And then the guy adds that in automation the Lord changes regularly, but only the owner of the castle himself knows how long he will stay in power. Nebula then suggests that the prophecy will provide an answer to the question of who will become the next Lord of Automation. The hegemony then asks whether one of the Lord of Automation's children should be chosen. And Nebula tells him that if they choose different candidates and predict that they will be lords, then the player's prophecies will contradict each other. Hegemony says that he has a list of the Lord's children, and if Nebula wants, the guy can share information with him, and Steven agrees. The oldest child in the family is over 30 years old, and his name is Dan. The boy is very smart, and his father trusts him, and he is a good candidate because he is supported by 2 of the 4 families in the castle. The second child is Chess, Dan's half-brother, and is considered a weakling. The guy doesn't often show himself in public, and they say that he doesn't really try to become an heir, and only his mother's family supports him. The third child is Cheetah, Dan's 30-year-old sister. She often shows herself in public, but hides her origins and gets along well with rough people like hunters, and is supported by her remaining families. The fourth daughter, Ken, is just over 20, and her mother is not the same as the previous children. The girl's mother has already died, and there is something strange about her appearance. It seems she is cursed. Because of this, Ken is despised by all members of the family, even his father, and the last daughter, Min, is only 10 years old. They say she is smart and good at everything she does, and it seems that she, the youngest child, is her father's favorite. Presenting the entire list to Nebula, Hegemony asks the boy for his opinion and if they are making bets. If Nebula needs to think, the Hegemony won't rush him, but Steven suggests they decide right away. Nebula suggests writing their predictions separately and seeing if they differ. When the system message about the prediction appeared in front of Steven, he, turning to the Hegemony, asks if the player is in the case. And at the same moment, the guys choose an heir. The Hegemony's prophecy stated that the second son, Chess, would become the heir to Automation. But Nebula's prophecy was the opposite. Ken would become the heir. When Hegemony saw who they had chosen, he remained silent for a while. Because of this, Steven decides that the player is surprised because he didn't expect this. With his hands folded in front of him, the guy replies that he simply clicked yes. Deciding to move on to the next stage, Hegemony raises her hand up. And then he hits the tablet with all his might, wanting to activate the prophecy. And at that moment, a contradictory prophecy was received from the player of Nebula and the Hegemony. Hui was silent and looked at the fire in front of him. And then he looks up, thinking that he came here to find the source of rumors that had been circulating for 3 weeks, and with the appearance of which 2 tribes moved towards automation. Both tribes are numerous, and it will not be easy to deal with them, and the lizards must be related to the rumors. While the man sat with his head down, Rockrak looked at him with a grin. Hui believed that if he survived the encounters with 2 tribes, then he was just a pebble in this field, and this gave him some confidence. Rockrak explains that everything is much easier if you choose only one. One leader, one race, or one god, and with that he throws some more wood on the fire. But Hui says it's not that simple, because it becomes a question of what happens when a saber-toothed tiger and a cockatoo show up, one of which Hui has to put his head in. Rockrak laughs a little at this and asks if it would be better to put his head in the beak of a cockatoo, but the man claims that Salkite said it would be better to choose the mouth of a tiger. The man goes on to say that if he lets a cockatoo and a tiger fight, the winner will still come out of the fight exhausted. Rockrak notes that this seems like a retreat and asks if Hui will make a decision right now. In Rockrak's opinion, the man has accepted the fate of a simple stone on a board, and Hui has nothing to say to this. Rising from his seat and putting his hood on his head, the man wants to ask the last question. He looks at Rockrak and says that eventually they too will become a stone on the board. Doesn't that scare and irritate them? Rockrak only smiles at this question and promises to answer when everything is over. The man agrees with this and says that there is no need to accompany him. When Hui had gone far enough, people started approaching him. He gave them his worn-out clothes, and they gave him new ones. He was also given a small knife with which he was able to shave off his thick beard, and then he approached the saddled horse. When he mounted his steed, they set off at once, but suddenly something flies into the face of one of the travelers, Hui. But naturally no one noticed this except that man, and after that this situation repeats itself. But the man simply shakes himself off and continues on his way. 3 weeks ago, someone almost fell off a cliff, and the only thing that saved the man was that he managed to grab onto it with his hand. Ken held onto the cliff with both hands and cursed some children. She couldn't believe what was happening, but she was glad that it was just silk. The girl's left leg was also injured, making it more difficult to climb up. She didn't understand how it all came to this. She was hanging alone on the edge of a cliff. When Ken was little, she heard people say that she, a cursed child, killed her mother at birth. The girl had troubles from birth. At 13, she fell down the steps at the market. At 14, for some reason, she was accused of stealing salt and put in prison for 3 days. At 15, she fell into a cesspool, and it's not funny because she almost died. According to the girl's recollections, there was an incident when a jar of water fell on her head and a pack of wild dogs was chasing her. So the situation she finds herself in now is nonsense. The girl begins to scold herself, claiming that there is no way she could have made such a journey with a cart, and as a result, all the silk was lost. On such rocks there was almost nowhere for the girl to step. but she was comforted by the fact that she could endure pain better than anyone else. Ken suggests that if he climbs using both feet at the same time, everything should work out. But suddenly her thoughts are interrupted by a sudden voice from above, which asked her to grab his hand. Looking up, she saw a huge lizard in front of her. After a few moments, the lizard with purple eyes asked how long he would continue to stretch his hand into the void. But the girl was surprised by her interlocutor and asked what kind of lizard man he was. The lizard replies that they don't have time to have long conversations now, and Ken replies that she is broke and has nothing to give him in return. But telling the girl that there is nothing to worry about, he grabs her hand. And pulling her towards himself, he says that he asks for nothing in return. The road was barely wide enough for one person to pass through. On one side, there was a sheer cliff, and on the other, there was a risk of avalanche. Looking down, the lizard asks what she was thinking when she decided to walk here with a loaded cart, but Ken replies that everything would have been fine if the cart hadn't lost a wheel. Rising from his seat, Ken asks the name of her savior, and the lizard introduces himself as Siren Mule. Siren watches her as Ken leaves and says she can only thank him. But suddenly, Siren puts his hand in front of her, not allowing the girl to pass. He tells her that he is not finished yet and calls the girl by a name that she did not give. Because of this, the girl immediately reaches for the knife that was hidden in her clothes. And after that, she asks how the lizard knows her name. Seeing that the girl was scared, Seiran immediately raises his hands up, showing that he will not touch her and admits that Rockrak told him about it. And then he adds that the chief ordered to find Ken. Hearing a familiar name, Ken asks if Rockrak is the chieftain of the Blackscale tribe. The people called Rockrak the First Chosen, the Hunter, and the Thunder Lizard, but Seiran said they simply called him Chief. People imagined Rockrak differently than the lizards, and to some extent they were afraid of him. The girl immediately asks why Rockrak is looking for her. Also holding his hands in front of him, Seiran replies that it's most likely because of the rumors that have been circulating lately. But the girl does not understand what rumors are being discussed because she recently went to buy silk. Seiran immediately explains that according to rumors, the second son of the Lord of Automation will become the heir, but others say that Ken will be the heir. After listening to the lizard, the girl exhales heavily and says that these are just rumors. To this, Seiran replies that he knows about her origin. Still holding her hand near the knife, the girl explains that she has nothing to do with it because she is an outcast, and the rumors could have been spread by her brother. Siren's mood visibly darkens when she hears that Ken can't help and suggests looking for her other relatives. Because of this reaction of the interlocutor, the girl immediately guesses that he is sure of her origin. The iron rule of automation is that heirs must hide their origins, and even though the lizard looks strong, she wants to try to kill him. Seiran continued to look at her and suddenly said that she had misunderstood something. After this, he immediately adds that Rockrak gave the second order, to protect Ken. Hearing about this, the girl is very surprised and asks the lizard again. Seiran explains that she says it's just a rumor, but her brother and the major automation families have taken it seriously, and they will try to reduce the number of heirs. But the girl interrupts him and assures him that she can stand up for herself. Seiran tells her that it was the leader's order and he cannot disobey, while the girl touches her head with her hand. She starts to lift her hair, and Seiran immediately notices it. Opening her forehead, the girl points to the horns, or rather what they used to be. Looking down, she says it's a curse. When she was born, she tore her mother's belly with her horns, and one of her brothers died because of them, and what's more, she's always getting into trouble. After listening to the girl, Seiran was silent for a while and then apologized to her. But then he continues that he doesn't care whether she is cursed or not, because he came here on Rockrak's orders. Even if she refuses, he will have to force her, and hearing this, Ken rubs his head lightly again. Looking down at her silk, she thinks that she doesn't really want to go with this lizard man. And then she thinks that it's not so bad, because he will come to the rescue even when she puts herself in danger. Still looking at her silk, she says that she needs to get it first and she will go down to get it herself. But Seiran looks at her and asks how she is going to do it with such a leg, because it is practically impossible. And besides, there are more effective ways of persuasion. When Seiran says that she could have just asked him about it, Ken immediately blushes. She immediately lowers herself down a little, covering her face, and politely asks to get her silk. And from this reaction, a slight smile appears on Seiran's face. Seiran collected all the silk and carried it himself, following the girl. Suddenly, Ken asks how he knew she was here. Seiran begins to explain that he asked the locals and found out that she calls herself Margaret, and then asks if she likes that name better. But she only wonders why her trading partners told about her so easily, and Seiran replies that everyone shared information with him for a bag of salt. Seiran continued to tell him what they had told him. Ken was planning to start selling silk, but they didn't know where she was getting it from. And they also said she had taken a cart and never returned, so they decided she had fooled them, and Ken was listening to all this with her face turning red. Seiran asks her if she thinks she has already lost the trust of her partners, and this makes her close her eyes and ears. When Seiran reports that the castle is on the horizon, the girl is more glad that this conversation is over, and reports that only a few merchants know about this path. The girl announces her intention to meet with the GE family upon her return and discuss the sale of silk. But at that moment, Saren catches with his hand a small knife that was flying at the girl's back. Ken is horrified when he sees that the knife has pierced the lizard's palm. Breaking the knife with his hand, he says that Rockrak was right after all and they are trying to kill her. There was a small group of goblins hiding behind the rock, and they still had knives with them. When Saren defeated all the goblins and tied them up, the girl was delighted with the work done. She asks if Saren fights well and adds that the warrior Yur is the most famous among the locals. After this, Saren asks if Ken knows Yura and adds that Yura is the best warrior in his tribe. The girl looks at her interlocutor in surprise when he admits that he learned to fight from Yura. Seeing that Saren has wrapped the goblin's hand in a bandage, she asks if Yura taught him how to heal, but the lizard denies it. Saren admits that he learned to heal while running errands for Jaol, but the girl is not entirely clear about Saren's reaction and formulation. Jaol is in charge of the internal affairs of the tribe and is considered the female version of Rockrak. Does this mean that being at her beck and call means being under her complete control? Ken believes that if Saren learned to fight from Yura, it means he is an important person in the tribe. And since he was sent to protect her, he could prove very useful. But the girl is very surprised when she notices that Saren is giving the goblins her silk, and the lizard replies that they need some help. As the heroes approach the automation gates, they notice that people were crowding at the entrance to the castle. Seeing this, the girl was surprised that the castle gates were closed. The people at the gate were there to control the flow of people. Ken approaches the fox and politely asks why the castle gates are closed. The fox immediately explains that even if they are trading silk, they still won't get in because the gates have been closed for a while, and the animal next to them adds that even if they can get in, they won't get out. According to them, no one knows what's going on inside now, and this surprises Ken. And after this, the girl immediately wonders what happened inside. Inside the GE family building, a gloomy, fair-haired guy was sitting. But Ken looked at him with displeasure and asked what was with his displeased expression because she should be angry with him. Grabbing her mug, she says that she almost died because of a broken cart, and the guy, after a short silence, says that judging by everything, she hasn't heard the news yet. He asks if something bad happened on the way back, and Ken replies that they were attacked. And then she points to the lizard and says that she is lucky because the Blackscale tribe sent her this warrior to protect her, and thanks to him she is safe. The lizard introduces himself to the guy and says that he is a representative of the Blackscale tribe. The guy replies that it is nice to meet you and introduces himself as the head of his family, which is one of the 4 families of the automation castle. Saren admits that he spoke with the goblins who tried to kill Ken, and he is now confident that his family was not involved in the assassination attempt. The guy closes his eyes and says that unlike other families, his family will not stoop to such things. Ken asks the guy what happened in the automation and says that such measures were not taken because the damn 4th daughter was attacked. Looking up, the interlocutor replies that the same thing happened here as with her, an attempted attack. The girl is very surprised when she hears about this and apparently does not fully understand how this could happen. Putting his cup of tea on the table, the boy admits that the Lord is away, and the one who was supposed to be the heir to automation disappeared. That is Dan. After that, Ken and Saren went up to another room and looked around it. Looking around the room, the girl asks herself how many years ago she was here last time. As Saren bends over to the floor, she explains that she and her brother were close, but as she grew up, she began to avoid meeting him in person. Suddenly, Saren says that he smells blood, and the girl immediately turns her gaze to him. The edge of the table leg was darker than the rest of the leg. Coming closer, the girl notices that there are a lot of traces of blood. There were traces of wiped blood, and judging by the size of the puddle they were trying to hide, Dan must already be dead. The head of the family talks about this and adds that they also found this puddle. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy admits that the problem is that they can't find the body. As soon as the blood was discovered, the gates were immediately closed to prevent the criminal from taking the body out of the city. Soon the body will begin to rot and emit a smell, which means there will be no problem in catching the killer, and it is only a matter of time. The guy continued to say that they had no need to interfere, and Ken listened to him calmly. Ken wonders how the criminal could not have thought of such a fact unless he killed spontaneously, but she decides to push the thoughts away because she was told not to interfere. But suddenly her thoughts are interrupted by a strange, suddenly arising sensation. Someone approaches the girl from outside and asks if Ken wants to know the truth. As the shadow asks if Ken will sit and wait again, she demands that the creature shut up. At this moment, Saren leans towards the girl and asks if she is okay. But it seemed she wasn't feeling very well, and the color of her eyes changed to a little purple. Suddenly, she says that the criminal found a container large enough to remove the body, and who could get such a container without arousing suspicion, and the guy is surprised by such words. Rising from his seat, Ken announces that they need to find the person who stores the meat in containers so that it doesn't spoil. Saren guesses that they are talking about butchers and hunters. And after a few moments, the thought came to him that this was done so that the meat would not rot. and Ken confirms that the criminal could simply preserve the body with salt and throw it away later. She goes on to talk about those who can take a hunter with them to the castle and who have a lot of salted meat in jars at home. And the guy picks up on the idea of a person who can freely enter and exit the workplace. This man is both a hunter and an heir to automation. The main suspect is Cheetah, Ken's older sister. Ken's suspicions were not unfounded, so as a result, only a few people in the castle became aware of them. But for some reason, everyone knew about Dan's death, and later they began to whisper that Cheetah was the main suspect. Meanwhile, the criminal believed that her plan was perfect. Cheetah completely forgot about the existence of her younger sister Ken. Suddenly, the girl hears a voice from somewhere above, which asks if Cheetah has forgotten about anyone else. The girl looks up at the familiar voice and sees her younger sister Min in front of her. While Cheetah was wondering how the younger one ended up in the forest, two archers stood behind Mina. An arrow from one of them hits Cheetah's partner in the head and immediately kills the man. Naturally, the older one immediately becomes furious at the younger one's actions, but the girl smiles and asks why Cheetah is so angry. Because it was she who took the life of a man who was not guilty, so even if she is killed, the girl has no right to be offended. And in that case, the smartest one will become the lord of the castle. Isn't that the ideal outcome, as Min thought? When the girl wants to finish this, two archers point their arrows towards Cheetah. Realizing that she can't do anything, the girl only furiously screams her younger sister's name. After this, one arrow hits the girl in the chest and the other in the head, and the limp body immediately flies to the ground. Mina just watched the death of her elder sister with indifference and did not feel the slightest remorse. After this, she closes her eyes and folds her hands in front of her. But suddenly, unexpectedly for herself, she feels a sharp pain. The man who had crept up behind her plunged his knife into her and pierced the girl's chest. Blood gushed from her mouth and she heard a voice behind her telling her she was right. When the man takes out the knife, she immediately falls to her knees and clutches her pierced chest with her hands. The killer of the younger sister was Chess, who was always considered a weakling and someone who did not want to become an heir. Now, after Ming's death, there was only one heir left to get rid of. The boy thinks he shouldn't make his little sister Ken wait. Ken was very surprised by the news that Dan's bodies were found, and next to them were Cheetah and Min. The guy confirms this and says that now the criminal is not trying to hide his identity. And after that, Ken thinks deeply about the words he heard. It now becomes clear that the killer is Chess, and Min has been waiting for him to act. But he was waiting for the younger one's intentions and was waiting for the two to meet so he could get rid of them in one move. And even if the goblin attack was orchestrated by Chess, everything fits together. And if Siren hadn't appeared, people would have thought that she was killed by robbers and wouldn't have suspected anything. The guy reports that Ken is now really in the crosshairs, but the girl is not surprised. The interlocutor was silent for a while, and later said that in fact his family had recently held a meeting. When the girl heard about this, she silently looked up at the guy. And after that, she began to quickly drink her tea, which caught Siren's attention. But later, the girl asks what the situation is like in their family. The guy is not sure what to answer and assumes that most likely the people are now on Chess's side. But the girl is interested in the fact that the guy does not finish his sentence. After waiting a bit, the guy continues to say that they put everything on Ken. Immediately after this, the girl rises from her seat and thanks her interlocutor. But the guy continues that it was a balanced and thoughtful decision, not one based on emotions, and the girl agrees with him. The guy continues to say that this is why Ken must try to survive. As she leaves, the girl turns slightly towards him and says that she will try to do it. When Ken and Siren left the room, the boy was able to finish his tea alone. Turning her gaze to Siren, the girl thought that she absolutely had to survive. At that moment, the girl was glad that finally someone believed in this damn body. She closed her eyes and grabbed her forehead, from which her already grown horns were peeking out. The people around were loudly discussing that the question was not only how to avoid the attack, but also how to catch Chess. Another man spoke of the great families who were on Chess's side and did not understand how they could stop them. While the others continued to furiously discuss the families they did or didn't want on their side, Ken muttered under her breath that this was strange. Siren tells her that if it's her horns, then everything is fine, and she replies that she hasn't cut them off for a long time. When Siren saw how much the horns were bleeding, he said that if he had known about it, he wouldn't have even let her try. But Ken replies that he does this all the time. But after a few moments, she asks him to forget about it, because she was not going to talk about the horns. She tells the lizard that she cannot get used to her current situation, which is very different from what it was 2 weeks ago. But Siren tells her that she should take this as payment for all the danger that threatened her last week. Suddenly, a man bursts into the room and announces that news has arrived from outside the castle. The girl's eyes widen when she hears that the Lord of the Castle was returning. Immediately after this, people begin to whisper about the return of the Lord of the Castle. The girl asks when the Lord will return, but the man says that the Lord is in no hurry but will most likely arrive by tomorrow morning. Leaning towards the girl, he also wants to tell her the news that the scouts asked to convey only to her. A girl asks a man what news he is talking about when he gets too close to her. But he doesn't have time to say anything because blood starts pouring out of his mouth. Looking away from him, she sees that the man has dropped the knife from his hand, and the goblin and Saren have plunged their swords into the man. Ken looks in surprise at the falling man, whose blood remains on her right cheek. The people who were in the room start to panic because of the noise and want to know what family this man was from. The goblins guess that he is from the Gi family, but he was bribed, and because of this, Saren thinks that even this family cannot be trusted now. Suddenly, screams start coming from the street, and this worries Ken even more. The head of the GE family realizes that danger is coming, and he tells Ken that she must run. Judging by the number of people fighting in the courtyard, Chess wanted to finish everything before the Lord arrived. Opening a door into the field, Ken admits that she hopes she would never have to resort to this. But Saren says that this is the easiest way to escape, and there is nothing she can do, even if she doesn't like it. While the lizard continues to talk about how they have no choice in the current situation, Ken has already dived down. Saren just watched silently as the girl quickly disappeared. But after a few moments, her hand appears from under the floor and she calls the lizard with her. Coming down after her, Saren admits that he didn't think her stomach was that strong, and she replies that she's used to it. She shares a story about how, as a child, she once fell into a cesspool. After a short silence, Saren says that it seems much more dangerous than she is telling, and the girl admits that she almost died then. This happened because the floor was leaking and then she got stuck in a pile of shit. But in the pitch darkness, she managed to reach the sewers unharmed, and she thought she was dying. But at that moment, balls of light appeared above her, and she followed them. And when she caught one, she realized that they were beetles, more like fireflies. Saren suddenly tells her that such beetles do not live in these places. The girl kept insisting that they were here, and she caught one, which made Saren think hard about it. He wondered about the bugs that were in places they weren't usually found, but he told the girl that perhaps they were a different species. At that moment, they finally saw the stairs that led outside. The lizard points to a door and says that he found it while exploring the area, and the door leads to another family's hunting lodge. Getting up first, he turned to the girl and said that he would go first and she should wait here. And if she realizes that a lot of time has passed since he left, then she should run in the opposite direction. The girl heard his words but did not answer him. Looking at the door, she thought that she was only alive thanks to Saren's caution. They've been through several fights and the last 3 weeks have been intense, so she decides to wait. But suddenly her thoughts are interrupted by some sharp and unpleasant sound. After this, the girl immediately begins to quickly climb the stairs. Ken remembers Saren's last words but still decides to disobey him. Quickly opening the door, she pulls out a knife from her clothes and does not understand why she is doing this. But after a few moments, she realizes that she no longer wants to watch others die. When Ken ran out, she looked ahead with her eyes wide open in surprise. On the street, she saw Saren's silhouette and tried to shout to the lizard. Hearing his name, the lizard turns around slightly and, exhaling heavily, calls the girl by name. A spear was stuck in Saren's back and he was already bleeding, which was collecting on the ground, and the lizard asked why Ken had come out. Chess stood somewhere behind and said that it was too late now and the lizard was already a corpse. At this, Saren only snaps back and Ken looks ahead in surprise. Looking down at the lizard, Chess asks how he still has the strength to talk. After this, he orders to leave the lizard and kill Ken, after which the people immediately attack the girl, bypassing the lizard. But Saren is not ready to give in so easily and let Ken be killed. He hits one man with his tail, grabs another man's spear, and attacks a third man with his sword. The girl looked in surprise at how Saren was able to get out of this situation. Reminding the girl that he told her to run, he reaches his tail towards the end of the spear that was stuck in his back. After twisting the stick and breaking it, he asks the girl why she acted so rashly, but Ken herself cannot answer this question. She only answers that sometimes people do not do what they should, even though they know they are making a mistake, even if it leads to their own destruction. After a short silence, Saren replies that although he is not human, it seems that there are still similarities between them. As the enemies pointed their weapons at them, Ken asked what Saren was telling her. And then the lizard admits that the leader ordered to protect the girl, but did not order to risk his life for the sake of protection. That's why Saren thought they were similar. At this time, a man whispered something in Chess's ear, and he was surprised that the time had come. After this, he announces that he will reward anyone who kills the lizard and Ken with a cartload of silk. Wanting to raise the morale of his soldiers, he asks how long they will continue to fight with the wounded warrior. But the speech has no effect on the soldiers, because they believe that the lizard spirit is too fierce for an ordinary warrior, and there are also rumors that this lizard is the chosen one. But to this, Chess only opens his fan and says that this cannot be. Based on Chess's reasoning, if the lizard were the chosen one, he would not hide his strength and would not allow himself to be inflicted with such wounds. While the enemies were talking among themselves, Saren turned his gaze to the right. He notices a wall and remembers that there is a high content of salt crystals here, and behind the wall there must be a salt mine. After this, he immediately tells Ken that they will run to the right, but the girl is surprised that they will run into the wall. Saren admits that, as Chess said, he is not the chosen one, but that does not mean he is a bad warrior. Saren is the second among the humanoid lizards, but unfortunately everyone remembers only the first. When people attack them, Saren reminds them of their direction once again, but the girl objects that there is a wall there. But covering her head with her hands, Saren replies that she won't be a wall for much longer. After this, he makes a sharp jerk to the side, and Ken, trusting, follows him. Saren managed to break through the wall without much difficulty. The girl runs after Saren and is surprised by his tactics. The people around them, including Chess, watch them silently and with surprise. When Chess finally comes to his senses, he orders everyone to pursue the two. The soldiers obey the order and immediately run on the trail of the lizard and the girl. There were traces of Saren on the ground, as well as large drops of blood, and Ken was interested in her friend's condition. She held Saren as best she could and asked him to hold on. They walked slowly and heavily along the only passage. Suddenly, the girl exhales heavily and looks up in surprise. It turned out that they had reached a dead end, and now it was not clear what to do next. Turning to Saren, Ken offers him to rest, but the lizard refuses. Holding his wound, he explains that if he pulls out the spear, the blood will flow without stopping. Saren frowned in pain, but suddenly he heard sobs nearby. He turns to Ken in surprise and asks if she is crying, but the girl asks him not to ask such questions. And then, leaning closer to her, he says that he is not sure that she is crying because of him, but the girl replies that this is true, and what is the point in trying to do anything if in the end everyone dies anyway? With tears in her eyes, she admits that it is always like this. Only bad things happen to those around her. Then Saren asks if she thinks it's because of the curse. While Ken cried, Saren talked about how they had been in a lot of danger over the past 3 weeks, but each time everything had worked out. This is usually called luck. And suddenly the girl realized that this was true. She was not cursed, she was lucky. Saren walked over and sat down in front of Ken, then asked if she remembered their first meeting. Recalling that day, the lizard continues to explain that he went down the cliff to get silk, and at that moment noticed something strange in the cart. Looking at the cart, Saren thought that someone had deliberately broken the device that secured the axles. He goes on to explain that the girl took this cart before the battle for the title of heir began. There were some strange moments in her past, too, like why the floorboards in the cesspool broke so easily. Saren is sure that someone has been trying to kill Ken since she was a child. Suddenly, the girl hears the voice of the shadow who says that she also knew about it. In horror, Ken turns his gaze to the shadow that claimed to know who was behind all of this. But their conversation and thoughts are interrupted by a sudden light from a torch, which illuminates the dark place, and voices report that the lizard and Ken have been found. Chess followed the others, following the trail of blood on the ground, which told the man that the lizard had lost a lot of blood. Smiling at his prey, Chess informs him that they are now in a salt mine, meaning that Saren will not be able to break through the wall and escape like last time. After this, he orders the warriors to attack the lizard and Ken, to which the former quickly react and are already heading towards the enemy. Saren and Ken were stuck in a dead end, unable to escape or turn around, and they didn't have the best weapons for the situation. But they were still ready to meet their opponent and looked very confident. Gritting his teeth, Ken thinks that now at least she won't blame the curse for her death, and if she dies, it will be only her fault. Saren looked very tired and exhausted, most likely due to the large amount of blood he had lost. Stepping slightly ahead of Ken, he said that they could use her luck right now. At that very moment, a very bright and blinding light of a bluish hue appeared in front of the warriors. Something resembling a funnel of light formed between the warriors and our heroes. Saren and Ken were also surprised by the sudden light and just watched to see what would happen next. Chess looked ahead in surprise and seemed to ask himself what that light was ahead. A few moments later, everyone saw in front of them the spirit that had made a deal with the god of Rockrak several years ago. Suddenly, he introduced himself to everyone present as Pachachichi. Saren was stunned by his friend's introduction, and Ken seemed to ask herself his name. Ignoring everyone present and their reactions, the spirit turns to the lizard. Saren looked at the spirit in surprise, waiting for something to be said to him, when suddenly the creature said that the lizard was now the chosen one. Hearing this, the warriors who had been listening to the conversation began to whisper in surprise about what they had heard, while Chess slowly began to lose his temper. From fear, anger, or excitement, he began to shake all over, and he began to scold his subordinates for simply standing there, because their target was so close and weak. In a rage, he shouts at them, "Do they really want to regret not uniting with the gnolls, and if they are afraid to approach, then it is worth shooting with spears." Turning slightly towards the people, the spirit notices that obstacles have arisen in their path, which does not surprise him much. But Saren asks about the fact that they always had 5 chosen ones in their tribe, and if now he is one of them, does that mean that he becomes the 6th chosen one, or did someone die? After listening to the lizard, the spirit continued to look at him and did not answer for some time. He speaks of the astrologer without further ado, and Saren looks a little surprised. After this, the creature immediately continues to say that Saren is the 2nd lizard in the tribe in courage, and moreover, he has all the necessary qualities to become the chosen one. When the spirit's body is enveloped in light, it announces that now Seiren will serve the will of God, and along with this, divine power will pass to him. Saran was a little surprised that everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly. When the spirit smoothly dissolved into the air, people had already pointed spears and swords at the lizard and the girl. Once there is nothing left of the spirit, Chess again gives the command to his people, and they again try to attack the lizard and the girl. At this time, Seiren squeezed the tip of the spear that was sticking out of his stomach with force. Ken was very concerned about the group of several people approaching them, but Saran assured her that everything was fine. After this, he suddenly pulls out the spear and even more blood begins to flow out of his stomach, but the lizard does not seem to care. Suddenly, the lizard's body began to be enveloped in bright and light lightning, and its eyes began to resemble those lightning in color. As the men prepared to strike at the same time, Seiren explained that he had managed to stop the bleeding and that the pain had cheered him up a bit. Looking directly at his opponents, the lizard assumed that they were unaware of what was happening, and Ken asked what they should do then. Seiren was in no hurry to answer the question posed and slowly extended his hand, which began to be enveloped in lightning. Seiren wants to explain to people differently, and Ken, realizing what he means, covers her ears with her hands. The lightning bolts that were released by Seiren hit most of the people, but did not reach the frightened Chess. Everyone who was struck by lightning fell down, and those who could still move simply ran away. Chess was also shocked by what he saw and decided to follow the example of his subordinates and save his life. Ken was amazed by this incredible power, but at the same time she was worried about Seiren's well-being and asked how he was feeling, and he confirmed that everything was fine. Looking at the newly living humans, she asks if Seiren has such power, why would the Black-Scale tribe fight the Null tribe? Bringing his hand to his face, Seiren begins to suspect that he knows the reason. Sitting on the ground, he says that this power most likely cannot be used without necessity, because it seems to absorb the mind of the bearer, and this is probably why Owen constantly smokes. The girl once again asks about her friend's condition, but he replies that he's just tired. He then went on to say that he could now fight, and that he felt much better once the bleeding had stopped. Ken watches Seiren's actions closely as he rises from his seat and calls her to come with him. Another man was struck by a powerful lightning bolt that he had no way to resist. Seiren continued to attack everyone they encountered, and the dead ones gave off a light steam. The hegemony watched this from the sidelines and could not allow things to continue in the same spirit. In his mind, he reaches out to Nebula and tells her that he didn't want to do this, but now he has no choice. Our heroes were walking, but suddenly stopped when they saw something strange far ahead, which was slowly approaching them. One of the cat's paws, which was very powerful in itself, appeared from the shadows. A fierce big cat with very large fangs and red, angry eyes came out to meet our heroes. Seiren immediately recognized the saber-toothed tiger and covered Ken with his hand, which was already too frightened by the sight of the beast. Immediately, the cat pounced on the lizard, who was already releasing his lightning and was ready to defend himself. Seiren managed to defeat the cat very quickly, but they were surprised that she managed to get into the castle and enter the salt mine. Seiren sincerely did not understand how this could happen, and Ken scratched her head slightly and assumed that this was one of the many strange situations that were happening here and now. It was even scary to imagine what awaited them next. When our heroes left the cave, enemies were already waiting for them from above, which they had not yet noticed. But Seiren and Ken were met by Chess, who said that now they forced him to do this. These words only made Ken more angry at him and asked who started all this. To this, Chess immediately answered her that it was she who brought the lizard into the castle, and the battle for the inheritance should only take place between brothers and sisters. Overcome with emotion, the man continues to say that automation will not remain idle if Ken becomes the heir with the help of aliens who can later eat all the people and appropriate the property for themselves. The girl was shocked by this statement and asked with surprise if Chess really thinks she is the culprit of what is happening. But the man does not want to listen to her and orders his men to kill their opponents, after which they immediately rush at Seiren from behind. However, the lizard quickly reacted to the enemies and, with the help of its strong tail, immediately neutralized the opponents. Seeing this, Chess only becomes more angry that the lizard constantly has the strength to resist. Suddenly, Ken points his index finger at Chess, calling him an idiot, and declares that the problem is him. The girl claimed that automation lives off trade, and if outsiders don't get to them, then automation will decline. Finally, Ken declares that she is not a coward like Chess and their father, and she is ready to take automation to the next level. This only causes a crooked smile to appear on Chess's face, and he says that it's not just her appearance that's terrible about her, but also the thoughts she generates. With a slight movement, he opens his wind, saying that he still didn't consider her a sister. But Ken immediately noticed this strange gesture with the fan, which made her wary. She kept wondering why he had revealed it and came to the conclusion that it was most likely a signal. The killer could only hide in front of the warehouse, but that's too far to throw a dagger, so he'll most likely use a bow. And after a few moments, she realized that the arrow with an iron tip and 3 feathers was aimed straight at her heart. But suddenly the mysterious shadow appears again, hoping that it will not be silenced when Ken is on the brink of life and death. Shadow explains that if this continues, not only Ken will die, but the shadow itself, or the girl has ideas on how to stop the arrow. Shadow continues to say that Ken is too slow, and even though Saran reacted, he still doesn't have enough time to protect Ken. Shadow admits that he should have warned the girl when she first noticed the killer, but it was impossible because the horns had not grown to the end, and now Ken needs to figure out how to dodge the arrow. Ken doesn't have any particular ideas, but she thinks there might be a strong wind blowing. Hearing such a proposal, a slight smile immediately appears on the Shadow's face, and she agrees to it. When she says that the wind has always been on her side, a pillar of wind immediately appears. The resulting wind immediately lifts the arrow further from its target, allowing Ken to save his life. Chess couldn't hide his emotions and his mouth opened awkwardly, looking up at the arrow. Saran was no less surprised and also followed the arrow with his eyes. Ken instinctively put her hands out in front of her and watched the wind that had just saved her life. After that, she looked up at the arrow and could not understand whether it was luck or a curse, but the voice of the shadow says that she sees an endless path and chooses the best outcome of events. The arrow then landed right in front of Ken's feet. The shadow continued to say that she could control probability. Hegemony watched from the sidelines in surprise and wondered if this was a curse. Feigning complete non-compliance, Nebula asks if he seems like the kind of psycho who would choose a cursed child, while Hegemony checks the information, asking her friend if she really is cursed. After finally verifying the information, which clearly stated that the girl was cursed, Hegemony clutches her head in confusion at this demonic power, suspecting that Nebula interfered. After this, the guy calmly replies that Ken had such a description even before they came to this world, and what was said makes the Hegemony even more perplexed. But Hegemony still didn't understand how Nebula could know that she was a demon, and asks the guy about it. Steven admits to himself that he was initially unsure of this and thought it was a curse of bad luck, but it turned out that all this bad luck was the result of an attempt to kill Ken. This became clear to him because of the incident with the cesspool, because the servant sawed the boards before Ken went in there. When Ken first fell in there, she swore that now she couldn't even go to the toilet in peace. But Steven kept thinking that no matter how badly she was injured or how close she was to death, she always remained alive. As Ken got to her feet and began looking for a way out, she saw the light from the fireflies. From then on, Steven began to watch the girl closely and noticed one important thing. It was not bad luck that haunted her, but great luck, which was called the magic of probability. Steven believed that owning a creature that had a demonic spirit was very beneficial to him. However, Hegemony was already joyfully declaring his victory, but Nebula calmly interrupted him and asked why he thought he had won. Hegemony says that Nebula hasn't killed Chess yet and any ideas as to why that happened. The guy only answered briefly and dryly that why the head of automation had arrived. The man immediately decided to separate his children and with a stern look ordered them to stop. The Hegemony says that since the Castle Lord has returned, all fighting must cease, but Nebula genuinely doesn't understand what he's getting at. The Hegemony explains that Hwai will want to quickly clear up the misunderstanding and will simply announce an heir. Chess will most likely be chosen as the heir because he and his father shared similar political views. Then Ken won't be able to do anything, and there will be no point in killing Hwai because the other clans won't approve of it. But Nebula says that the Hegemony may be wrong in its reasoning. The guy asks why his friend is so sure that Chess will be the heir and not Ken. Dismounting from his horse, Hui walked over to his children, standing in front of Ken and to the side of Chess. Extending his hand slightly forward, he announces that there is no need to fight anymore because he will announce the heir right now. But Ken interrupts him and says that she needs to tell him something important. Hui couldn't help but notice his daughter's horns that had grown out, and he notices this detail about her, while Ken noticed that he had shaved his beard. When Hwai asks if that's what she meant, Ken lowers his head and closes his eyes. Later, she slowly opens them and quietly asks why. But then she gives in to her emotions and, raising her voice at her father, asks why he has been trying to kill her all this time. Hwai and Chess's expressions darken, and everyone present begins to whisper quietly. When Hwai comes to, he only calmly asks when Ken managed to figure this out. To this, Ken replies that she had guessed everything a long time ago, but did not want to admit it, so she deceived herself all the time. When asking why the father tried to kill his own daughter, the answer is obvious. Her mother died during childbirth, and at that moment, Saran notices how the girl's fist clenches. Pointing to her horns, Ken says that the mark of the curse has haunted her entire life. But in reality, it was a lie that her father made up. After listening to his daughter, Hwai lowers his head and says that his wife wanted to give birth to a child, even though she was very weak. So she died of illness immediately after giving birth to Ken. For Kwai it was special, and that loss hit him hard, so much so that the word curse came to mind. We found it much easier to accept that Lee had died because of Ken and her protruding horns, and he had found it unbearable to be the lord of the castle ever since. Hui admitted that he only had a daughter left who took something valuable away, which is why he couldn't leave her alone. With a determined look, the girl answers him that this is all she wanted to know, and from now on, Hui can do whatever he deems necessary. Suddenly, Chess loses his temper and starts yelling at his father because the fate of automation is being decided now, and he can't let his guilt influence his important decision. Looking only at his son, he asks him to calm down. After all, even though Hui is old, in such matters he will reason not as a father, but as a lord of automation. The man realizes that he is like a pebble on the playing field of the gods, and this will be his last voluntary decision. After some thought, he finally decides to announce who the heir will be. At that moment, Hegemony folded his hands together and began to list all the gods he knew and beg for their favor. But watching him, Stephen immediately realized that the players' attempts were pointless, because they were the only gods in this world. But at that moment, something more significant than another player catches his attention. He noticed that something was happening now, and that meant he needed to watch even more closely. The shadow told the girl that the man's upper lip was compressed. This meant that Chavi would name Ken as the heir to the automation, but for some reason the girl was deep in thought. Shadow immediately notices the girl's concerns and asks what exactly is bothering her. Suddenly, Ken says that her father is just trying to run away. She understands that her father decided to get rid of the feeling of guilt that had been gnawing at him all the time. When rumors spread that her father tried to kill her and then passed on her inheritance, Chess's supporters will begin to spread the word, and then people will begin to question her status, which she received because of her father's guilt. The four great families and the residents of the automation will not follow her, and then the position of the castle lord will be in danger. Ken decides that she cannot succeed her father and must achieve this title herself. Suddenly, she raises her hand before the successor is announced and says that she has changed her mind. Hui looks up at her in surprise, not understanding why she suddenly refuses. After this, the girl calmly replies that she has thought everything through and realized that no matter who he wants to see her as, she must become the lord of the castle. She firmly asks to transfer her powers as the head of automation, and at this moment, Seiron looks at her friend, surprised that she is taking such a bold step. When she finished speaking, Chess only became more angry at what he considered such an impudent request. The man immediately turns to his father and tells him that Ken is threatening them, but Hui gestures for Chess to be quiet. Looking at Ken with a stern look, he agrees to it and allows her to try. Hui wondered how Ken would handle the soldiers in front of her if she had the courage to threaten her father. Ken continues to look at his father and silently points to Seiron standing next to him. He immediately understands the girl's hint and shows everyone how lightning begins to appear from his hand. Hui was surprised by such strength, but his face remained unchanged. Ken introduces everyone to Seiron, the chosen one from the Blackscale tribe. The men looked at the lizard with horror and surprise, while Ken said that she was not sure whether her assistant would be able to kill all the soldiers. But Ken is sure that Seiron can kill her father and escape with her. Chess continues to be indignant and tells his father that Ken is lying and that the lizard is already wounded and exhausted. Hui remembered very well the settlement of the Blackscale tribe, the power of the Chosen One, and the leader Rakrak. In the eyes of men, Rakrak was a terrible lizard, and he was chosen here to force Hui to make a certain decision, and perhaps this is how the gods play with people, like pieces on a board. But Ken immediately frowns when he sees his father addressing her. He says that the automation is special. If Hui dies without naming an heir, people will choose candidates themselves, and then it is unknown who will become the next leader. Ken replies that she does not want such an outcome, but if it does happen, she will seek help from the Blackscale tribe. With their support, she will be able to protect the castle and remain there alone. Chess seemed to get more and more angry with every sentence Ken said, and he yelled again because he always knew her true evil nature. The man no longer answered or tried to calm his son, but only slightly lowered his head and closed his eyes. Ken frowned, and Chess was furious at the situation when Hui said he had no choice. Approaching his daughter, he, Lord of Automation Hui, appointed Ken as the next Lord of Automation. According to him, the decree came into force right at that moment. This made the girl look at her father with surprise and a sparkle in her eyes. Chess collapsed to the ground and still denied what was happening, unable to accept that he was not the heir to automation. A few days later, according to residents, automation shone like this for the first time. Someone suggested that this might be due to the end of the power struggle, and the interlocutor agreed with him, but believed that the atmosphere had changed very much. They immediately noticed that they were trading more with other races than before, and the number of traders from distant lands was also growing rapidly. Chess sat and listened silently as the four families were also silent, probably accepting the changes from the new head of the castle. He turned away silently, obviously not agreeing with the changes that had taken place in a few days. In his opinion, something absurd was happening because how could they even call this girl an heiress? Chess decides to run away and gain strength elsewhere and later return and take back what is his. But when he was saddling his horse, someone approached him, but the man noticed it too late. He turned around abruptly and asked who had come here. It turns out that he was noticed by Siren, who came up to ask where Chess was going. But Chess didn't feel he had to answer, and as he mounted his horse, he asked why the lizard thought he could meddle in other people's business. Siren calmly answered him that he had no intention of stopping or dissuading him, since Chess would not succeed anyway. The man only answered his interlocutor rudely and immediately went on his way. When Chess left, Siren raised his head and looked up at the sky, starting to quote someone's phrase. According to the phrase, he was another obstacle that could not be left near Ken. Taking one stick from the fire, Siren said that he agreed with this statement. When he took the torch in his hands, he raised it upward, apparently giving a signal to someone. Not far from this place, on the top of the wall, a bright light appeared. There were goblins on the wall for whom the signal was intended and who noticed it. As Chess rode out of the gate, one of them grabbed a dagger and flew down on the man's head. He landed one precise blow to the neck, which Chess most likely didn't even have time to notice. The head immediately separated from the neck and flew down, and the goblin held the body with one hand. Grabbing the head of his prey, he silently and one last time turned to the automation. And after that, he set off on his unknown path. Hegemony watched this and videoed everything from start to finish. After Chess's death, he immediately admits defeat and surrenders. Nebula immediately noted that the guy spoke with great confidence, and Hegemony responded that those who are unable to admit defeat will not be able to develop. Rubbing his forehead, he finally admitted that he was annoyed by the current situation. When the Hegemony once again acknowledges Nebula's victory, a slight smile appears on the boy's face. After the Hegemony admitted defeat, he left more gracefully than Steven had expected. He decided to lead the gnolls to the continent, sort of to the west. Defeat is only part of the process, and it does not appear that the Hegemony was affected by the loss. When he said goodbye to Nebula, he said that they would not see each other for a long time. Hegemony had improved himself by stealing technology from the continent's inhabitants, and his confidence in battle was admired by our hero. When Hegemony steps down from his current position and leaves a void, it will be a very good thing for Steven. After all, he will be able to expand his possessions where space has become available. The lands on the northern coast and the southern half of the island are all coastal areas, so they will definitely come in handy at some point. In a small part of the seawater of the humanoid frog, Hunshin, there lives a snake that was originally a freshwater creature, so until now, Steven has not had the opportunity to deal with it. But Steven decides to think about it later, deciding that it is more important now to meet the new lord of the castle. Ken was lying on the table on which was a drawing of some kind of mechanism. She was sleeping soundly when suddenly a firefly appeared on her hand and began to scatter its light blue light everywhere. She finds this interesting and, raising her head, begins to look at him. And at that very moment, she noticed a human figure in a dark blue cloak. She was very surprised, but immediately thought that he was the blue god of insects. She immediately bows her head to him and says that his followers have helped her a lot. The girl continues to say that she has nothing and that she has just begun to delve into trade, but it is unlikely that this will be useful to God. The figure did not answer her and only continued to watch. Suddenly, the firefly that was previously on the hand turned into a plate. The girl looked at the object in the figure's hand in surprise, not quite understanding what it meant. She straightened up and still continued to think about what God was trying to convey to her. She immediately recognized that they used the same pieces of iron in their transactions, but she admitted that she did not understand these hints. She assumes that God wants money from her when suddenly someone's paw falls on her back. She turns around abruptly and sees Seiran in front of her. Upon seeing him, she immediately wants to tell him about the blue god of bugs. But suddenly everything seems to start to blur before her eyes, causing the girl to immediately fall silent. Looking at her friend, who began to slowly dissolve, she wonders if this is a dream. And at that very moment, her chair flips over and hits the floor with its back. She lay in an uncomfortable position with surprise, and looking at the ceiling, she finally realized that it was a dream. Later, walking down the street, she thought about what she had seen, but she had no idea how to help the god of bugs, and was not entirely sure that the request was related to iron. She really wanted to thank the blue bug god, so she puzzled over this prophecy. Someone put his hand on the silk and praised its good quality. The lizard seller replied that he had been selling one like this for a long time, but the interlocutor was surprised because he had just arrived from the west. He also explains that he couldn't arrive earlier because the gnolls blocked the way. But the seller was most likely not particularly interested in the conversation and asked if the troll would buy silk. The troll replies that he needs all the silk and reaches into his bag, where there was a lot of iron. Seeing a piece of iron, the lizard immediately agrees to the deal. Asking if one piece of iron is enough for the deal, he pushes the remaining one away. When the lizard was about to say that the deal was completed, suddenly someone's loud voice was heard from the side. Ken walked up to them and politely asked the troll to leave everything. The girl smiles at the customer and politely apologizes, explaining that the seller wanted to sort things out with her first. The troll looks sadly at the seller because of the misunderstanding that has arisen, and Ken began to glare at her partner because of his stupidity. The troll's sadness did not last long, and he said that he did not want to be disappointed with the product. After that, he walked slowly, and Ken and the lizard followed him with their eyes. The lizard immediately wanted to tell her something, but the girl interrupted him and began to scold him for the fact that if he continued to behave like this, he would have big problems. Pointing at the silk, she asks if he thinks it should be sold at such a low price, but the lizard replies that he is also a merchant and asks if Ken is sure about this deal. He explains that he came here with Rockrak and brought silk, and it was in a cart so it was easy to move, but now he thinks it would be more profitable to sell it cheaper. But the girl is indignant at this attitude towards trade and says that if he continues to treat it this way, he will not be able to do business. In the girl's opinion, he did not understand that his goods, like other goods of the Black-Scale tribe, were very valuable, and if the costs were lower, it did not mean that the price should be lower. She objected to him, pointing her finger in his direction. She was about to say something else important and picked up the iron. The lizard didn't quite understand what she was getting at, and then the girl said that it was the iron of that troll. Taking the interesting device into her hands and placing iron on both sides of it, she called it scales and asked to look more closely. She pointed to a piece of iron that was usually used in an automation lock and decided to compare the weight. When she explained that the piece of iron that would go up easier would be the one, the lizard began to watch carefully as the device changed. She pointed to one side of the scale and clarified that the troll's piece of iron was lighter. After that, she approached the merchant and angrily said that he should check the weight if he suddenly decided to trade iron again. Suddenly, from somewhere behind him, a voice was heard, who found Ken's device very useful. Turning around, Ken saw Rockrak in front of her, who was holding out a piece of iron to her, and with a smile on his face asked her to compare their weights. The girl immediately agrees and adds that their automated scales are very accurate. But when she took the piece of iron in her hands, she noticed that it was very different from the others. The girl immediately guessed that it was a piece of gold from ancient ruins. Rockrak explains that it is of very high quality but difficult to smelt, that their blacksmiths have given up. But he thought that automation could come up with something. He asked if this iron could be melted down into weapons. But the girl immediately remembers her vision and wonders if this is what the blue god of beetles asked her about. While in the building, Ken said that she confidently told Rockrak that the gold could be melted down. But now she held the piece of iron in her hand and thought that if she refused now, her reputation as a lord of automation might fall. Now she didn't understand at all why she had shown such confidence in front of Rockrak. The girl told the man that he said he could melt it down, so she was confident of success, but the man immediately exclaimed that he answered that way because it was an order. But in the blacksmith's opinion, the strangest thing was that in a normal case you have to hit 10 times, but here 30 or 40, and even that's not a fact that it will work. He confesses that he had been hitting the gold with all his might for half a day, but he could barely make one spear point, so he had no strength to start the next weapon. Then Ken asks about resting and continuing later, but the blacksmith replies that this is also impossible. He explains that when the iron cools, it takes a lot of coal to heat it up again, and to employ more people, it takes several years to train them. Rubbing the bridge of her nose, the girl replies that he has worked hard and can now go and rest. As soon as the blacksmith leaves Ken, Seiran immediately comes to her. He immediately asks if she is still trying to come up with a solution to the hardware problem, and then asks her to honestly answer Rockrak that it is beyond her powers. After listening to him, Ken says that she showed all her confidence in the beginning, and now, by refusing, she will only expose automation as a useless ally that cannot help in any way. But Siren replies that the Rockrak he knows is very generous. Warm rays of sunshine emanated from Rockrak, and he was not saddened by the fact that Ken had not succeeded in melting a piece of iron, because they had not succeeded either, so he did not have high hopes. This was exactly the kind of Rockrak Seiran had imagined, but it only made the girl even more sad, because it would still hurt her pride. Suddenly, rising abruptly from her seat, she says that nothing more can be done and asks Seiran to follow her. Pointing to the papers in his hands, the lizard asks if she is studying writing today, but Ken wants to put it off until later because she wants to check something. Together with Ken, Siren came down, holding a torch in his hand and looking forward with a surprised look. Ahead walked a strange figure with arms and legs, but it seemed to have no head, and somewhere in the chest there was something glowing. Ken explained that these were dirty automation soldiers that were made in the innermost part of the palace, but although they could restore automation on their own, humans could not control them as they wished. But she explains that what she wanted to show was in another passage. The girl stepped very decisively into the passage from which the wind was blowing and which was unfamiliar to Seiran. In the place where Ken brought Seiran, there was a cave and a small waterfall that fell onto a wooden wheel that was spinning from the water. Seiran came closer to the structure and was very surprised because he had never seen anything like it before. Ken immediately explains to him that this is the source of automation, and since it is in the very heart of the palace, there is no need to worry about an attack. But the girl admitted that there is something worth noting. The running water and the wheel provided them with enormous power without interruption. Seiran compared the wheel to an insatiable blacksmith, and the girl agreed, but admitted that they did not know how automation used this power. Suddenly, Saran turns her gaze to her friend and begins to listen more carefully when she says that she doesn't want to use this power only for iron. She admitted that with this invention she wants to change automation. Having said this, she turns to the lizard and asks if he will help her. For a while, Saran didn't answer her and seemed to peer into her with his violet eyes, and then he agreed. With a large blueprint laid out on the table, Ken explained that the new waterway would be installed at a higher elevation than the current one, and her idea was to install new wheels underneath, which would not weaken the existing waterways. Then, looking at the listener, she asks if this is a good idea. Yahello said that given the amount of water in the spring they visited and the structure of the wheels, the installation seemed feasible. However, she felt it was necessary to involve more labor, so it would require investment, as well as strong wood in large quantities, which did not grow in this area. Touching his horns and wondering if Yahello licked them, Ken replies that automation can solve the money problem. But according to Yahello, the problem wasn't that there wasn't enough money, but that using so much money might not pay off. Ken listened in surprise to hear that her position was now weak and that people might criticize her if she used funds unnecessarily. Left alone in the room as evening fell, Ken thought about everything that had happened. At that moment, she suddenly turns to the shadow and asks if it can know the future. But the shadow explains that she is not the spirit of prophecy, and she can only change what she knows and sees. After hearing this and not getting what he wanted, Ken leans back in his chair. Staring at the ceiling, she asks the shadow to listen to the future Ken imagined for herself. She decided to leave the first wheel empty, as if for the next lords of automation. The second water wheel will be connected to the furnace to blow air, and as long as there is enough coal, the forge will work continuously. The third wheel will be connected to a hammer, so that even iron that people could not handle will yield to them. And the last wheel will turn the millstone so that more grain can be crushed. Shadow smiles and says that it's not a bad idea, but Ken is not happy with such a short answer. Then the spirit immediately explained that this was the future, which she could not change because she could not see it. So she simply said what came to mind. Suddenly, Ken rises decisively from his seat, deciding for himself that the idea really is a good one. She intended to take up the construction of a watermill. People and lizards looked up and were very surprised and scared, asking others to be careful. One of the ropes suddenly broke, unable to support too much weight. During the construction, many difficulties arose and there were major incidents, and also a lot of deception, because of which they did not receive the necessary materials. But the most painful thing for them was the fourth wheel, which they couldn't install. It was a trial and error method, which is why they were calculated in the drawings and the wheel simply would not fit due to its dimensions. Now, in order to install the fourth one, it would be necessary to remove the already installed wheels, and this made Ken very angry. Suddenly, she said that there was nothing to be done in this situation, and this answer greatly surprised the men. Placing her hand to her head, she agrees to start over out of necessity. But they immediately began to passionately dissuade her because then the work period would double. When she was told about the problem with the workers, the girl immediately became gloomy because she was determined to fulfill the promise she made to the blue god of insects. When she asked if they wanted to bring the wrath of the blue insect god upon the automation when the automation had only just begun its recovery, the men immediately looked at each other. Filled with determination, Ken asks to tell everyone that she will definitely fulfill the promise she made to the blue insect god and finish building the four wheels. Hearing this, Stephen became thoughtful, because he didn't remember asking her for such a thing. But on reflection, he realized that this is the nature of the human race. They are always very goal-oriented. Although the construction period was extended under threat of divine vengeance, it did not seem that other automation families were going to oppose it. Most likely this happened because of the benefits they wanted to get not only from trade, but also from construction. When workers are called in for construction and there is an active turnover of building materials, the commercial scale expands, and eventually profits begin to return again. Stephen thought about all this, pondering his next steps and possible profits. But after a difficult journey, the most advanced structure in this world was finally installed in automation. With a smile on her face and pride in her eyes, the girl looked at her invention. Everyone watched the wheel, which had already started moving, but Rockrak, as always, did not show his emotions, which made him seem indifferent to the situation. Because of the working wheels, the entire structure began to work, processing pieces of iron, which greatly delighted people. Ken stood and listened silently to the raptures about how automation was the most remarkable place humans had ever been, and their hardware was widely used in other places. Suddenly, Ken apologized for using his name inappropriately. But she sincerely believed that God would understand her, and continued to look at her work with delight. Now Stephen received a notification that his iron production skill had risen to level 2. Also, his civilization now has the technology to produce higher quality iron, and the third continent now has the first currency. Along with this, the first prayer to God was created. Steven's skills developed much faster than the average player, and our hero couldn't help but like it. Actually, that's why Steven chose humans as his second race. Two elves arrived at the automation and were surprised by the sounds that most likely came from the famous watermill. They also heard that inside the castle it was used to grind grain, and it must work amazingly if the sound could be heard even in the city. Then the merchant behind them suddenly says that even the Blackscale tribe's tools are made thanks to the watermill. After this, he moves his hand to his goods and says that since they came here, they should look at the silk. Taking the item in their hands, the guys immediately notice that the silk is of very high quality and decide to buy it right away. They take out their currency and say that this is the highest quality iron that is produced only in their region. The merchant immediately took the piece of iron and, as Ken had taught him, began to weigh it, comparing it with their metal. The piece of iron that was handed to him immediately stretched upward, indicating that it was fourth-grade iron. He gives the iron back to the boys and says that they cannot accept payment because the iron is of very low quality, and this greatly angers the elves. The merchant then states that they can exchange their currency at the central bank, but he himself cannot accept such payment. The elves continue to complain and say that the merchant is missing out on a good deal, then move on to insulting the merchant and his goods. When the lizard heard people talking about his high-quality silk, his expression immediately became gloomy. Now he's mad at the guys because they don't know how much resources and time were spent on this silk, and in fact these smart guys don't know anything, so they better leave. The lizard drove away the rude people with shouts that even they were surprised by such a reaction, and Ken watched all this from the side. The girl immediately notices that the lizard learned from her very quickly, and this is very good. As she watched the elves go, she thought that in fact the elves didn't come to them that often, and these were probably here for the first time. The girl decided to follow them and see how they traded, but what she saw shocked her. She watched as one of them smiled sweetly at the woman, making her agree to any deal. And the second guy was telling something to the troll, which created the feeling that elves only deal with fools or newbies. Watching them from afar, she thought it looked more like a fool hunt than a trade. Ken was very surprised that scammers had appeared whom she had not seen before, and it was unclear where they came from. Steven was sitting in front of his screens, and suddenly someone's whispers began to come from one of them. Steven immediately noticed it, but he couldn't understand where it was coming from or who it was coming from. He received a request from a new Eldar player, who Steven assumed was a player of those elves, but Steven is unsure if there is any point in negotiating with this player because his forces are far to the north. But the guy admits that he really does lack information about the northern coast. Even if it is just a simple conversation, he decides to have it, hoping that there will be a result, and agrees to the request. Suddenly, the second player greets him in his own way. He introduces himself as Eldar, the god of the elves, and asks if Nebula is the god of those people. When Steven looked at his interlocutor, he was surprised and wondered if Eldar was a user of role-playing games. Role-playing implies that a person, immersed in a game, plays out a certain concept, but in reality such players are not uncommon. Steven confirms that he is the god of men and also replies that he is glad to meet them. The blonde smiles and suddenly says that Nebula is much better than the hegemony, and our hero is surprised and asks if this god is familiar with the hegemony. The guy replies that he knows him because he himself drove his army from the northern coast, and these words make Steven remain silent for a while, and then ask about this incident. Steven wonders if the hegemony's displacement from the north was due to the meeting with this elf, who may be a strong player, albeit a strange one. Steven wants to get to the point quickly and asks if the elven god has any business with him. Then the guy smiles and slightly extends his hand to Nebula, saying that he should pay tribute to him and then he will stay alive and be fine. But Steven immediately cut off the connection and blacklisted Eldar, now thinking about this situation. Eldar was on the northern coast, making insect reconnaissance difficult, and going there alone was too dangerous, knowing what might happen in his absence. But he continued to reason that the same situation seemed to apply to his opponent. He also knew nothing about Nebula. Steven reasons that if reconnaissance through his personal territory is impossible, he should have sent his elves, and most likely there are already birds and bugs living in his personal territory. However, Steven was a little worried that this god was able to banish the hegemony, as it meant that he could not be taken lightly, and most likely he had the power of faith. In this case, Steven decides that the best thing he can do is to start preparing for war, and at the same time he will see how far the other players have gone. Ken walked resolutely through the streets of automation, accompanied by several men. She came to meet those very elves. One of them introduced himself as Leonard, and he was in charge of the trading organization. He asked the girl if she is the Lord of Automation, and Ken confirms it. The guy says that he guesses why she came to them. He assumes that she was not happy with the deals that were made. Then the second guy bows slightly to her and says that they knew that she would visit them. Taking out a small black box, he announces that they have prepared a gift for her for the occasion. The girl takes the box in her hands and carefully and curiously opens it. Inside lay a stone, which according to the elves was found in the ruins, and it was worth noting that the stone was very beautiful and shiny. Leonard asks to accept this stone and then turn a blind eye to their trading methods. With a slight sigh, Ken closes the box and says that the item is very good. But she wants to say something else, which makes the elf open his eyes and look at the girl in surprise. Saying that she has a lot of money, she throws away the box and is outraged by the bribe that was offered to her. Leonard immediately leans over the box with concern, worried about the condition of the stone. Having opened the box and made sure that the stone is intact, the guy breathes a sigh of relief and asks how much money Ken wants then. Ken wonders gloomily that the elves had never come from the northern coast before, and why they decided to start trading, and whether the situation has changed. Ken firmly tells them that if they want to create a good relationship with her, then they should forget about bribes and start following their rules. Leonard then bows his head to her and replies that he heard her words. He looks up at her again with a sad expression when the girl starts talking about something else. Showing them figurines of her deity, she tells them that if they want to gain her favor, they should buy some of these. But because of this, Leonard bows his head and explains that they already believe in the god of dancing shadows. But the girl is surprised by the answer, because you can believe in two gods, then there will be twice as much favor. Seiron entered Ken's room and informed her that the elf chief had sent his messenger to ask for an apology, which surprised the girl. Then Seiron conveys the words that Ken, at their last meeting, insulted the elves, demanding that they change their faith. But the girl is very surprised by the words she heard. She exhales in displeasure and continues to say that for those who can only boast of a cute and beautiful face, they have too nasty a character. Then Seiron asks dispassionately if she means that they are beautiful, and the girl silently thinks about it. Not wanting to answer, she turns her head away slightly and says that she should mention that they offered her a bribe. Hearing this, Seiron turns his head towards the window and says that in his opinion, the messenger will come again during the rainy season. Rising from her seat, the girl makes it clear that she has no doubt that the elves will return, but she does not want to meet them. Following after Ken, Seiron says that in that case he will prepare more insults for the elves, and the girl agrees with this. But after that, she turns her gaze to the lizard and says that we also need to prepare for war. There were guards standing on the walls of the automation who suddenly noticed something interesting on the horizon. Suddenly, one of them starts screaming, attracting the attention of the other guards. The man asked to report to the Lord that a small army was approaching them. They were elves, and their leader sat on a proud white stag whose fur was dyed brown in some places. The other elves alerted their leader to the location of the automation. Suddenly, a grin appeared on the face of their leader, and he asked if the ignorant and shameless people lived there. The chief admits that he was a little confused when the chief sent him the oracle, but now it seems to him that everything is not as bad as he thought. Raising his hand up, he orders all elves to attack the automation. Immediately, all the elves rushed into battle, and in front of everyone were other elves on deer, but their deer were different from the one that their leader had. There were 300 warriors in total, and most likely these were all the forces of the god of shadows. Nevertheless, Eldar was confident that this was enough to conquer automation. He noted that the walls of the automation were high, but they were still made of clay, and in the castle itself there were no more than 1,500 warriors. He continued to compare weapons, and the bows of his tribe could shoot at a distance of 80 paces. The bows of the people were terrible. The elf was glad that now they would be able to bring the Lord of Automation to his knees. At this time, Stephen watched everything from the side and was not surprised by the appearance of the enemy. On the contrary, he was glad that he would be able to fight and feel what the difference was between him and other players. At this time, Ken had already been informed about the enemy, and there was a commotion in the castle. But suddenly an elf approaches the leader of the elves and wants to tell him something about the gorge that led to automation. When the leader hears that a camp of automation warriors has been set up there, all his confidence disappears in an instant. According to intelligence, there are about 70 warriors there, and it seems they knew in advance that the elves would come here. After this, the leader turns a frightened and surprised look at the automation and wonders why only 70 people were brought out. At the same time, the chieftain heard the cries of other elves who were reporting an enemy behind him. It turns out that the enemy army blocked the retreat of the elves, and this left the leader in even greater shock. Lizards rode towards them on their birds, raising columns of dust behind them. They were led by Rockrock, who inspired fear in his enemies with his mere appearance. The leader of the elves denied what was happening because he could not understand how it happened that the lizards and people were in cahoots. Watching everything from the side, Eldar turned pale because he was definitely not ready for this, and he did not understand where the second tribe came from because he was definitely fighting with only one player. Suddenly, Stephen notices the screen, which has suddenly moved closer to the guy. Stephen wanted to ask something, but Eldar, not paying attention to this, shouted and asked if the lizards belonged to Nebula's ally, which would mean that there was another god in this world. But Stephen exhales heavily at the player's stupidity and suggests that he check the player list first before talking to Nebula about it. Deciding to follow the advice, Eldar checks the list and is surprised to find that only Nebula's name is there. He looks at his opponent with apprehension and asks if he was not the god of men. And then Nebula replies that he is the god of people and at the same time the god of lizards. Eldar is shocked by this and opens his mouth wide in surprise at the fact that Nebula has already played with two races. At the same time, the Rakrak tribe had almost reached the elves, who were preparing to fight back with their weapons. However, the elves could not contain their fear of their enemies, which is why the leader had to calm them down by saying that their army was superior in number to the enemies. The vanguards were required to be ready and on guard, because the lizards could attack from behind at any moment. Suddenly, one of the elves sitting on the deer pointed his finger somewhere up and asked the chieftain to look there. People appeared at the top of the gorge and they were already aiming their bows at the elves. Before the elves had time to come to their senses and do anything, the archers had already released their arrows. A rain of arrows descended upon the elves, from which they could not escape. The tribal chieftain tried to deflect the arrows with his sword and ordered the other elves to dodge the arrows. At the same time, the lizards were advancing and had almost caught up with the elves, who were still confused by the archers' attacks. The chief noticed the approaching lizards and alerted his people about it. He ordered everyone to maintain formation, but many of the elves no longer had the strength to simply stand. Suddenly, one of these elves raises his frightened gaze and directs it forward. He saw a lizard riding on a trigger approaching the elves at great speed. Without getting all the way to the elves, Rakrak raised his hand up and pointed his index finger. At that moment, energy began to accumulate near the tip of his finger. He lowered his hand, from which a bluish glow emanated, pointing his finger at the elves. And at that very second, lightning flashed right before my eyes. Lightning struck the ground in front of the lizards and blinded them. A few moments later, they were already overtaken by Rakrak, whom they were not even able to see, let alone protect. The other lizards had already caught up with the elves and used their spears. Rakrak's riders killed those elves who were on deer. Others got off their animals and also mercilessly killed the rest of the elves. One by one, the elves began to try to leave the battlefield, and even the chieftain could not stop them. The chieftain turned to look at the fleeing ones and reminded them that they must fulfill the will of the dancing god of shadows, but no one listened to him. He tried to stop them until the very end, but the elves were overcome by fear, not a sense of duty. The lizards couldn't help but notice that the enemy had already lost their fighting spirit, so they needed to finish quickly. Suddenly, Rakrak informs his storm spirit that there will be a second attack. At the same moment, the spirit rises into the sky, gradually moving away from the leader. Then he flies around the entire field and informs the other lizards about the second approach. The lizards looked up at the demonic spirit and discussed what they had just heard. Rakrak was determined to kill every elf, and his fur clothes and face were already stained with someone else's blood. Watching everything from the side and realizing the helplessness of his tribe, Eldar even turned a little blue. Nebula asked him dispassionately if he was going to interfere, but the Eldar gritted his teeth and replied that there was no point in that, because Nebula's tribe was stronger anyway. When the loser asked what the winner wanted, Nebula replied that he needed information, technology, and resources, and Eldar was surprised by this robbery because in his opinion Nebula asked for everything. But Nebula told him that this was not all, and besides, now it would be difficult for Eldar to survive if he did not join Nebula, and it was hard to argue with that. Eldar thought that most likely the most relevant thing for Nebula now was to get information about the North. Stephen decided to hurry the god of the elves and asked if he accepted the offer. The guy hesitated for a long time, but was still more inclined to believe that all this could happen for the best. Assessing his losses, he realized that he had lost almost 300 warriors, which would make it very difficult to survive among other players. But on the other hand, Nebula has already played 2 races, and if the Eldar wants to cling to life, it is worth accepting the offer. When Eldar clears his throat to announce his decision, Nebula immediately turns her attention to him. Eldar breaks into a sweet smile and says that he was amazed by Nebula's mercy, but our hero is surprised by such a sudden change of mood because he was just called a robber. As Nebula said, Eldar agrees to all his conditions and will provide everything necessary. The guy also asked to forgive him for the arrogance with which he recently addressed Nebula. The boy had been ignoring Nebula's questions all along, but now he was ready to tell her everything about the North. Nebula asks about what Eldar mentioned earlier about his allies. After clearing his throat, the guy confirms that he does indeed have them. Besides Eldar, there were also Solongos and Louis on the northern coast, and together they formed a secret alliance without systemic support. Solongos played for a very rare race of centaurs, half humans, half horses. Stephen immediately noted this moment for himself and automatically began to analyze this race. The main feature of this race is that they are cavalrymen, but it will be very problematic to increase their number. In addition, they need too many resources. Taking a deep breath, Stephen admits to himself that if he were choosing, he would never choose this race, because it is difficult to deal with such a race when the opposite player has a similar one. But Louis was able to compensate for the shortcomings of the orc race, which had great strength but lacked intelligence. Nebula asks if their average intelligence is 10, and Eldar confirms, adding that their intelligence was increased through blessings in a small area. And at this moment, Steven thinks about the fact that blessing in a small area is not limited to physical abilities. If you get the territory and give the blessing, you can even play with ogres. But it is a very risky game. Nebula suggests that Louis is the stronger of the two, so he could have fought the hegemony, but Eldar denies this. He then explains that hegemony bordered him and Solongos and did not fight with Luis. Then Steven thinks about the fact that the hegemony fought against 3 and wanted to build a base in the south, and at the same time tell Steven about it. This is probably why, after the disappearance of the hegemony, Louis began to demand tribute from the Eldar. With tears in his eyes, he confesses that it was difficult for him to satisfy Louis, and at that moment Steven realized that this was why Eldar had demanded tribute from Steven at their first meeting. Nebula suggests that Louis is friendlier to Solongos than to Eldar because Solongos has a nomadic tribe, but this makes the blonde angry. Elves and ogres are sedentary tribes who believe that land size is a measure of power, so relations between them are deteriorating. Nebula asks if there is an opportunity to take away the land, then why treat the residents well? He says directly that Eldar would have been betrayed someday, and such directness makes the blonde feel sick again. Nebula continued to express his thoughts about the need to first calm the nomadic tribe, because it is unknown what might happen next, and does not notice that his interlocutor has become despondent. Suddenly he says that if a huge power appears in the north, then he will have a hard time, so now they could help each other. From these words, the blonde blossoms again and a light blush appears on his face. But he instantly changes his mood to his old one when he remembers that he lost his entire army and that he is of no use, but Nebula reminds him that he had a small territory. The guy asks if he is the god of dancing shadows, and the blonde hesitantly confirms it. When Nebula says that at first Eldar received a small territory of art, the blonde remembers such an important thing. Then Nebula asks the blonde to come closer, and the guy obediently fulfills the request. Nebula began to whisper something to Eldar, and the blonde looked very surprised at what he heard. When Nebula shared everything he wanted, Eldar looked at him in surprise and asked if it was really possible to do so. High in the mountains, where cold winds and snow blew, there were centaurs. Steam came out of the chief's mouth as he turned and addressed their prophet. He asked the man to tell the story that he had been spreading throughout these lands. The man immediately begins to talk about a prophecy that was supposed to come true in the near future, namely, a king was supposed to come to their lands. With the arrival of the king, everything will change. Those who had power will lose it, and those who moved freely throughout the land will lose their way. The centaur asks what the king means, and the man briefly explains that it is the man to whom everyone bows. When the centaur heard that the king was even stronger than the chieftain of the tribe, he laughed. He asks another question about what gods are then called kings, but the man shakes his head and says that there are no gods on this earth. According to the prophet, the king is on earth and God is above him, but the centaur incorrectly projects the statement and believes that the person above whom God stands is he. But his gaze and face immediately become empty when he hears that it is not about him. Then he asks if this refers to the lizards that are rumored. The man replies that the lizards are certainly strong, but there are powerful forces lurking in the north, so the lizards are not able to reach the end. According to legend, the one who will become king is a giant. That giant has a large body, is able to stand on 2 legs and sit on a stone. The centaur assumes that this is about an ogre priest, but he is not satisfied with serving such a king. However, the man says that such is the legend and such is the king. This makes the centaur furious and he grits his teeth. Suddenly, he says that the man is wrong, and the prophet does not understand what he is talking about, and is a little frightened by such a change in mood. But the centaur doesn't think it necessary to explain anything to him and simply punches him in the face. Blood began to spurt in all directions, and the centaur's face was filled with anger. The prophet's body immediately fell limply to the ground. Covered in blood, the centaur declares that he will bow to no one but his god. Turning to Nebula, the blonde says that he did as he was asked and asks if that was enough. Eldar says that although Tamarid looks angry, he may not believe the prophecy. After listening to the blonde, a slight grin appeared on Nebula's face because, as always, he had foreseen everything. If the centaur doesn't believe the prophecy, they will simply make it happen and watch. The centaur walked through the frost and approached a huge mountain. He had to cover his face with his hand because of the heavy snow that was blowing straight towards him. He continued to climb the mountain and wondered why he failed to climb it every time. Why were the northern mountains so high and full of enemies? But suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by something and he looks forward. A huge boulder was rolling towards him, which was already only a couple of meters away from the centaur. Unable to dodge, he takes the stone on his head and does not understand why he cannot become king. When he came to, he was lying in his bed. Tamarid slowly rose from his seat and sighed heavily. It turned out that this was his dream again, which he could only get rid of if he became king, or so he thought. But who in such a wilderness could know the name of a centaur, but everyone knew the ogres? But Tamarid did not want to put up with this. Suddenly, another centaur enters the tent and addresses the chief. Without turning around, Tamarid listened to the news that a guest had arrived. After this, his gaze immediately darkens, and he asks that the guest be brought to him. While waiting for the guest, he sat in his chair with his battle axe next to him. While he waited, he sat and thought about the fact that after the prophet, 2 more guests arrived. One was from the same tribe as the prophet, an elf from the Green Eyes tribe, but his words were different from the words of the prophet. He asked if Tamarid had heard of the prophecy and said that the prophecy could be avoided if Tamarid became king. After him, there was a man who came from automation and said that they had heard rumors that the king was from the centaur race. Pointing to all his gifts, he said he had come to pay his respects. Now everyone was talking about the king, and for some reason the centaur was not shaken by words that did not contain a direct revelation from God. Raising his head and gaze, he thought about what would happen now. The last guest entered the room, a lizard with gray scales. When he removed his hood, Owen's always friendly face appeared from underneath. The centaur looked at him in surprise and asked if he too would say that Tamarid would become king. Taking his seat, he replies that he does not know the future. But if Tamarid has decided to become king, then Owen is here to convince him to abandon this idea. Then the centaur calmly asks why he should agree. Does he not have enough rights, or does he need the approval of other leaders? Owen then asks if the centaur received approval from other tribes. Tamarid replied that in the opinion of the elves and people, he was suitable for this role. But when Owen asked about the lizards, he could not answer him. When the centaur heard that the lizard leader could recognize him, surprise immediately appeared on his face. Owen said that Rockrak would rather answer that a centaur can have any fictitious name, but he will show what true strength is. But Tamarid did not hear these words. But Owen replies that it is better for a centaur not to become king, for his own sake. When these words reached the centaur, his teeth clenched again. According to Owen, the issue was not one of rights or abilities, but whether the centaur god would recognize it. After this, the anger on Tamarid's face changed to surprise. Tamarid immediately wondered why his god would be against this. Owen's assumption was that just as there is a hierarchy between the races on Earth, the gods must have their own order. It is also possible that the god of the centaurs is under the boundless gaze of the ogres. These words brought wild rage back to the centaur's face. He grabs his axe, which was nearby, and raises it above his head. But Owen wasn't worried at all and continued to sit in his place. At one point, the centaur unleashed his fury on the floor, sending shards flying. The centaur was angry that Owen was slandering their god, but the lizard still sat with an unchanged face. But at one point he becomes gloomy and says that he was only talking about the hierarchy of the gods, and the centaur so rudely takes out his anger on the guest. If he is angry, he must be angry with the god who oppresses his god, such were Owen's words. The centaur's hand tightened its grip on the axe as it occurred to him that there might be truth in these words, and that the dream he had every night might just be a revelation. Then he asks what he should do. But Owen only says that the Black Scale warriors can go against the orders of the commander, if they think it necessary. As he puts on his hood and leaves, he says that perhaps a centaur should do the same, for the sake of his god. Most likely, Tamarid will have to do something that his god does not want at all. After this, the centaur was left alone in the middle of the room, where there was a huge crack in the floor. Now he had definitely decided that he was the one who should become king. For the sake of his own god, he wants to go the way that God does not want. Nebula and Eldar watched everything from the sidelines the whole time. The blonde is surprised that his art could be used in such a way, but he didn't even know about it. Nebula said that anything that can move beings can be called God. Even if a race is controlled by another player, they can still be made to move in their own way. Eldar turns around uncertainly and asks if this is enough, because it is possible to sow enmity between races, but it is more difficult to do so between gods. Exhaling slightly, Nebula asks why the other person thinks this isn't enough. In our hero's opinion, Solongos must be aware of the limits of nomad development, and that at some point it will be difficult to deal with sedentary tribes, and in that case, would he allow Louis to absorb him? Nebula knows that deep down, Solongos knows this, so there's a good chance he won't do much to stop what's happening. The two players hung in the air and watched the tribe from afar. The one who looked like a centaur apologized for Tamarid getting out of his control, but the man next to him replies that everything is fine. He feels guilty for ignoring the elf, who went crazy with his idea and even dragged another player into it. The centaur admits that he didn't think about that either. But the man again says that it is not the player's fault because he encountered hegemony. Soon the leaders of their tribe will fight, and if Tamarid dies, then that player will lose an important priest. Solongos straightens up and says that that's not really what he was apologizing for. The player was confident that his priest would kill the enemy ogre. But the man laughed a little because for him it was stupidity. But the centaur continued to laugh under his breath. And gradually, Louis began to pick up on this mood. And a few moments later, both players were laughing as they watched the sunrise. At the same time, Tamarid was heading high into the mountains with his army along the route that was to determine the king. Suddenly, one of the centaurs reports that there were goblins ahead, but gripping his axe even tighter, Tamarid says that they will trample these ogre slaves. Tamarid confidently swung his huge axe and pushed all the goblins back. As the centaurs trampled the goblins, they screamed in pain from their broken bones. Suddenly, Tamarid saw something in front of him that greatly surprised him. One of the ogres appeared and said that he knew which way the centaurs would go. And after one giant, two more appeared, behind which there were probably even more of them. When the centaurs saw the ogres, they immediately decided to retreat, but some of them were hampered by the corpses under their feet. The ogre held a large hammer in his hand and raised it back to strike. And then he hit the centaur with all his might, who did not have time to escape. His body was pressed down with a lot of weight, causing blood to fill everything around. Only now does Tamarid realize about the ambush in which their retreat was blocked by the corpses of goblins. But when he saw his enemy, he did not retreat like others of his tribe. He swung his axe and cut off the heads of two ogres at once. The soulless bodies fell to the ground, and now in front of him was one troll, who looked different from those. With his face smeared with blood, he tells the ogre that he will kill him for the sake of his god. In front of the centaur was an ogre, which impressed with its size and strength. The ogre was angry that Tamarid had betrayed them, something the centaur would regret in the afterlife. Having said this, he immediately rushes at the centaur and their fight begins. Tamarid struck the ogre's hand and knocked the enemy's weapon out of it. And after that, he immediately tried to punch the ogre in the face, but he dodged. The ogre immediately strikes back and grabs the centaur by the neck. From such force, Tamarid involuntarily leans back, but the ogre puts his leg and hand under his back. After this, he grabs the centaur by the neck, wanting to break it. The centaur's last words were that the ogre was a bastard. The next moment, the centaur's body was already falling to the ground. The ogre emanated an ominous energy, and he reminded them of his words that Tamarid would regret it. Nebula and Eldar stood in the middle of the rocks and assessed the situation using their screens. Eldar looked worried because he thought the centaurs would be able to do more damage to the ogres. He continued to monologue about how the task was difficult due to the ogre's strength and intelligence, although the centaurs were still good fighters. Suddenly, he turns to Steven and asks if the lizards are his main strength and if they can resist the ogres. The guy exhales when he realizes what all the chatter was about and firmly says that the lizards will not fight the ogres. But the blonde is very surprised by this answer and does not understand why Steven decided so. But Steven wants to change the subject and asks what Eldar's rank was. The guy admits that he doesn't like to talk about it, but he was only in 3,400th place. Steven reflects that this is not such a bad result, but there is nothing to be happy about either. Steven thought that the players were chosen based on their ranks, but it turns out that most likely everyone was chosen randomly. However, these were only assumptions, and it was not clear how exactly these chosen ones were selected. Turning to the blonde, the guy wants to clarify whether he will continue to cooperate, but Eldar decides to play the fool, pretending not to understand what they are talking about. Steven immediately turns away, thanking him for the answer, and the blonde is indignant because he does not understand his partner's behavior. At the same time, Louis watched what was happening from his screens. He looked through Nebula's page, hoping to find some useful information and assess the enemy. He knew him because the guy was ranked number 1, and there were also rumors that he didn't compete. He just ate and played. The man is not sure what the chances were of meeting him so early. Nebula had small territories of lizards and insects that were weak to the cold, so when winter came, he would only be able to have one quick fight. Now Louis had all his preparations completed and was in the top 20. He wondered whether he should fight such a strong player. Winter was already approaching, but it was unclear when Nebula would attack. Suddenly, he notices something that abruptly pulls Louis out of his train of thought. He notices smoke somewhere far away in the mountains, as well as a large fire. He remembers that there is an elven village there, and this makes him uneasy. He watched from different screens and saw only fire and could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, a thought came to Louis that he was not at all happy about. He realized that someone was trying to distract his attention. Steven decided to use the seize and burn tactic, also known as scorched earth tactics. The point was to destroy all zones that the enemy could use for supply, but Eldar watched silently. He watched grimly as his village burned, but Nebula reassured him that she had already evacuated the elves. This tactic is not usually used too early, but this time Steven was lucky. Because the enemy was on the northern coast, it would be very difficult for him to protect food supplies. All automation deals are transferred under the control of the Black-Scaled tribe, and as soon as the battle begins, it would be thought to trade with the elves. But now the elven village was completely destroyed, and Eldar was not happy about it. Steven continued to say that ogres eat a lot, and most likely they do not have enough food for the winter. This makes them very weak in the cold. But when Steven said that Eldar was also a ray of his luck, the blonde immediately glowed with happiness. Steven continues to say that usually he has to burn his lands, but this time he was very lucky, to which the blonde only frowns. Nebula decides to wait a little longer, because the enemy will not be able to survive a second winter. In one of the villages, goblins were running away in panic from someone. They were attacked by angry ogres, and the goblins could not resist such giants. One of the goblins was grabbed, put into his mouth, and had his neck bitten off. Now almost the entire village was devastated, and traces of blood were visible in the snow. One of the ogres asked if the prey had escaped again. The chief was informed that even in the goblin village there was no food, which is why every day now someone from the tribe runs away due to hunger. The chief sat on a stone throne-like structure and tried to come up with a solution. At this point, the second ogre asks if God transmitted anything, but the leader remained silent because there were no signs from God. It is unknown how much more needs to be known and how much longer the ogres will hold out because there is almost no food left. From his screens, Louis watched the dead ogres that had died of starvation. Scratching his head, he agreed that they couldn't take it anymore. And suddenly he decides to contact Solongos. When the connection is established, a dissatisfied voice is heard on the other side. Louis asks gloomily how much strength Solongos has left. To this, the player replies that he lost his entire army because of Louis, and now he has no one left. But Louis is surprised by this. After all, a year has passed since then. The player then confesses that while his warriors were fighting the ogres, the Black-Scale tribe captured his lands. Most of the centaurs died during the escape, and those who fled lost all faith. This only caused the two players to sigh sadly. But then Solongos admits that he also wanted to get in touch. It turns out that Eldar got in touch and offered to join Nebula, and if he helps block Louis, he will be left alive. Louis was stunned by this news and wanted to know what Solongos had to say. But the guy immediately vehemently denied having any connections with them, although he did not admit that he had thought about the offer for some time. But Eldar hardly keeps his life after being subjugated, and there is no point in this. He goes on to say that even though he and Louis had their differences, they spent a lot of time together, and that brought tears to the man's eyes. Solongos then says that he can try to gather about 10 warriors, and that he has enough faith for at least one battle. Louis says that they lost a lot of troops due to Nebula's tricks, but if they fight in the open, it will be a battle between gods only. If Eldar lost, it means he lost a lot of divinity and therefore will not be able to descend to Earth, and Nebula will fight 1 against 2. Louis was determined to defeat Nebula and restore his tribe. A small tribe of ogres and centaurs walked through the desert. Among the centaurs, there were both children and adults. Suddenly, the ogre leader ordered to stop and held out his hand to the side. In the distance, he noticed some movement and columns of dust rising high into the sky. As always, the lizards were led by Rockrak riding on his bird. Seeing him, Louis was glad to meet the enemy. Both players used their power and moved into the bodies of their characters. Louis immediately decided that Solongos should go first. The players simultaneously decided to attack the lizard, who looked defenseless in front of them. But Nebula, as always, maintained his composure, and his enemies did not seem to frighten him. He used his power and subjugated Rockrak's body, causing the lizard's body to glow with a characteristic blue glow. The ogre struck the ground, but Rockrak and his bird managed to dodge. Following Luis, Solongos also tried to attack. He swung his weapon but missed as the lizard easily dodged it. After that, he pushed off from the ogre and hung in the air for a short time. He pointed his hand towards the players and was about to strike them with his lightning. The players' faces were illuminated by a bright white flash from the lightning that was accumulating in Rockrak's hand. With a displeased face, Stephen asked if they really thought they could defeat him just because they came from heaven. As the power left Rockrak's body and Stephen looked at his work from afar, he reflected that he had foreseen everything in advance, and he was confident in his victory over 2 players at once. When the 2 players were sealed, our protagonist thought that if they died during the descent, they would lose a lot of experience. Holding the 2 figures in his hand, Stephen understood that the opponent's divinity level had dropped below 1. When a god is sealed, it is enough to destroy his statue for him to actually die, but the seal can be removed by going through a certain process. A little disgusted, Stephen decides to put the figures away for now. Now the guy smiled at the fact that the fight was relatively easy, and after the victory, his level increased. Now Stephen was as charged as he could be at the moment. That is, he had enough points to upgrade. Sitting in front of his many screens, he suddenly remembers that he can get 1 random small territory of his opponent's. The system sent a notification that Stephen was receiving 2 random small territories, and without a second thought, he immediately agreed to them. After that, he found 2 random cards in his hand, which he began to examine with interest. Stephen came across a small area of birds, and the second area was a swamp. In Stephen's opinion, the swamp was not the best thing that could happen, but he had long been watching the birds, and now he could replace the insect blessing he had given his followers. The guy decides to use this blessing on the next generation, and even if it is not significant, it will help move forward. The cards of the eliminated players were crossed out, and Eldar's card was in the middle, indicating the 5th divine level. Stephen slowly rose from his chair, simultaneously thinking about his next plan of action. The guy walked with a light gait across the map that was under his feet. If he managed to defeat the 3 players he encountered along the way, then he should also sort out the current situation. Steven checked the information the Locusts had brought him. According to her, 5 players split into factions and fought back against Steven, but the guy decides not to touch them until they advance further. To the east was the ocean, but for Steven it was much more important to dominate the land and leave the unknown beyond the mountains for later. Steven needed to conquer the north and south before enemy forces gained a foothold there. As Steven reflected, Rock couldn't be in 2 places at once, so he would have to use the elves in the north, since there was no need to make his own tribe suffer by cultivating barren land. After this, the guy immediately pokes at his panel and decides to contact Eldar. High in the mountains, there was a small camp with torches around its perimeter. Someone in the tents was thinking that they had finally arrived at a new settlement, but in fact, they had left where they had lived before and were now further north. One of the elves reported that the winters here were too long, and they needed to start cultivating the lands again, but goblins and orcs would attack. The elves did not understand why they had to suffer so, and were outraged that their god of dancing shadows was silent. All this discontent was directed at the leader of the elves, Leonar, and everyone wanted to hear what he would say about this. With all eyes on him, the chief finally says that he saw a prophecy last night. The elf claimed that the one who would help the green-eyed tribe of elves would come from the south. At that moment, the entrance to the tent opens, and the elf asks for forgiveness from those present. When he reports that a group of humans is approaching them, the elves sigh a little and think that the prophecy is being fulfilled in time. The chieftain resolutely rises from his seat, and hoping that these are those spoken of in the prophecy, asks to prepare for their arrival. After some time, the elves stood outside and greeted those who came to them. People moved on horses, and their representative had a veil on his head that covered the person's face. When the man dismounted, the elf was surprised at who stood before him. Ken showed her face, and not remembering the elf's name, politely asked him again. But very soon, the girl recognizes Leonard and notices that he has lost a lot of weight since their last meeting. Having finished with the greeting, the elf immediately invites the girl inside, but she stops him, and raising her hand up, wants to say something important. Turning back, Ken calls to Cyron, who has just climbed down from his cork. Removing the hood from his head, the lizard apologizes and announces his intention to check the hut for hired killers. Leonard is a little embarrassed by such directness, but does not object to the hut being checked. Later, the elf just watched silently as Cyron escorted Ken inside. Ken held a cup of hot drink in her hands, and Cyron sat slightly behind her as they were asked why they had come here. Ken immediately reports that she saw a prophecy from her god, and this made the elf look at her a little surprised. After this, a smile immediately blossomed on the girl's face, and she said that their god of blue beetles wanted people to help the disadvantaged. So Ken brought weapons and tools here for the tribe that was now located near Saren. After that, she immediately takes out a bag and says that she brought seeds that grow very well in the cold, and also in her bag there was a message for you, a YouTube viewer. It said that you should definitely share your impressions of this video. In the comments, hug you. Leonard began to warmly thank the girl, but she immediately said that she would sell these seeds cheaper. Hearing this, the elf was speechless from surprise and the conditions offered to him. Ken then states that the blue beetle god did indeed command the elves to help, but in her opinion, doing so without any benefit is not rational. But Leonard says that the elves have nothing to offer in return, since they even got here with great difficulty. Ken closes his eyes and says that in that case, they should return to the castle. She ends by saying that in her opinion, time is money, and at this moment you can see how cold and penetrating the girl's gaze is. Finally, Leonard can't stand the pressure, and standing up abruptly from his seat, says that he understands that people have come here from far away because there is something here that they need. Hearing this, a sly grin appears on Ken's face, and the girl asks what they could want if there is nothing in these lands. At that moment, the elf puts something on the table that immediately attracts the girl's attention. Pointing at the map, Leonard says that even if the elves have nothing, they know that there is an iron mine here, tall trees, and good land for sowing. Raising his green eyes to his interlocutor, the elf says that they are ready to make a deal at a low price. This makes Ken smile and ask if the elf really wants to sell some vague future for a needed thing in the present. But the elf firmly assured that he would guarantee this deal and put his name and reputation on the line. There was a brief silence after that, during which Ken looked calmly at the elf. Having carefully weighed everything, the girl smiles brightly and agrees to the deal. Pointing to a piece of paper, she says that they must leave evidence of their transaction on paper. Leonardo was gloomy at the thought that despite this situation, the value of wood and iron would be much higher in the future, and he was now going to trade the share of his descendants. But dipping his hand into the red liquid, he continues to reflect on the fact that without this deal, the chances of survival are small, and since God sent him a vision, it means he would never leave the elves to perish. After that, 2 red handprints appeared on the paper on opposite sides of each other. Wiping his hand, Leonard swears by his God that the contract will be kept. Ken admits that she likes this phrase and completely agrees with Leonard. The notice, which announced a successful deal, convinced Stephen that their world was becoming wider. After all, until now, the tribes have been a threat to each other, and it is impossible to trade with those who are constantly migrating. But now the inhabitants settled down and the nomads moved along certain routes. Now, tribal representatives left the agreement in text form, and soon the buying and selling of future value would become commonplace. Stephen was now confident that they were moving beyond a simple business relationship and were beginning to practice economic management. But now he needed to figure out how to manage this big and wonderful world. The lizard thrust his spear into his victim with all his might, and his hand and weapon were already stained with blood. Smoke rose into the air, and Rockrak's mask, face, and clothes were dirty. He took off his mask, leaving it hanging on his spear, and walked on while the rest of the lizards were busy cleaning up. Rockrak thought as he walked that the dwarves had fought to the end, but it hadn't helped them. When Rockrak stepped outside the village, there was sand under his feet and the shore was visible. The lizard looked at the beautiful water on which the bright sun was shining. Behind Rockrak, the village burned as he thought about how he was now where the land ended. Looking back at the village, Rockrak realized that they had captured the southern lands, as the god of the blue beetles had wished, and now all the land here belonged to their god. Rockrak reflected on how he had previously led only his tribe, but now he needed to lead all the races on this land, and the lizard did not understand how he could cope with it. Watching him, Stephen agreed, because the form of government is a very serious question, because each system has its pros and cons. One option was a feudal monarchy, in which the king chooses feudal lords and grants them lands. Feudal lords protect their lands, thereby making the task easier for their ruler, but it is impossible to control the relations of feudal lords between each other, and this often leads to wars. While social conflicts can promote technological advancement, more often than not, it leads to chaos because the process cannot be controlled. There was an option of an absolute monarchy in which there would be only one ruler and officials would be distributed among different subjects to govern, but Stephen was not very keen on choosing this option. The guy was talking out loud about how having a unified system of governance would increase overall productivity, and having a strong central government would make it easier to mobilize the armed forces. Eldar exhaled heavily when he heard that they needed to prepare roads, ports, choose a worthy king, and develop a system for choosing officials. Without turning to look at the listener, Stephen asks him what he thinks about all this. A slight smile appears on the boy's face as he asks the rhetorical question of whether Nebula has already decided everything for herself. Rockrak was in a closed tent and reported that he had a dream that night. Everyone present looked attentively at the leader, waiting for what he would say next. When Yahello asked what Rockrak had seen, he leaned towards the ground and briefly replied that he had flown. Rockrak was drawing something on the ground while telling about how he had left his body and was flying at great speed. According to Rockrak, he flew past the wild lands to the northern coast. Beneath Rockrak lay countless lands, and among them were villages that their tribe had tried to destroy. Hearing this, everyone looked at Rockrak with great surprise in their eyes. The memory of his dream brought a slight smile to Rockrak's face. The lizard pointed the tip of its tail at one end of the map and said that this was where they were now. When the chieftain asked what the name of this place was, someone immediately responded and said that the dwarves called this place Maganin, which meant the end of the land. Upon hearing the answer, Rockrak immediately wrote the name of this land on his map. Yahello was now standing next to him, redrawing a map of Rockrak while he asked what the name of the place was where they had destroyed the red-skinned orcs. Now the question was answered by Ur, who claimed that according to the orcs the place was called Salmon. Rockrak thought for a moment and replied that if there were many salmons, this one should be called a southern salmon. Then everyone continued pointing their fingers at the map and discussing something. Sometimes the discussions dragged on because the interlocutors' opinions did not coincide and they entered into small disputes. Rockrak placed his paw on the last unnamed point and asked what the name of this land was. However, no one knew the answers and everyone simply looked silently at their leader. After a short silence, someone finally says that no one knows the name because everyone avoids that place not only because of the mountains, but also because of the cockatrices that lived there. After this, Yahello turns to Rockrak and asks what is happening. None of them know the name of that land. Rockrak points with his wand to a place near the mountains and says that he knows this place, which is surrounded by mountains, but it is not difficult to clear the road there. According to Rockrak, deep in the mountains there is a valley with a river flowing through it, and if you go down to its foot, you can find yourself on a large plain where the river flows into the ocean. After listening to Rockrak, Yahello asks if the blue beetle god showed him this in a dream. Hearing the question, Rockrak nods briefly, saying that it was so. And the name of that land is Orizon, the place where their god lives. And wanting to follow the will of his god, Rockrak intends to become the king of Orizon. Hearing this, the other lizards immediately perked up and looked at their leader with delight. All the lizards enthusiastically accepted their leader's idea to go to Orizon. At this time, Stephen watched everything from above and was glad that a start had been made. Stephen understood that many beings on this land recognized the authority of Rockrak, But there would always be those who did not agree, so it would take work to unite everyone. Many should know about the future capital, Orazon, and that Rakrak became its king. In Stephen's opinion, every land should have a path to Orazon. And since this is a monarchical system of government, there must be managers in the middle whom Rakrak plans to call warlords. Stephen believed that the most necessary thing was for uniform laws to apply throughout the country. But with automation and the Elven village, it will take some time, because the feudal system is already in effect there. At this time, Ken received the title of Margrave of Automation, and Leonard the title of Supreme Leader of the Elves. Stephen smiled at how primitive and sloppy everything looked, but they didn't have many problems to solve yet. Eldar asked with interest whether Nebula had decided to accept both options, and the guy agreed, because in his opinion, comparing the pros and cons now was useless. However, the Eldar were unhappy that Nebula had made the Elven race his kingdom. Stephen was very surprised by this and said that his lands were there now too. Two fishermen were sitting on the shore, but they were bored because they had not caught any fish the entire time. One of them turned to the other and asked if he still had energy left. The Tatar military leader replied that he still could not get used to the fact that a peaceful environment reigned. According to him, it was all because he lived for war, and another lizard asks if Tatar was the best warrior, that he was appointed a military leader. But Tatar put his hand to his face and asked sadly if his interlocutor thought that a first-class soldier had been declared chief and then hidden in a secluded place because the loss of an eye had made him dead weight. Hearing this, the lizard looked at Tatar in surprise and tried to justify the awkward situation that had arisen. Tatar interrupted the lizard and began to say that someone had to protect this place, and the lands of Maganan were depressing. But still, these were the possessions of Rakrak. However, the Tatars did not understand what he should protect this land from, because only their land, Kokrin, was higher. He assumed that someone might arrive from overseas and immediately turned his surprised gaze into the distance. He saw something approaching their shore on the water, but he couldn't know what it was. Creatures called langustes were approaching in boats, and their appearance was very similar to crayfish. The lizard asked if they were monsters, but the Tatar replied that if they arrived on boats, then they were intelligent. The Tatar rose from his place and decided to approach them first, and ordered the lizard to wait here, but he tried to stop the commander. The Tatar immediately got to the main point and asked the uninvited guests if they were invaders. Taking a spear in one hand, which was still slightly behind, Tatar introduced himself to them as a warrior of this land and said that they should answer who they were and why they had come. The lobster looked a little scared and said that they had arrived here by accident because they had gotten lost behind the rampart, and then immediately asked where they were now. Tatar firmly says that they are now on the land of Kokrin, which is ruled by their king Rakrak, and at this time the other lizard remained on the alert, because at any moment a battle order could follow. Tatar was not one to show mercy to his enemies, and since lobsters were unknown to the lizards, Tatar would definitely try to capture them and find out as much information as possible. The Tatar spoke very sternly to the strangers who arrived from overseas. The Languts did not show aggression and looked scared. But suddenly Tatar's expression changes dramatically and asks to prepare temporary housing for their new acquaintances and also to treat them, because they are probably hungry. Both the lobsters and the lizard were surprised by this unexpected decision. The langoustine was delighted with the way they were received and thanked Tatar very warmly, adding that they would never forget their generosity. The langustus left the land of the lizards, and Tatar waved his hand to them in a friendly manner and said goodbye. The lizard did not understand Tatar's actions and believed that it would be better to drive away the uninvited guests and report this to Rakrak. Watching the boats go, Tatar calmly said that perhaps he was mistaken, and the lobsters really were their enemies. Suddenly he asks if his interlocutor knows how Tatar lost his eye. The interlocutor answers him that Tatar fought with 10 trolls who tried to rob some wanderers, as a result of which the lizard suffered. Tatar confirmed this and added that it seemed like those wanderers didn't even belong to their race, and Tatar didn't know exactly who they were. The fight was far from equal, and by chance the Tatar missed one of the blows, which was taken by his eye. And after being wounded, Rakrak had a serious conversation with Tatar. The chieftain said that to fight 10 trolls and lose only one eye was a proud feat, and from now on, each one would be his left eye. But Rakrak asked whether the Tatar regretted giving his eye for a group of half-breeds. The Tatar told this whole story, watching the boats and looking at the sunset. Then Tatar answered Rakrak that when their detachment was wounded and wandered through the desert, they were able to receive help from the blue god of beetles. And then God did not ask for anything in return. Rakrak was very surprised by such an answer. The chieftain asked if the Tatar meant that he dared to act like their god, and the lizard replied that he felt he had to do so. Hearing this, a warm smile appeared on Rakrak's face, and he exhaled. Rakrak replied that Tatar was doing everything right, and if anyone did not believe him, then they should tell about their conversation. And this greatly surprised the lizard. And also in that case, it is worth mentioning that Rockrak fully supports Tatar's decisions. After some time, Tatar was sitting in front of a small table on which some kind of scroll was laid out. Suddenly, they burst in and tell him that the lobsters have returned again. After this, Tatar proceeded to the shore where there were already boats of lobsters. The langoustine was very happy to see the lizard and did not hide it, while Tatar asked if Rubo had been shipwrecked again. The langoustine began to deny this, and explained that this time they were here to buy the silken metal that they had told him about last time. Pointing to a box, he said that they were currently at war, so foreign technology and resources would be useful to them. The box that Rubo showed contained many small shiny stones. Tatar took one of them and thought that the Lord of Automation might know what kind of stones they were, but Tatar had no idea what their value was. However, Tatar did not want to show his lack of independence, and said that the stones looked good, but suggested that the lizards be taught to make boats. Apparently, Rubo didn't really want to share such a thing and said that making boats is difficult and takes a long time. Tatar immediately became gloomy and said that there were no difficult tasks for him, and if Rubo was not satisfied with the offer, then there would be no deal. Rubo immediately put his hands together and promised that next time they would bring back some empty boats. The Tatar immediately agreed with this and extended his hand to his friend for a friendly handshake. This whole situation was observed by a seagull, which was sitting on a tree that was located directly above the interlocutors. With the help of this bird, Stephen observed up close how a new race emerged and traded with them. Astacids are a type of crustacean found in the southern archipelago. This race was at about the Bronze Age level and was unlikely to belong to any of the players. Their boat-making technology was quite advanced, as befitted a tribe living on islands. If they could trade pearls all over the continent, they would make a lot of money from it, and Ken would appreciate them. But in Stephen's opinion, the most important thing was shipbuilding technology, in which Tatar saw enormous potential. Rockrak must have known the value of the boat, so he will definitely try to make something similar. It was only a matter of time before they would be moving around by boat, and this would be a great opportunity to establish trade via waterways. Stephen believed that Tatar had a well-developed diplomatic skill, so the Astacids could be left to him, and after some time they could be counted among the people of Hokrin. Once this happens, the mines on their island can be used, allowing them to create a currency out of silver. Stephen was glad that this small area of the Mora had been put to use. Suddenly, someone turned to Stephen, and this made the guy look away. On a separate screen, he saw Hongo, who was wearing a cloak, and asked his creation to speak. Stephen instructed Hongo to manage and raise the locusts, and asked him not to report unless something serious happened. Hongo's hands were folded in front of him, and he spoke hesitantly about his mistake. The locust swarm's identity was randomly revealed to other players. Looking at the map, Stephen was sure that the locust swarm had diminished considerably. He assigned Hongo to command a swarm of locusts to devour grain and hinder the development of other players. Stephen ordered them to move carefully so that others would not notice them, but it was inevitable that a settlement with an advanced civilization would realize that this was the work of a player with a small territory with insects. The boy asked Hongo not to worry about it since he had expected something like this. But he was more worried about Hongo, so he immediately asked if everything was okay with him. Hongo replied that although they had lost many locusts, they had not yet found him. Stephen asked him to use the locust swarms to cause confusion and hide since the main goal was to survive, after which Hongo bowed and took his leave. When Stephen's creation left, the boy admitted to himself that he felt awkward talking to his own creation. According to Stephen, unlike the times when the Lost World was a game, now the characters act as if they had a soul. The guy stood silently for a while and thought about this interesting thought. After that, the guy began to assess the damage from the locusts. Damage was caused to 5 nations in the West, and if they find out that this was the work of Stephen, they will definitely attack him. He believed that those most likely to attack were the Satyrs and Lenars. Both tribes were ready to deploy their troops. And then Stephen came to an interesting guess that the other 3 parties were simply watching from afar. The guy was upset that he would have to fight against 5 at once, but he couldn't do anything about it. And at the same time, it wasn't beyond his expectations. In the Satyr capital of Daimurit, a meeting was currently taking place, where the 2 kings were discussing whether they could trust the other 3 races. The king of Leonars thought they were not trustworthy, but the king of the Satyrs said that they could not simply let the culprit of the locusts swarm go and let the lizards do whatever they wanted. The 2 kings believed that the lizards were praying to their god to starve them to death, while they themselves lived in good conditions and produced high-quality plates and received more profit in exchange. Fav said that they were very close to the borders of Hokrin, so there was nothing they could do if they took losses. But Hattie was angry that they seemed to have no choice but to move. However, Fav suggested believing in the prophecy of the 5 gods that the Satyrs and Leonars would unite to raze Orazon, the capital of Hekrin, to the ground. Hattie then asked what their attack route should be, since the only way to get to Hokrin was through automation. Fav said that the southern coast road was cut off by insects, so they could not pass there. so they should take advantage of the opportunity to attack the castle and overthrow Rak. Then, as Fav said, satyrs could go straight to automation. After some thought, Hattie replied that they would lead the troops through the northern wastelands even if it took some time. The kings agreed that they should develop a more detailed plan and begin gathering their troops in a month. A month later, two large armies were moving in even formation between the rocks. Two gods watched their movements from above. The Satyr god asked what his ally had decided to do with the supplies. To this, the girl calmly replied that they would use their supplies until they reached the wasteland. And then they will go around the northern shore and plunder the village along the way. Turning around, Runda replied that she had been unable to contact Nebula, and one of her screens showed a message that this player had blocked her. The girl continued to complain that a month had passed, but he still hadn't unblocked her. Krampus made a displeased face and said that if they had contacted him, they could have simply agreed on compensation for the damage caused, but Nebula blocked everyone and did not give any chance for dialogue. At this time, the girl noticed that the player had clearly increased his military training and the number of scouts, which greatly irritated her. Now the players thought it was too late for negotiations, because they had a total of 1,900 warriors, and this was the largest detachment on the continent. The two players believed that it was only a matter of time before Nebula was defeated. Looking at the girl's face, Krampus thought about the fact that there was an unnecessary birthmark on her face, which indicated that the girl most likely looked like this in reality. But suddenly something abruptly pulls him out of his thoughts, and he shifts his gaze from the girl to her screens. The girl was very surprised, because it was a request for a conversation from a player she did not expect to see. Turning to her partner, Runda said that this was a request from Eldar. Krampus responded to this by saying that there was an elven settlement on their way, so they could talk, and perhaps the player would offer them some kind of deal. The boy thought about the fact that Eldar and Nebula were in a free alliance, so they could betray each other at any moment. He then added that Runda should talk to him and make it clear that she was not alone here, and that the conditions he had proposed could be useful to them. As soon as the girl accepted the request, Eldar, as befits his character, beamed and began to greet the girl. Runda did not expect such a greeting and stood motionless for a while, stunned. Ignoring the girl's reaction, the guy immediately said that he wanted to ask her for help. Having come to her senses a little, Runda hesitantly asked what exactly he needed help with. The guy started to play on pity and said that he had to submit to Nebula against his will. However, Eldar had no other choice, because Nebula had defeated their allies, and he was strong not only in level, but also in his strategies. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised that Eldar did not actually help in that battle, and Nebula was able to defeat two players on her own. Suddenly, Eldar asked Runda if she had heard of Nebula's reputation, for he had fought with many gods in countless worlds and achieved success. When the girl asked if the guy meant first place in the ranking, Eldar darkened and said that she could call it whatever she wanted. After this, Runda and Krampus looked at each other. The top two players in this game were on this continent, and that wasn't good news. Eldar at the time continued to say that he begged Nebula for mercy, so he was able to survive, and it was a choice that had to be made for the sake of survival. So the guy wanted to help the other two players, but for now they were hesitant to make a decision and were silently considering the offer. Suddenly, the girl said that she needed information so that she could trust him. The guy immediately agreed to provide all the information he had for the sake of trust. He brought up a series of screens in front of her and asked her to look closely at what he had experienced at the hands of Nebula. Runda and Krampus were very surprised when they saw all this in front of them and said that it was like living in limbo. Eldar became a little gloomy from this and once again asked permission to help them so that later he could escape from Nebula. The Eldar admitted that he had no army to fight, but he could tell them what Nebula had planned for this battle. After the conversation ended, Eldar exhaled nervously and clenched his teeth. Turning to Nebula, he asked if what he had done was enough. The guy had been watching the conversation from the side the whole time and stood with his arms crossed over his chest, and then praised his partner's work. Suddenly, Nebula asked unexpectedly if it was because Eldar was always in the role. But Eldar knew it was because he had provided real information about how Nebula had been harming him all this time. Eldar explained that, as Nebula had wanted, information had been transmitted that he would launch a preemptive strike on Daimurit. He suddenly asked if this was not enough to change the situation, and Nebula was surprised by such a question and asked why Eldar thought so. Then Eldar began to explain that most likely Nebula would strike the Leonar troops first. But if the Leonars retreat and the satyrs go to capture the automation, won't there be an army of lizards between the two armies? However, Nebula immediately replied that the guess was wrong, because he was going to attack the Leonars 2 days earlier and win. Afterwards, he added that Eldar would help him with this, and the guy began to say that he could do nothing but hand over the supplies when he suddenly guessed the idea. But Nebula began to answer him and only smiled slightly. Suddenly, Hattie was informed that the soldiers had food poisoning, which greatly surprised and angered him. The informer believed that the food might have gone bad, and Hattie was angry with him for failing to keep an eye on the food's suitability. Suddenly, he raised his sword up, wanting to punish Leonard for his misdeed. But suddenly, another Leonard intervenes in the conversation and asks Hattie to wait, while simultaneously defending the offender. Hattie turns angrily to Leonard, who replies that everything was fine with food until yesterday, and what their warriors ate this morning was obtained from the elves. Then Hattie was surprised and said that he saw the food and there was nothing rotten in it, but Yubei suggested that there might be poison inside. After all, their god consorts with dirty insects. If the guess was correct, then all the information that the elves had provided would also be called into question. But Hattie was angry, because their goddess had sent the same prophecy. Then Yubei assumed that the goddess was mistaken, because the elves were initially on the side of the lizards, and the situation with the supplies was proof of deception. Suddenly, another Leonard bursts into their conversation, and interrupting both, reports that they have discovered an army of lizards that were several hours away from them. Yubei immediately asked the tired Leonard about the number of lizards, and he replied that there were about 1,500 lizards. Yubei immediately showed his grin at the thought that due to the poisoning, they were left with 900 capable warriors. Even if they had an advantage in numbers, they would lose due to the difference in size, but due to the current situation, they will definitely lose to the lizards. Hattie immediately ordered everyone to retreat, and to tell the king of the satyrs that they were retreating because they had encountered the main enemy forces. If they move all day, they will be able to enter the mountain forests where they can wage guerrilla warfare, where they will have a chance. After this, all the Leonards began to retreat at full speed. At the time, Hattie was thinking that they would have to fight a guerrilla war due to the difference in size, and if the satyrs captured the castle during this time, the lizards would have no choice but to retreat. However, all the retreating Leonards suddenly slowed down and looked up in surprise. An unknown huge creature resembling an insect hung over them. Suddenly, the creature spoke to them, indicating that they had invaded the territory of those who were sincere. The monster frightened both the Leonards and their animals, causing a general panic to slowly rise. Saying that he would make them pay for their sins with death, Hongo unleashed his blow upon them. Hattie immediately ordered everyone to abandon their carts and run, but Yubei did not agree, insisting that they must defeat the monster. Trying to bring his partner to his senses, Hattie said that although the monster looked like a praying mantis, it was a protector of the lizards. At that moment, Neji appeared, the guardian of the supreme goddess of fertility, who resembled a hamster. The creature immediately sank its claws into Hongo's body, which began to bleed hemolymph. Runda watched this from the side and was stunned by what was happening. The girl grabbed her head with her hand when she saw how high the enemy creature's indicators were. She assumed that Nebula had fully developed his being, and his main feature was monstrosity, and this meant that Neji would not be able to cope with him alone. Runda had naively believed that everything was going according to plan, but now it was hard to accept that all they could do was run away. The girl continued to nervously reason that if they could retreat, then the next time they met this monster after killing Neji, everything would be in vain. She understood that Hongo had a high level, but his divinity stat was only 4th, while Runda and Neji's divinity scores together amount to 12 points, giving them an advantage. The girl decides to fight to the end, believing that they have a chance, and decides to condescend. She plans to enter Yubei's body and kill Hongo in 30 minutes. Hattie immediately noticed what this meant and turned to her goddess. At that moment, Runda, who was controlling Yubei's body, held out her hand to Hattie and said that she would fight the monster, and Hattie should lead the troops away. After that, she immediately headed towards Hongo, who was caught up in the fight with Neji. Hongo managed to free himself from the enemy creature's grip while Runda was behind Neji. Neji wanted to dissuade her goddess from such an act, but Runda objected that she could not lose her creation. After that, she immediately turned to the monster, saying that she had time until the lizard troops arrived, and there was no one here for his god to possess, so the monster must fear his death. But he replied dispassionately that it did not matter, because he was going to carry out the task that was given to him. After that, Neji immediately pounced on him, and Runda descended to the ground. After that, she grabbed the monster's closest limb and began to pull it towards herself. After a few moments, she managed to tear off a small part of the limb. But at that moment, Hongo punched Neji in the face, which she didn't have time to dodge. Blood was coming out of the creature's mouth, and at that time, she was angry at the insect. However, he again responded dispassionately, saying that it was a minor pain for the sake of his god, which should be perceived as a blessing. Suddenly, Runda pulled out her sword and said that 10 minutes would be enough for her to deal with the monster. But she doesn't have time to finish the sentence because she directs her stunned gaze into the distance. She saw someone rushing towards them at full speed, raising a lot of dust behind him. It was Nebula in Rockrock's body, and the girl was surprised that he managed to get here so quickly. The guy said that her calculations were wrong from the very beginning, but she was right about one thing. Rockrock's army would have reached here in 3 hours. However, she should have considered how long Nebula's journey would take if he took over the body of Rockrock, who had risen above his enemies. Seeing him, Neji looked up in surprise and fear while simultaneously addressing the goddess. Rockrak aimed his spear at his victims as he ran, while lightning flashed across his body. When Rockrak's body was possessed by his god, he looked even more stern, merciless, and with an icy gaze. Without thinking twice, he immediately threw his spear, which flew at a very high speed. The spear hits Yubei's body, and he starts bleeding. The wound was on the shoulder, from where blood gushed out with great force. Neji is very angry at this action, and she charges at her enemy, wanting to avenge her goddess. However, she does not manage to catch up with the lizard because the praying mantis's limb grabs her by the scruff of the neck. After capturing her, Hongo immediately throws her back. Nebula approached the evil spirit and asked to borrow his power because he wanted to deal with the guardian creature. Pointing his finger at the vulnerable creature, he asks for Neji to be roasted. The spirit immediately begins to accumulate its energy, wanting to fulfill the will of its god. Immediately after this, Neji is struck by lightning, which she has no chance to resist. Blood immediately came out of her mouth, but she said that she still couldn't be defeated in this way. However, she immediately receives a new blow, which is stronger than the previous one. Lightning continued to strike the defenseless creature, and Neji couldn't even move. When the lightning stopped striking, Neji's body was already black, and this greatly worried Runda. But the enemy attack did not end there, and now lightning struck the goddess, who tried to dodge them. After dodging one of them, she decides to return immediately. Suddenly, she receives a notification that the indulgence will be interrupted, and this delay makes her very angry. She decides to run faster, because if she dies while she's on the ground, she will receive another penalty. She thought about how she had already lost one level due to Neji's death, and couldn't let Yubei die too, so she searched for something in the bushes. Finally, she managed to find a yellowish berry that was slightly shiny in the sun. Runda decides to first replenish her stamina with the help of her small territory of fruits. However, a swarm of locusts immediately attacks her, which greatly surprises the goddess. There were so many of them that the insects filled the entire space and did not allow one to look around. Looking around, Runda couldn't understand where so many of them came from. She tried to brush them off, but noticed that the insects were not attacking, but only blocking her view. However, despite all the pressure from the enemy, the goddess was confident that she could withstand it if she could dodge Hongo's blow. When the monster's limb reached the ground, she still managed to dodge in time. However, at that very second, she felt someone else's hand around her neck. Turning her frightened gaze back, she saw the terrifying Rockrak behind her. At the moment she was captured, there was only 1 second left before mercy. But before it had time to run out, the blood of the murdered Yubei appeared everywhere. The girl sat at the table with her head bowed forward in defeat. Now Neji was dead and most of the military forces were lost. But the worst thing for her was that her 9th level of divinity dropped to the 5th, although if she had managed to cancel the indulgence, she would have remained at the 7th. Suddenly Krampus spoke to her sharply, and this made the girl raise her head sharply. He asks his partner what level she is now, and Runda chooses to lie, answering that she is currently level 7. Hearing her answer, the guy replies that it is very bad, while the girl is frightened by such a reaction. But Krampus only replies that now she will not be able to properly conduct internal affairs, and the girl replies that she will cope just fine. She reasoned that if her gardens were left empty, she would lose her income and her faith might also weaken. Moreover, her high priest had died. Having come to her senses, she asks if the satyrs are preparing to attack, and the guy answers in the affirmative. He adds that after they learned of Eldar's deception, they began to advance quickly, and if his cavalry approaches, they will arrive in 2.5 days. Hearing that the automation lock should be empty, the girl immediately perked up and asked if she needed to hold off the lizard forces for 2.5 days. According to her reasoning, Nebula used his faith in their battle and would later try to protect the castle in every way, which would prevent him from concentrating on Runda, who might be able to engage in guerrilla warfare. She hesitates between confessing but decides against it, not wanting to be the only one fooled. The next day, Krampus suddenly contacted her and the girl immediately asked what had happened. The guy was very worried and said that it seemed like the lizard troops were moving here, which she had to detain. Hearing this, the girl realized that the cavalry of the Leonars was not enough to hold back the lizards. But then she immediately realized that the problem was in the information that Eldar provided because it was assumed that they would fight on the lands of Hokrin, but in the end the battle was on the ground where there was nowhere to hide. Krampus did not like this whole situation and understood that they did not have suitable fortifications and would have to deploy troops and set up camp in the capital. But the girl frowned because he would hardly have controlled the situation in a defensive position anyway, since the difference between their armies was more than 2 times. Moreover, Hongo was like a living siege weapon, and an alliance with Krampus was not bad, but it would not help her now. Suddenly, she thinks that Wisdom is an excellent candidate for their alliance because he is hot-tempered but very reasonable. Krampus interrupts her thoughts and asks Runda if she will help him, because when the lizards begin the siege, they can be attacked from 2 sides. But the girl nervously asks if it wouldn't be better if she attacked the automation lock. Krampus refuses such an idea, explaining that there is not enough time for this and the girl cannot argue, while at the same time worrying that he will guess everything. Although the guy agrees that the idea is not bad because the castle is empty now anyway, and it is possible to arrange it so that the cavalry will go to the castle and the infantry will help Krampus's troops. He suggests that she divide her troops into 200 horsemen and 300 foot soldiers, but the girl just sat silently with a smile on her face. He also added that if she defeated Nebula's creation, the castle walls would be safe, and then the girl realized how much she had lied and what an awkward position it had put her in, although she understood that it didn't matter now, because later she wouldn't be in alliance with Krampus, so everything was fine with her. The guy sat silently the whole time, but suddenly he spoke up, which really scared the girl. He immediately explained that he had a request for a conversation from Nebula, and this greatly surprised Runda. The girl asked not to answer, but her partner did not listen to her, which is why she now saw Nebula on the big screen in front of her. As always, wanting to get to the heart of the matter, the guy asked if they were thinking of giving up. Krampus was angered by this question, and he did not understand what this player was talking about at all, and why with such composure. Krampus noted that the guy was too confident for someone who had won once, but the situation was more advantageous for them, but Nebula did not understand what the guy was talking about. Suddenly after this, he looks away from this screen and moves to another. While Krampus was full of malice, Rudna's eyes darted from side to side, and the girl looked very worried. After this, a slight smile appears on his face, and he chuckles at the situation. It wasn't hard for the guy to guess that Runda was deceiving his own ally, but for Steven it only made things more fun. Krampus clenched his teeth and asked if Nebula had said everything. The guy was angry that he was blocked all this time, and in the end, Nebula tells him this. Unexpectedly, Nebula apologizes to him and says that she didn't mean to offend him. But Krampus immediately decides to forget this situation and decides to refuse Nebula's offer if he officially asks to surrender. Slowly, a smile appears on the guy's face when he hears about this, and later says that he will come back later, giving the players time to think. He disconnects while Krampus continues to rage and the girl is sweating from nerves. Krampus was very angry because he did not understand what Nebula wanted, and the girl asked him to calm down, explaining that this was exactly why she asked him not to accept the request. The girl was horrified by the thought that Nebula had understood everything. After this, she immediately informs Krampus that she needs to check her troops, and the guy agrees, because he also needs to prepare for the siege. After she disconnected from her partner, she immediately wanted to call Nebula, but for a while she hesitated. At the same time, the guy sat calmly and watched the situation in the world from his many screens. Suddenly, he was interrupted by an unexpected notification. The guy decides to brush off the call, but it keeps appearing again and again, thus getting on the guy's nerves. Steven can't stand the pressure and finally agrees to call. He wanted to ask what the girl wants, but she interrupts him and pounces on him with vicious insults while simultaneously asking what the guy wants. However, he calmly responds to this anger that the girl has no good reason to be angry with him because he was attacked from two fronts at once, and he should be irritated. The girl starts to justify herself by saying that it didn't even happen, but the guy replies that he is annoyed by the fact that it could have happened. After this, he immediately says that he has no time for empty arguments and hangs up, not allowing the girl to say what she wanted. The fact that Runda was ignored like this makes her even more angry. Having recovered a little from her anger, she tries to recruit Nebula again. The guy answers her again, and the girl immediately shouts that she is not his friend, so he cannot treat her like that. The girl continued to shout out the question of what Nebula wanted, but he suggested that she stop whining and speak calmly. Such directness makes the girl grab her head with her hands, but in the end, she agrees. She finally calms down and asks why Nebula ended the conversation so calmly when Krampus refused to give up. The guy immediately explains that at first he wanted Krampus to capitulate and for the 5 players not to attack, but then he decided that it would be better to occupy both of their countries. The girl immediately objected that at the current stage of development, he does not have enough residents to defend his borders, to which the guy objects that she does not have soldiers to defend the front. Nebula immediately adds that she can simply take over the Satyr lands and leave the Leonard territory to the other 3 players, which they should be happy about. The girl then asks what the guy is going to do if he and Krampus start a rebellion and some other player attacks during the chaos. But at that moment, Nebula's expression darkens, and he makes one important thing clear. He's not going to give Runda and Krampus a chance to live. These words horrify and frighten the girl at the same time, which makes her even move away from the screen a little. She then asks if Nebula is threatening her, but the guy replies that he is just saying that this is one of the possible scenarios. Then Runda asks if he is considering other versions, but the guy does not want to answer this question and gives a vague answer. But the girl soon decides to return to her first question and repeats it again. Nebula firmly told her that he needed information about the Leonars, Satyrs, and Trolls. The girl is very surprised that he wants to get information about the Trolls because she has an alliance with Krampus and not with Wisdom. Then Nebula immediately explains to her that her conclusions are wrong because he tells her to enter into an alliance with Wisdom and get information, and how the girl does it does not bother him. The girl was very outraged that she was being asked to become a double agent and extract information from both of them. She was very angry at Nebula for thinking highly of himself after one victory. But Nebula didn't care, because after the attack on him they would suffer losses again, and Runda had already lied to Krampus. The girl was not pleased that she was faced with the fact that Nebula could tell about her deception, after which she would be kicked out of the alliance. She becomes even more furious when she hears that after this she, with the 5th level of divinity, will be left alone in the thick of things. After this, she immediately refuses to help Nebula and disconnects the call, not allowing the guy to finish his sentence. Now she could be alone and think about what she should do next. Whatever her current situation, she was confident until the end that there was a way out of this situation. Meanwhile, in her city, it was the most ordinary weekday, where everyone was having fun and going about their business. And someone sat in a secluded place and prayed to his goddess. Leonard prayed to the goddess who always looked after them so that he would not get hurt during the day. At that moment, the girl received a notification that her faith had been increased, but she looked at it with sadness. She closed her eyes and frowned slightly as she continued to think about what she should do. A smug smile appeared on Stephen's face when he received a notification to talk. He calmly asked Runda if she had thought it all through, and the girl answered, displeased. Smiling, Nebula told her that she should start by sharing the information she had about the Leonards and the Satyrs. Eventually, the battle of the alliances ended, although Krampus had a hard time agreeing to Nebula's terms. But fortunately, Runda was able to convince him and everything ended in reconciliation. However, despite all this, she often looked nervous. Meanwhile, in automation, Ken proposed creating a merchant alliance to design 4 wheels with experienced merchants. They had gained a lot of benefits in the process, and Ken wanted to continue this relationship so they could exchange information, purchase resources, and avoid taxes when trading with each other. Many people suggested their ideas, such as stocking up on goods and then selling them when the price rose, or buying certain goods and controlling the price. However, everyone was worried about how completely different races would trust each other, and Ken had a solution to this. Her look expressed determination when she said that faith in one god is the basis of well-being. The troll thought this was a good idea, but he also said that someone would have to give up their faith. Deciding to use his ability, Ken decides to cast lots, which will determine God. There was a lot of progress, monopoly and price manipulation, and a secret alliance created to make profits without taxes. For Stephen, the creation of a trade alliance was highly anticipated, and using his probability ability was very brave on Ken's part, in the guy's opinion. Rising from his seat, the guy thought about the fact that while there are no wars, they will deal with affairs within the state and deal with the events that are happening. This meant a lull for the guy, since there would be no significant changes in the border for now. However, he understood that he should carefully prepare for confrontation with other nations. During all this time, many important events and changes have occurred in the Lost World. The players who took to the field were led in the ranking by Nebula, the blue god of bugs. Second on the list was Hegemony, who was called the god of gnashing teeth. The third was Eldar, who was called the dancing god of shadows. Fourth place was taken by Louis, called the god who looks down endlessly. And the last place was occupied by Salongos, nicknamed the god who rushes without thinking.